Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our scrims, our weekly scrims. And today it is me, Asuya, joined in by Itami on the caster's desk. And as you all know, this will be a BO3 like all the other days. So, Itami, it's been quite some time since I casted with you. How are you?
I'm doing great, Asuya, and it's been a while for me as well to be back onto the casting decks. So, once again, we are back onto a BO3 instead of a BO1, and it is still the scrims going on. This time, it is going to be between Team Dark Horse going up against Team ARX. So, the catch for tonight's match is going to be tomorrow. As far as I remember, tomorrow it is going to be the patch updates coming up. So, the meta
Different
shift is definitely
perspectives
going to be there.
expose the
But
same
before that, I
truth.
believe
Even the false
most of the
bloom
heroes would be prioritized
pales.
from the fact that
Hanabi,
the
Sanjo.
MSC picks was there. Like the Paquito had the highest pick rate. So, the bans as well will be the same for the side, either of the side for the teams as well. So Darkhawks as well as ARX, they would have been doing out their homework and they have been quite consistent on the scrims. So it will be quite of a decider for both of the sides.
All true, and every day I come here I cast. Somehow it's Team Darkhawks I end up casting for. And like I said before, I think they are a bit lacking onto their synergy, especially the roamer as well as the jungler. So let's see how are
I
they
didn't cure
improving
the pain
because even today,
by
like
harnessing
yesterday,
it.
both the matches in the BO3 they picked up a Belric, and today too we have a Belric onto the rank. And from the side of Team ARX, Valentina being the first pick, well, of course, denies a lot of alts, a lot of heroes, I would say. But then again, a Hanabi ban kind of does not make sense to me. I mean, she is, I mean, it's kind of surprising, but she has become meta. If you go check, alongside the Mia, even Hanabi has just climbed up the ranks.
Yeah, true. I do agree with that because the Mia as well as the Hanabi, they have the kind of a potential. Even if your team is onto the losing deficit, they can make up the difference once they get the core items and they are able to farm up properly. So that could be one of the cases why Hanabi as well as the Mia has been quite of a priority. And maybe our server has not updated onto the fact that how to be dealing out with the Hanabi. So they are just not going to be dealing out with the problem and just be banning out the Hanabi, so which is completely justified as well. But Dark Horse, they had the first pick and they went out for the Belleric, which has a really good, pick rate onto the roam section, followed by the Atlas. But Atlas is banned for this game, so Belleric is completely justified, followed by the Gatot as well as the Valentina. So, the Valentina could use out the ultimate of the Belleric in order to make out the initiations, but the only
When the
problem is
body
going to be
suffers,
Valentina is not
the
as much
spirit
sustainable
blooms.
as the Belleric. So the Lunox as well as the Benedetta will be the response coming up from the side of Team Darkhawks.
I'd say pretty good picks already because Lunox, the burst is way too
This
much.
land is
But
our
then again, the
homeland,
only
and
issue
it
is
will
the
soon
range.
be a burial
So
ground.
let's see the positioning of
I've
this
been waiting
Lunox
for
and
too long.
how she uses up that light ultimate because if she wastes it, there is the AOG can drop on her. There's also the Lapu, one of the still good picks on the EXP lane. And I think he will work well against the Benedetta too, since he does have CC immunity. And if the Petrify combo lands on him and he times his ultimate right, he can, just survive pretty well. That's just how good he is. But kind of surprising, no one went for the God or the Eudora because Eudora is the meta right now. I mean,
Yeah.
but then again, Valentina still though, even after all the nerfs, she works surprisingly well. Even if you send her to the EXP with a complete tank build, she will be competing against the meta EXPs. So
Time
yeah,
and tide
still
wait
a
for
great,
no man,
I would say,
nor
our
girl.
queen made
Still
pick.
waters
But
run
with
deep.
this, the marksman bands coming out, the Beatrix and the carry, really surprising. No Claude, nor Moscow, nor Harith being taken away.
And the Beatrix is kind of surprising, followed by the Hanabi too. But carry is completely justified if you are planning out to go for more sustainable kind of lineup for their side. So ARX Esports, they will be responding out with a jungler or most probably a
Need some
gold laner from their
stitches?
side
I
this
can
time, and
help.
it is going to be a Melissa. So of course, like Melissa against a Belleric, though, she might not be doing out quite well, but still, I believe her pick rate has increased a lot compared to before. So it gives out the one of the things that Melissa could be the priority picks for either of the sides. And Dark Horse, they Hawks, they still have the Claude, as well as they have the other picks as well. But the mid laner, like you have already said it out, Eudora is still available. You can go out with the God too if they are going out for a utility kind of a matchup. God works out really well once he gets this stacks onto the Skypiea, so followed by the other items like the glowing wand as well as the wishing lantern too. So I think like God has been more of a priority compared to the Jushin,
It's
which
my
was
way or the
an S tier
highway.
meta pick before.
Gaze
She is still
upon
onto
the
the S tier,
edge
but
of the void.
pick wise, I think the God might be having quite of an advantage. And there you go, the Suyo is coming up. So a mid lane Valentina, not the EXP. So it's completely justified. And looking at both of the drafts, I believe it is pretty much balanced. But Darkhawks, they have more of a comfort kind of a lineup.
Hey, Tammy, what I'm worried about here is Ixia against a Melissa. Why would you do that? I mean, she does have a lot of sustain in the early because she has a lot of heals, but then, I mean, it's just not a fair matchup, I would say. If because once the Inspire hits, the Melissa will just out
5
damage
seconds
Ghost.
till the
It
enemy
also depends
reaches
on
the
how you're positioning
battlefield.
and how your
Smash
team
them!
will give you follow ups.
All
And the other
troops
point here
deployed!
is, against the Belric, like people might say that the Melissa isn't a great pick, but no, it's surprising. She has become the one of the meta picks, the number one pick. Like if you did see, even in the MSC, she was being picked over and over as a priority pick because she has become really strong. You can use her on the fighter emblem, and she can even out heal a Belleric with a vengeance. That's how strong the Melissa has become right now. So I don't think so. That's an unfair matchup. Let's see how the Melissa works out for them. But here we are in the land of Dawn, best of three between these two teams. And Tami, I have costed for Team Darkhawk so many times. Ripper, he just loves playing the Nolan. Somehow he only picks up the Nolan in every game.
Yeah, and Nolan has received the buff as well, so it's completely understandable why he would decide to go out with the Nolan. It is a comfort plus. If it is onto the buff side as well as onto the metas, then definitely just go out for the heroes. But there is some folks going around Melissa against the Ixia, like we already mentioned. The Ixia, compared to the Melissa, Melissa is supposed to have more of an advantage. She has the Inspire as well. It's not the Inspire actually; it is the Flicker. So the outplays could be actually done out, and at the same time they will be trying to get the level 4 mark as soon as possible in order to make more engagement from either of the sides.
So yeah, and I mean, let's see if Team Darkhawks have practiced a bit, increased their synergy because the room does not actively move around the map, and I would say there was some lack of synergy between the mid and the roam. Plus, even Ripper, he's always solo onto the map, as we can see once again gets taunted and the first blood right before the turtle. This is what I was talking about. You need your roam, you need your mid lane to follow up, but somehow every game I see Ripper, he is
Oh,
always solo, and with the Suyo just one hit away, but the upper moon gets decimated by that three-man gang, the light owl being used up along with the dark owl, the chaos ult, and the flicker also being forced away, and so many zones away. But then a lot of utilities, a lot of ults have been faded out. Well, Nolan is not interested in the battle, so it's kind of a free lord for the side of. I think names of the teams have changed. It was
yeah,
something else.
it is ARX actually who got a turtle just now. So ARX won the turtle against the Hawks, as well as they do have slight of an advantage when it comes out onto the goal, but the goal difference is not massive, so they can pick up. Brilliance ult comes up, and there's the AOG as well.
And Shreyans just getting taken down out there. So he jumps in along with the barrage from the Ixia. Double kill for Ripper out there. I think good team fight from the side of Team Darkhawks. And a bit of an over engagement. Nothing much will be happening though. I mean, they did lost the turtle, but they did manage to get back the lead. The gold lead isn't that much. Score is also the same. Let's see how the macro control of this game goes because the Benna is kind of suffering against the Lapu Lapu. Okay, the ultimate kind of wasted. Wiki in a good position, already able to see the gank which was going to come upon to him. But we do see people gathering up towards the gold lane. Let's see some possible gank in the gold.
And they're trying, Darkhawk as well. They have evened up when it comes out on the kill lead. So regardless of the fact that Team ARX were able to get out the turtle, they still have quite of an advantage when it comes out onto the board as well. So I think in terms of macro, there is the combination, and that will be a killing spree for Reaper. Just getting the Suyo getting bursted down. That is something we don't quite see often because Suyo does has the immune skin, but there is the fight going out once again. Engages comes around, and that is going to be a two for none. Once again goes out for the engage. Brave side of being used out. Prajwal tries to go back, but he won't be able to do so. A 3 for 1 actually for the side of Team Darkhawks.
And I'm kind of really impressed. I think Team Darkhawks have kind of improved um, compared to the past performance. And as we all know, Nolan is one of those junglers who really need that snowball. And we can already see that Nolan already has a lot of kills. He is getting that snowball, and you can't really stop a Nolan who is on a snowball unless and until Ripper, he just I can say he's looking for someone, but then again, it's not wise to jump in between a lot of people. He might end up giving away his soul out there, get stunted. Okay, Belric is also there, along with the Benetta. A lot of stuns, the AOG being baited out just as a defensive maneuver out there. I think pretty good um, follow ups to Darkhawks really improved from last time.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess the scrims are also having the effect for Darkhawks as well as ARX Esports because ARX as well, like the last time I casted for them, they had a different kind of a lineup. It was the lineup was same, but the hero picks were different. So slowly but surely they are trying to adapt with the meta as well, which has been completely shifting out because of the recent adjustment that has been happening, and hopefully they will be able to keep up with that. But before that, there might be an engage onto the top side. They are trying to get out the vision, but there's a taunt.
Oh,
Oh,
so you managed to move away, still surviving though, but the brilliant R from the Lunox grabs onto that last hit. And with this, we can already see the gold lead, the kill lead, moving into the hands of Team Darkhawks. Petrify combo coming in from the Benedetta, but one dash away, and Prajwal manages to still live. Okay, Prajwal is a Sora player, so
yeah.
I just remembered him. He was in a different team, I guess. But yeah, really surprising, like kind of new seeing him on the Lapu. But yeah, that's it. You need to update your roster, you need to upgrade the amount of heroes you can play, right?
Yeah. The more flexible your hero pool, the more chances it is going to be giving out for your team in order to make out the plays as well as get the victory. So that is one of the things that the teams will be trying to adapt. There's the dark form coming up from the Lunox. Once again, Brilliance comes out as well, but the kill is not going to be actually done out for either of the side. Turtle being spawned, but Dark Hawks have quite the lead. Might as well go out for the third turtle, which has already been coming up, but there's engage.
Oh, Brave is spied onto two members along with the Ricard and the Barrage from the
Oh,
yeah, Valentina gets taken down. The AOG though Ghost takes down Labu, but two flickers being baited away. Meanwhile, just look at the Benedetta with the Petrify combo. Pretty good coming in from the Lunox too. Tries to move, just melt down the Gato, but then again, definitely a winning fight for the side of Team Darkhawks. Three members down from the side of Team ARX. And with this pretty easy Lord Turtle, sorry.
yeah, that is going to be an uncontested one because of the fight they took. I think they overstayed as well as the bravest fighter went completely in from the Lapu Lapu. He was not able to take down the jungler, the Nolan, and instead he fell down onto the tower damage. So that is one of the things you would try to avoid if you are confirmed onto the fact that you will be getting out the kills, then definitely just go for it. But if you don't have the engagement as well as don't have the backup, then it's not going to be quite worth it because you will be losing out your resources like this. And that is what happened for the side of Team ARX Esports as well. So Dark Hawks still has the advantage, and let's see what's going to happen. But by far it is still, ARX Esports are onto the bench and Dark Hawks have the lead, and slowly but surely they are winning out onto the neutral objectives as well. The flicker being used out in order to go back. Bravest fighter comes up once again from Prajwal. There's the Petrify as well as the electrifying beats comes up from the Benedetta, but by far no kill trades. It's only the Melissa that fell off, but once again the fight comes up.
The guys are getting literally melted down by the Lunox at this point. They are quite tanky. The Belric, okay, that was the Valentina just kind of wasting that Belric's ultimate. And it's kind of sad because that's the only ult she can actually take alongside that Ixia. So I think taking the Belric ult is kind of A bit of a loss, kind of a vulnerable position. It puts her into a bit of a vulnerable position. So might as well just take the barrage from the Ixia. Meanwhile, the top lane just look at Ripper, barely surviving in a dot HP, and Crymore just kind
Oh,
of following up the Melissa along with the ultimate, trying to take down Ghouls, but
oh,
the damage isn't really enough. So you're trying to follow up, but Belric just denied that follow up onto the Ixia. And with this, just look at them. And Shreyan's not able to provide any initiation, not much of a value compared to that Belric. I think they should have gone in for the Gatotkacha. He was a pretty good pick in the previous patches, but at this point, I think he has kind of fallen off. What do you think, Itami?
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I believe like the stacks from the Ixia as well is causing some trouble for the side of Team ARX, because as much as the Ixia is able to get out the stacks, not only just because of the full barrage, but when it comes out onto 1v1 kind of scenario, she has the lifesteal as well, so she will be able to sustain it out as well as get good amount of kills onto the fight as well. So that is going to be quite problematic. But the Beleric is still trying to get out the engage with the Wrath, but it's not going to be happening anytime soon. The Lord has already been spawned, and Darkhawks might be trying to focus onto that neutral objective. There's the Petrify onto the Suyo. The damage is still not enough, but the fight goes on and on.
They should just go in for the Lord at this point. They have enough gold, they have enough damage, they have enough zone for that. They have him with this Suya as well as the Kato just trying to provide some vision, but Kato might get
Oh,
sandwiched. It is also the Lapu who follows up, but Tripper grabs on to that Lord with the retribution. Look at the damage from the Chaos Assault coming in. From the Lunox, Prajwal needs to back off for now. So he's also there, uses up his dash. The Brilliance ult kind of baited away. And with this, not many casualties. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do see Viki trading it off with the first in the top lane, but Suyo manages to move away. He was kind of sandwiched between two, three members out there. With this, they should just regroup and defend because this is not the time to take on fights.
yeah, that's the thing. Like, even if you are losing out onto the towers, when the Lord actually comes up, there is still a chance that you might be able to defend it out if the minions are cleared on time. But if the minions are sync from the opponent, then there is a high possibility that you will be losing out a lot of towers, which will be opening up the map even more. So that is the one thing you would try to avoid. And at the same time, the Lord is spawning out from the top, and it does look like Darkhawks might be trying to find more advantage onto that, but at least they will be trying to get at least one or two inhibitor, or if they are not able to do so, at least get the shields out. The Lord will be trying to do that onto this scenario.
If the Holy Shield will be melting down the Lord, it is the first Lord. Plus, they do have a lot of lanes here too. They have
Oh,
easy defend for them at this point. I think there was a bit of okay, the Petrify combo
oh,
coming in from the Beretta onto Wiki, but not much of a trap there. Gets taunted away. The barrage from the Ixia and the ultimate coming in from Crymore. And it will be Lapu who will be falling down alongside the Valentina. And with this, the assault still continues as it is the Karukacha and a double kill as Crow is the next one to fall. And with this, only one member surviving. It is only our marksman Wiki. Will she be able to defend? Because I do see Team Darkhawks trying to do their best to just end this.
yeah, they will just be trying to do the tower mark. There comes the ultimate as well. Nolan will be able to do the one shot, the monster kill, as well as the first game goes on for the side of Team Darkhawks. Quite of a dominating performance, and they will be taking the victory for their side.
Yep, pretty aggressive gameplay, I would say. Plus, pretty short match too because they ended the game really soon. And it also makes sense because they did have, the enemy had a bit of a late game when it comes to the Melissa. So you wouldn't really want to give her that time where she scales up, where she gets the equipments she really needs. So yeah, I think 12-minute game, pretty strong coming in from the side of Team Darkhawks. Definite improvement from their side because I do see the room being a bit more active, and Ripper has, I think a bit stopped soloing. So I think the synergy has improved quite a bit. So let's just see what they perform in the next game though. But what do you think, Itami?
Yeah, there is like still time for the side of Team ARX to actually look out onto the draft as well as look out onto the execution, because I think like the draft was not exactly quite of a problem. It was onto the execution as well as the early game matchup that they lost it out. So they were losing out a lot when it came out on taking out the neutral objectives. So that gave out the lead for the side of Team Darkhawks, and they were able to capitalize more and more from there. So, on to the game number two. The draft was pretty much okay, but I think like they will more rely onto their comfort picks this time, and they it was Team Darkhawks who relied onto their comfort, and it worked out tremendously. And definitely there is going to be some target bans coming around, like the Belleric. You don't want to be dealing out with that taunt. If you have the first pick, then you can go out with the Belleric, or just ban him out if you don't want to deal with it at all.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about the builds too, like there's so much lifesteal, there's so much spellbam coming in from side of Team Darkhawks, and yet Team ARX, not even a single anti-heal onto their side. It was the Garut Kaja who was building it towards the end. That too, it was not complete. So I think the Valentina should have at least, like, if the rumor was not prioritizing the dominance, at least the Valentina has should have gone in for the anti-heal. So I think a bit of a bit of miss, I would say, not a good way you buy those equipments. Should have definitely improved that and improvised, because I didn't really even see the physical defense which the Lapu Lapu needed onto his hands either.
And on to the game number two. This time it will be ARX Esports who will be having the first pick advantage for their side. So there is kind of a possibility that they will be target banning out some heroes, as well as they will be trying to get out some picks that Team Hawks were able to prioritize out for their side. So it was not completely meta reliant, but it worked out tremendously. So it is on to the executions. And
Ready?
I think like the teamwork was better from the side of Team Darkhawks onto the first game. So how well will Team ARX Esports will be responding onto it is going to be the one of the main questions. But the Layla ban, interesting, very interesting, honestly.
Well, maybe Team Darkhawks have done some homework, and the marksman from the side of Team ARX just loves playing Hanabi and Lela. Like, that's the only. I mean,
Yeah,
it's okay. Itami, in this meta,
Let's
anything
make
works
the
out. And if
whole
the
world
Lela
green
goes
and
towards the late
lively.
game, she can just
The ocean
turn the entire
is
game
just
over.
our
So, yeah,
home.
yeah,
it is
I
what it
agree.
is.
My
And
fists are
there's another thing
unflinching.
that Team Darkhawks, they just denied the
Love and
first
hope
ban. They did
are
not
the
ban
two
anything in the previous
greatest
game. So
inventions.
maybe it's just an extension of that, rather than not banning anything, just ban
Muscle of
something which will never
iron,
be picked.
bones of
Okay, we do see
steel.
Angela getting banned.
They decided to go out the Gatot Kacha once again. So, okay, they like to rely out with the Gatot, but I guess it would be better if they pick out something that combines well with the Gatot Kacha. Like even a CC onto the EXP lane, it works out really well. But the thing is, like the EXP laners, I think other EXP laners have more of the advantage right now. They are more meta reliant, like the Lapu Lapu, even the
I'm
Sora,
bound by
even the
nothing,
Phobius
be it
is
family
situational.
or
So
destiny.
on to the mid
When you
is going to be
gaze
one of
into
the
the
question. And
abyss,
speaking of mid, oh my god,
this
Darkhawks,
is
they are very reliant on to their comfort, and it's actually showing. But the Selena as well as the Cushion,
Hoot Hoot.
you need to play it
Virology is
out really
Minecraft.
aggressively
Diggy
right
is
from
my
the start,
name.
and they decide to
Let's
pick out a
play
Diggy as
together.
well. So is it an EXP cutout Kacha followed by the Chunky too? So I think they have, you know, they might have gone on to the fact that okay, we will be going out for their comforts too, but this composition is kind of dicey if you
The
ask me.
Dragonborn is
I think,
back.
yeah, just like you said,
Oh my
more of
god.
the comfort picks coming in from the side of Team ARX. And one Lolita, like already showing Change so early into the draft. One Lolita, and it will be over for
Hello,
Team
my
ARX,
friend.
because she's kind of a perfect counter. Plus, with a Diggy, the amount she heals and the
Who said
shields
there
she
are no
gives,
shortcuts
and
in
she keeps
life?
on
I
blocking
literally
the
invented
heals which will
one.
be coming in from favor. So I think Loli can be a good option here. But then again, a lot of other options are open. I'm really surprised no one went for Paquito, no one went for Atlas, no one went for,
A
sorry,
punch
no one
for a
went for
punch.
God, no one is either even going for Carmilla at this point. So um, just I would say comfort picks. Then again, Nitami though, Selena is a meta pick right now. We could already see that from the MSC picks and bans.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this thing with the Selena right now is she's not just strong onto the early, but even onto the late game once she gets the full build, the damage hurts once you get caught onto the abyssal arrow as well as the combination lands onto you. You will be
Thorns
losing more than
remain
half of
should
your HP
petals
if you're a
fall.
marksman or a mage. So Serena is definitely an S tier, but if you are able to master her, that is going to be one of the crucial things. I think that is a redraft coming up from both of the sides because the game has already started.
Yeah, I think some issue from
Yeah, one of the
any of the
members are not there
sides.
from ARX side.
Yeah. But we will soon going in for the redraft. Till then, I think we should go in for a
Yeah.
short break.
2 minutes break it is going to be, and we will be re-hosting the lobby as well. But if you guys have just joined, it is Team Dark Hawks who have the lead onto this BO3, and they are onto the match point. So can Team ARX come up with a reverse sweep or come up with a comeback is going to be one of the main questions. Yeah, so yeah.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are once again into the first best of three. And as we saw already, one of the members was missing from the side of Team ARX, so we had to go for a redraft. And now that everyone is here, we can go in for the
Different
second match.
perspectives expose
And
the
as
same
we
truth.
know, Team Darkhawks already has one victory to the name. So, Team ARX Esports, let's see if they're able to
Even
do
the
a
fullest
comeback,
gloom
or will it be a clean sweep from the
pales
side of
I
Team
didn't cure the
Darkhawks?
pain.
And as we can
I
see, the
harness
ban
it.
phase pretty good. Hirara, Atlas, Marcel, the kind of the same bans which we see everywhere. The Maverick also being banned away, but that opens up the Eudora, that opens up the God, that opens up a lot of options. Let's see what Team ARX go for. Even the Barats has been making a lot of waves into the EXP lane. So let's see what they opt for. Will it be a Garut Kacha again? Because I'm not a big
Among
fan
the
of the Gato.
planes exists the equilibrium,
Yeah,
which I
currently
was
I
made for.
I have the same feeling because Gatut is not that much of a priority that like he was last year before before all of the adjustments, and a Eve first pick as well comes up from the side instead of the Aurora as well as the God. It might be of the case that like the scenario would be maybe they are just comfortable out with the Eve. That's why they just decided to go out with the Eve. But I believe like all of the other picks were also available, and like you were also mentioning out, I haven't seen the Barats at least onto the weekly scrims by far onto the matches I've casted, and
My
I would love to see
kiss
the Barats from
grants
either
you
of the sides because
immortality
he
or
is more of a
death.
playmaker right now because of the nom nom. It is what is it called? It is the nom nom, right? The ultimate, which
Yeah.
he is able to engage with the flicker combination. So the engages could be done as well as his wave clearance is really good. Can be used out onto the jungle as well, but we mostly see out the barats onto the exp lane. So the response is going to be the Alice onto the exp or maybe even onto the jungle from Ripper.
Let
So
them play the
what is it
hero.
going to be? I think
I will be
it
the
is.
truth this world
I think it is the
desperately
Alice Younger. The
needs.
Yuzong also comes up.
So now the probability of a support onto the room can increase from the side
I've
of Team
been waiting for
Darkhawks.
too long.
Let's see
Now
what they're
you lead
planning.
the
But
way to
I,
the next
you know,
adventure.
sincerely believe they should have gone in for the carry pick because carry is a threat to Alice. And they did have that
Come
option
and
open.
join me
Plus,
in
there
my
was
dream
already a
world.
Eve, and I think Eve is one of the best support for the carry because
The
she's not
southern
one of
seas
those
are
burst
mine.
mages, but
Need
then
some
she's a
stitches?
utility
I
mate.
can
And
help.
she will provide a lot of field, a lot of space for the carry. And carry is one of those marksmen like she's kind of fallen down in this meta simply because there
Still
is the
waters
assassin
run
meta
deep.
coming up, and carry can't really scale early. And nowadays we do see the games, ending really early. They don't really want the marksman to farm up and take it to the late game. So, but then this comp with the Sora as well as the Eve really gives a lot of freedom to the carry. Now that highly depends on what roam Team ARX is going to pick up because we already have the Lunox.
Hanabi,
Okay, the
Sancho.
Lunox coming up from the side of Team Darkhawks once again. The Melissa as well as the Hanabi. The Hanabi being a permanent ban. I don't really understand why though.
I believe like they are aware of the potential of the late game carry of the Hanabi. At least onto the ranks, we see Hanabi really often. But the thing is, like if you have a shield eater like the Esmeralda, then Hanabi could be dealt out as well. But
Come on,
they
Dexter.
don't want
It's
to
our
just deal
show
out with the
time.
problem. They just want to be removing it. So that is one of the reasons why they just are going out with the Hanabi ban. And ARX, one thing for the side for them is they have a carry as well as the Eve. So Eve is one of the mages who works out really well when it comes out onto the utility kind of a draft. And Darkhawks, they have the utility kind of the draft for their side, the Alice as well as the Yuzhong. So I believe there is a slight possibility that Darkhawks might come up with a support in order to pair up the Alice really well. And when it comes out onto low HP
My
executions,
pleasure.
so that could
Fight!
be done.
Fight for the
And
ultimate
ARX
answer.
decides to go out with the Karina, something I haven't seen very for a very long time, even onto the ranks as well. And she's kind of underrated. But the thing is, if you are going out with the Sky Piercer, the stacks is going to be really, really important. And the Hilda is also being picked out. So there is kind of a chance that this is going to be a dangerous grass map.
I mean, why Hilda? You would have gone in for, I'm not a big fan of Hylos, but with a carry, Hylos works. Gives her a lot of freedom. They could even have gone in for a Carmilla, they could have gone in even for a Tigreal, to be honest. But why Hilda? Because there is Alice Jungle,
Oh my god.
Itami. It is Alice Jungle, and like Hilda specializes, especially when there is an assassin jungle or even against a Claude, Hilda is not working out really well because the Claude is just that mobile. He's just that good with the second skill. Same goes for that Karina pick because any other marksman could have worked out. Claude can. Claude can, he can be safe.
Till the
He even
enemy
has that
reaches the
option where he buys
boundary.
the winter crown. So
Smash them!
I don't really think
All
that
troops
Team ARX
deployed!
Esports draft is kind of good. I really love that Sora as well as the Eve pick and the carry because the three just synergized that well, but then the last two picks just had me, man. So let's just see though how the execution goes because for now I think Team Darkhawks has a really strong draft.
Yeah, as long as you are comfortable with the lineup as well as you're comfortable with the heroes, I believe it can still work out. But the thing is onto the execution. And if ARX was onto the advantage and the execution was done the way Team Darkhawks was able to do it, then of course I believe like I would have been more favored onto the draft. But this time for the Hilda as well, this is not a dangerous class actually. This is the flying cloud. So yeah, of course you will be able to get out onto your lanes faster, but the problem is like Hilda might not be able to do as much as she does onto the dangerous grass map. She just goes back onto the low HP, so they are heavily lacking when it comes out onto the HP based heroes they have. They only have the Sura, and only if he comes up with the cloud form. So unless and until they get their items, Darkhawks do have the early game advantage. They can even play out the invasion game. They even have the Minotaur for the side for the healings.
I mean, but in the early though, I think Team ARX has a really strong early. If Karina, Eve, as well as the Hilda, both all of them just jump in together, just delete the Minotaur. Because Mino is good towards the late. Towards the late, he kind of scales so insanely. The heals are so insane. Really hard to kill down people. But they do have the early, and I can see Team ARX Esports do not realize that they do have that early game advantage, and they are not really going in for that. At least for those early games because Alice needs some scaling, and I think when that Sora hits level 4, he can already 1v1 kill the Yuzhong because I've seen good Sora players literally,
Oh,
even killing down the Yuzhong, but 4-man sandwich onto Crow, the first blood, but Prajwal just goes in and goes out with the ultimate, and once again the brilliance all coming in from the Lunox and the flicker being forced away from the
okay.
Hilda. Vicky also coming up alongside the Claude, but man, losing a jungle so early when you do have the early advantage. Really sad because once again Team ERX have been zoned away from the turtle spot. Easy, easy turtle for the side of Team Darkhawks.
Yeah, and they were not able to contest out for their side as well. Reaper goes in, tries to do the dive in, and there is the retribution being forced out from their side too. But that is going to be the overextension, and Shreyas will be the one who will be taken down. And of course, she was not able to get the blue, but still they were able to get at least one kill onto it, forcing out the retry. So still a win-win for the side of Team
Yep.
Darkhawks. RWM being used out in order to clear out the lanes. This has a really long cooldown. That is one of the problems. Shifting skies as well as the combination comes up from the Sora, but the damage is still not enough. ARX not doing quite well compared to Team Darkhawks.
I mean, like I said before, the Sora has the potential to kill down the Yuzhong, but unfortunately, they kind of lost that early bet. And Karina, the way she's always solo, even without her tank, I mean, do you realize that you're a Karina? You really want some, she wants to funnel up her Sky Piercer. She wants some items before she can start dealing out some damage. So I think a lot of synergy as well as a bit of a draft from the side of Team ARX kind of lacking because even though Team Darkhawks is weak in the early, but then again, Team ARX doesn't really realize this. They're kind of playing really passive. Let's just look at how Team Dark AX, Team Darkhawks are all over the jungle of Team ARX at this point. Even the Minotaur has no fear, even though he's not really chunky in the beginning. But here we
Oh,
have Sora once again along with the Prabhu taking them down, but a lot of stuns coming up, and Elemento will be falling. Well, one kill for the Karina. Good for her.
yeah, the thing is like it was not for the Karina, it was for Prajwal actually. But the thing is, has she got the Sky Piercer yet? If yes, then this is a high time that she should be acquiring at least some kills in order to have some chance for the side of Team ARX Esports, because as much as the game is going to be scaling up, it's better that Karina would be able to get some stacks. Prajwal is all alone onto there. There are three people and there's the invasion coming up from the Hella. Lunox uses out the dark form. There is the combination as well as the ultimate as well as everything coming around, but still it is going to be Ripper able to get out the turtle with the retribution. Monian Fury comes up and Crow will be falling down onto the process, and the RWM once again is not cancelled yet. She just waits out for the casting and she will be just taken down onto the process. That is going to be a 2-for-1, but still the turtle as well as the better trade for the side of Team Dark Hawks.
And I think Prajwal might next be on the chopping block, because here it is, the chaos ult and the skill, the brilliance ult also coming up, one attack and just to survive. And in that team fight, I did really like how the Hilda literally forced two ults from the Lunox. She zoned them away so hard, and yet the Karina wasn't there for the turtle. I mean, she couldn't even secure it either. Plus that RWM. I mean, like usually you slide for some slow and then you tap for the damage, but I didn't see even a single slide coming in from that Eve. Plus that positioning of the RWM right in front of the enemy space, not really good. But Sora once again with the Cloud CC takes them back, and Vicky takes that kill on to Crymore, and Elemento is next to fall. The Brilliance are coming in from the Lunox. She's in a really low HP. It is a 1v5, but Alice comes into class. The RWM coming in. She misses out the tap ult, and Lunox manages to escape really easily. Alice is all alone trying to do a 1v3, but Team ARX really does not have any of their ultimates, but they do have the carry for the melt. And here we have Vicky coming in clutch, taking a double kill for them. But look at Claude trading it all the way from the first tier into the bot.
Yeah, the tower has already been taken down, and Vicky, when it comes out onto the goal lead, she's not able to scale up. So that is going to be very problematic once the game, extends out onto the later phases, because the Claude has the advantage already. But looking at the replays and everything, this was quite of a treat for the side of Team ARX Esports, and that was really good engage from Prajwal actually with the Sora, able to get two of the leads. But I think the fight kind of overstayed. They kind of overstayed on the fight once they took out the Lunox. Ripper was able to get out. At least the jungler was already down, and the Lunox was able to get the kill. So still ARX Esports, they need to do it out quite better. Maybe, oh my god, the Petrify misses out. Oh, the spin taken down. That is going to be a mega. Blazing Duet comes up from Ghost, and that is going to be another kill. Elemento is able to get the kill, and that is going to be a 2-for-1 for the side of Team Dark Hawks once again, with the uncontested turtle. Should be a perfect one with the third one.
I mean, Young did not jump before using the Petrify. I think he was a bit nervous, but it's okay. But it's not even the Petrify. Two flickers also baited away alongside two deaths. And I think Team Darkhawks slowly getting in control of the game once again. But I do see, Prajwal is the only initiator, and he's kind of playing a bit good from the side of Team ARX. But then again, I don't really see much engagements coming in from the Hilda. And that's why I'm not a big fan of Hilda unless and until there is an assassin you want to zone off. You can go dive in onto the Claude, but Claude can move away. And you can even dive in onto the Lunox. But she does have the brilliant form, just like this. She can also run away. Except she was the last pick, and yet I think the worst case you would go for a roam in this match. And with this, it's only in the hands of Prajwal now to give proper sets, but then again, they do have the carry. So let's see if Prajwal as well as Vicky are able to carry this game for them, because otherwise I don't really see Karina making any waves. If you can see the builds, I don't think she has gone in either for the Sky Piercer, nor does she have, just look at that. She has gone in for the site, and the next item is the Sky Piercer. So yep, she really needs to follow up those stacks onto the sky before she can do anything. But this time we do have the anti-heal built up really soon from the Eve. The next item, she might go in for the slow Queen Wand. Let's see. But look at the carry though, already with the golden staff, and she has to make the DHS yet.
He's all alone.
Scaling has to be waited, but then just look at Shreyan's all alone. 4-member gang, he can't really survive this one. Unfortunately, in the mid lane, we do have the Yuzhong just following up after Crow. The retribution being used up, but why did you go towards that side? She's trying to move away, trying to run away, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just follows up. And with his two deaths again, but look at Prajwal trying to trade it off with one turret. Meanwhile, Vicky just falls down.
it's gonna be a three for none once again, favorable for the side of Team Darkhawks, and the Lord has already been spawned, and Team ARX don't have the jungler yet. So this is going to be an uncontested Lord, but the bigger picture here is they still have the tower advantage. Darkhawks has the tower advantage, so there is a high possibility that they will be trying to end the game as soon as possible. The Cloud doesn't have enough mana to actually go in with the Blazing Duet, but the thing is, the goal lead is definitely extending a lot for the side of Team Darkhawks, almost over 6k, and they will be trying their best to not give out Karina the farm. I think the Sky Piercer has been taken up, but the comfort picks is not actually working out like it was supposed to be. The Hilda is taken down really often, and when it comes out onto the extended team fights, it is Team Darkhawks who has the advantage. Prajwal is all alone. He just goes back this time, and he is able to survive. But for how long is the question, because the Lord is marching from the bot side, and the lane sinking is almost up to the point as well.
I think the lane sync is a bit tired. They could have done it a bit better, but then again, really does not matter because they will be taking down the second tier, okay, at least the second tier from the bot lane taken away. And Team ARX, they do have the lane clear, they do have the carry, but Team Darkhawks, the Yuzhong, as well as the Alice, both of them have already gone in for the Pauldron, so it's kind of
Oh,
unfortunate because scaling, a wiki needs a lot of scaling, but a Pauldron already onto two members is kind of really
Cage.
bad for her because she highly depends on that attack speed. But with that, look at
Oh.
Prajwal, 4 men set along with the RWM coming up, and look at the Alice, though 4 men set from her ultimate, goes
Oh.
in, dives in, and even dives out. So much damage, complete 5 men wipeout from the side of Team Darkhawks, and with this now they're just waiting for the minions to come up, and I think it's an easy end for them. What do you think?
Yeah, it should be over actually, because from the mid as well as from the bot, the minions have already arrived and the cooldown timers are already almost up. The Hilda is only going to be it. And I think the extended team fight was one of the reasons why Team Darkhawks were able to capitalize onto that. They are directly going out onto the base. The base is wide open and they are going out for the end, but maybe they might not be able to do so. But that is going to be it. Quite of a dominating performance once again comes up from the side of Team Darkhawks, and they will be able to get the victory as well as the clean sweep for their side.
Yep, pretty fast-paced, aggressive gameplay coming in from the side of Team Darkhawks, and from the side of Team ARX. Man, you really need to work up on your draft, and because even towards the late game, you did see that Hilda was useless. Without a bush, Hilda is useless. And like she really is good in the early, but then again, you need some snowball for her to be effective even towards the late game. Plus, the goal gap was way too much, and Gary couldn't scale up either because they ended the game really soon. I really loved that Eve, Sora, as well as the Gary pick, but then the last two picks had just they were not really good, not up, I would say, not good when it comes to the draft. So hopefully they, improve their drafts, a bit of that on the micro as well as the macro and also the synergy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if when it comes out onto the draft, I believe like Team Darkhawks had their kind of a lineup that was more reliant onto the team fights, and they were able to actually execute the team fights out really well. So it perfectly worked out for their side, and it only onto the both of the games actually. It only took out one of the lots to actually end it out all for their side. So execution wise, I think Darkhawks have pulled up a really significant improvement. And if the synergy is actually fixed out from the side of Team ARX Esports, then definitely they might actually stand up some chance too. But the Hilda onto the flying clouds was not the answer. If it was a dangerous crush, then definitely you would be having the advantage thanks to the healings as well as the vision you would be able to provide. But that was not happening onto that side, and it will be 2-0 for the side of Team Darkhawks, and they will be able to get the victory. And with that, we will be moving on to the second match. But before that, there is a small announcement, and that is going to be for the next tournament that is coming up, and that is going to be Clash for Starlight. And the registrations will be open from 9 p.m. onwards from today. And if you are planning to participate, then make sure you will be coming up with the team for the participation. And there are 16 slots. So make sure you are earlier, like you are really fast onto the registrations, because it will be filled out really soon, and the winning prize is going to be 6 starlights for each of you. So make sure you come up with a team, come up with the strategies, and dominate the battlefield. But that is going to be it for now. We will be back with the second game with a short break. Till then, stay tuned.
हेलो हेलो
12
दोस्तों, तो क्या हाल चाल है आप सभी के। स्वागत करता हूं आपको यहाँ पे मोबा क्लैश सीरीज पे। मैं हूं आपका कास्टर शिंद्रा, मेरे साथ कास्टिंग कर रही है पीची, और जानेंगे उनसे क्या हाल चाल है उनके। तो पीची, क्या हाल चाल है आपके?
सब बढ़िया सब बढ़िया। आज के नए दिन आके दूसरा सीरीज देखने के लिए तैयार है। इसी के साथ चलते हैं। आज हमारे साथ होने वाले टीम आर्लिंग एमएल वर्सेस गॉडफादर्स। दोनों के दोनों इंटरेस्टिंग टीम है, स्पेशली टीम आर्लिंग एमएल। उन्हें मैं 2 वीक से देख रही हूँ एंड काफी अच्छी तरह से सरप्राइज पिक्स लेके आते। तो आज क्या होने वाला है, चलिए देखते हैं। ड्राफ्ट खुल चुकी है एंड इसी के साथ हमें पकीटो बैन दिख रहा है, प्लस हिरारा। जब हिरारा रिलीज हुई थी, इतना उसका पिक रेट वाज इतना नीचे था, बट अचानक से अभी हर एक टीम को हिरारा की जरूरत पड़ती है। इतना अच्छा तरह से उन्होंने थोड़ा सा एक बफ दिया ना, मजा आ गया देख के। बट गॉडफादर्स यूडोरा बैन करते हुए, क्या हमें यहाँ पर बेलरिक बैन देखने मिलेगा?
कोशिश हो सकती है अगर बेलरी की तरफ बैन आता हुआ दिखता है, क्योंकि बेलरी कभी एक ऐसे बोल सकते हैं कि पिक्स बन गया है। पहले अकाई और फेडरिन थे, अब उनको हटा के यहाँ पे बेलरिक बन गए और एटलेस बन गए। ये 2 पिक अभी आ गए हैं टॉप प्रायोरिटी पे। और बेलरिक के साथ ये है ना कि फ्लिकर अल्टीमेट लगा के वो किसी भी असैसिन को रोक सकते हैं। तो बेसिकली असैसिन मेटा के लिए सबसे बड़ा खतरा यहाँ पे बनते हैं। उनको बैन करने का प्रयास कर सकते हैं, लेकिन नहीं, वैलेंटीना को बैन किया गया है। उसके साथ साथ मार्शल यहाँ पे बैन होते हुए दिखेंगे। अच्छा बैन्स, और कहीं ना कहीं थोड़े से चांसेस रह सकते हैं लिंक पिक करने के। अगर लिंक आते हैं तो अच्छा चांस रहेगा, लेकिन बेलरिक अभी भी ओपन है, तो आई डोंट थिंक कि जहाँ जाना चाहिए या नहीं, क्योंकि लिंक के साथ दिक्कत हो जाएगी। अगर उनको टॉन्ट एक बार भी पड़ा तो फिर वैसे ही खुशी होते हैं वो, और आपको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत होगी। थोड़ा से पिक करने की जरूरत है, बट लेट्स सी यहाँ पे क्या पिक आता हुआ दिखेगा हमको। टीम आर्लिंग एमएल उनकी तरफ से पहला पिक आता हुआ कुछ ही देर में आप सभी की स्क्रीन के ऊपर। थोड़ा जो है टीम के साथ विमर्श करते हुए दिख रहे हैं। अभी भी लग रहा है कि थोड़ा वेट कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा लाइक सोच रहे हैं कि हाँ क्या पिक किया जाए। क्योंकि आप पहला पिक तो कर लेंगे, लेकिन सामने वाले को आप 2 पिक दे देते हैं जिसमें वो काउंटर पिक्स वगैरह उठा सकते हैं। और चलिए मेज के साथ गए हैं यहाँ पे। वलेर पहला पिक उठाया गया है, तो डिसंगेज आप बोल सकते हैं कि वो आता हुआ दिखेगा, लेकिन असैसन अगर उठाते हैं यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर्स तो अच्छे तरीके से वहां पे शटडाउन मिल सकता है। प्रोबेबली जाते हुए दिख सकते हैं हमको लिंग वगैरह। अगर जाते हैं अभी लिंग और बेलरिक अगर दोनों उठा ले तो अच्छी बोल सकते हैं कि जुगलबंदी बन सकती है। और लाइक सामने की तरफ को थोड़ा और वो कम रहेगा। अच्छा, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा एक चांसेस बन सकता है आपके लिए। गॉडफादर्स की तरफ से दूसरा पे खाता हुआ रहेगा। लेट्स सी यहाँ पे सलीना का आगमन होता हुआ दिखेगा। इंटरेस्टिंग थे कि यहाँ पे सलीना की बात की जाए तो लाइक एबिसोलेरो कनेक्ट होते हैं तो काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत पैदा करते हैं। लगातार उनके वो स्टन्स, लगातार उनके लाइक बोल सकते हैं कि मैप विजन आपको काफी अच्छी तरीके से मिलता है। वो सलीना ट्रैप जब भी लगाती है अपने, तो एबिसोल ट्रैप वगैरह जब भी लगता है वहां पे, तो उससे विजन काफी ज्यादा मिल जाता है आपको। तो एक अच्छी कोशिश यहाँ पे होती हुई दिखेगी, लेकिन यार चलिए सस्टेन करने के लिए एस्मेराल्डा का आगमन होगा। वो शील्ड के साथ आएंगी अपनी, और उसके साथ काजा यहाँ पे उठा लिया जाएगा। लेकिन काजा अभी तक आई डोंट थिंक अभी यहाँ पे जो है वो हुए हैं, लाइक उनका भी रिवैम्प आने वाला था बेसिकली, अभी आया नहीं है। समय है थोड़ा सा, थोड़े समय में ही, आई मीन कुछ घंटों में ही जो है वो रिवैम्प आता हुआ हमें दिखेगा। काफी अच्छे चेंजेस यहाँ पे किए गए हैं पीछे काजा के ऊपर। लाइक उनका जो सेकंड स्किल है ना, अभी बहुत अमेजिंग कर दिया है। नाउ ही कैन एक्चुअली फ्लाई, लाइक चलते हुए जाएंगे। सेकंड स्किल अगर लगाते हैं तो वो हवा में उड़ सकते हैं। लाइक कोई भी ऑब्स्टिकल्स वगैरह है उनको पार करते हुए जा सकते हैं। एंड वो फ्लाइट वो अपनी टीम के साथ भी, मतलब टीम के ऊपर, मतलब उनके कंधे के ऊपर चढ़ के ले सकते हैं, ऐसे बोल सकते हैं। या तो फिर एनिमी के थ्रू वहां से जो थोड़ी सी फ्लाइट ले सकते हैं। और उसको जो है जैसे जैसे गेम आगे बढ़ता है तो वहां पे उनका जो कूल डाउन है बेसिकली सेकंड स्किल वो कम होता है, जिससे कि वो लगातार जो है बोल सकते हैं काफी देर तक हवा में रहेंगे। और जब भी वो हवा में रहते हैं तो उनका बेसिक अटैक वो बढ़ जाता है काफी ज्यादा, तो एवी वगैरह तो बेसिक अटैक से मार सकते हैं। और अब अल्टीमेट से काजा की बचना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल रहेगा, क्योंकि आप प्यूरिफाई वगैरह, फ्लिकर वगैरह कुछ भी इस्तेमाल करके नहीं बच सकते हैं, अनलेस कुछ स्पेशल केसेस में, जैसे कि आपका बोल सकते हैं कि जो रहता है, जो बोल सकते हैं यहाँ पे उनके पास, मेज के पास, तो बेसिकली वहां से उनसे बचा जा सकता है। लेकिन ब्रूनॉक्स का लाइट फॉर्म भी नहीं बचा सकता है यहाँ पे काजा की अल्टीमेट से, तो वो काफी ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट है। लेकिन उसकी बात अभी बाद में करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी पिक जो है वो यहाँ पे आते हुए देखिए। यूजांग एक अच्छा पिक रहेगा फ्रंट लेनर के तौर पे, बैकलेन को मार्क कर सकते हैं। टर्टल लेने में हेल्प होगी। पीछे से मॉस्को का आगमन रहेगा, जो टीम फाइट कभी भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं अपना एसओडी लगा के। तो ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो टीम गॉडफादर की तरफ से ड्राफ्ट जो है कंप्लीट आता हुआ दिख रहा है। अभी टीम आर्लिंग की तरफ से थोड़ा सा बस की कमी मैं बोलूंगा वो कहीं ना कहीं नजर आ रही है। और चलिए वाईएसएस यहाँ पे आते हुए दिखेंगे, उसी के साथ मिया का आगमन होगा। तो 2 डीपीएस यहाँ पे मौजूदा है जो अच्छा खासा डैमेज देंगे। मिया जो है बैकलाइन को टारगेट कर सकती है अपने अल्टीमेट के थ्रू आते हुए वहां पे, और आधा जब अपना अल्टीमेट के थ्रू यहाँ पे लेके आएंगे जब भी किसी को, तो डिवाइन जजमेंट के थ्रू, तो वहां पे जो है एक अच्छी कोशिश रहेगी कि फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया जाए उसको ही। उसके लिए बस मिया काफी अच्छा रहने वाला है, लेकिन सामने बेलरिक है, अगर वो अल्टीमेट लगा के आएंगे ना अंदर की तरफ तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी मिया को।
That is true. For Alreng ML, यहाँ पर मिया is a signature pick for them. कभी भी हम देखेंगे तो वो मिया उनके हाथ पे दिखेगा ही। I was expecting ये pick यहाँ से, and आज पहले ही गेम पे हमें देखने मिल रहा है। एंड इसी के साथ चलते हैं, ये हुई हमारी दोनों टीम से ड्राफ्ट, एंड इसी के साथ देखना पड़ेगा कि टीम्स क्या कैसे एग्जीक्यूट करेगी, क्योंकि यहाँ पर एग्जीक्यूशन मैटर करती है। अगर मिया को लेट गेम दे दो तो पूरी सबको एक अपने हाथ में लेके भाग जाएगी, बट अगर यहाँ पर गॉडफादर्स अर्ली गेम दे देते हैं या इवन मॉस्को को फार्म देते हैं तो सिनेरियो चेंज होते रहता है। इसी के साथ चलते हैं लैंड ऑफ डॉन की तरह। एंड एक बात है कि आर्लिंग एमएल थोड़ा बहुत लेट गेम के लिए खेलती है।
एग्जैक्टली और ऐसी जो स्थिति है थोड़ी सी आती हुई हमें दिख सकती है। और बात की जाए अभी फार्म की तो वो करते हुए दिखेंगे। अब बात करें जूलियन पिक की तो बस के तौर पे अच्छा पिक है यहाँ पे। वो अटैक स्पीड उनकी तरफ से रहता है और लाइक लेवल 3 पे उनके पास थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज आ जाता है, जिसके कारण इजी जंगल क्लियर भी वो कर पाएंगे। अब यहाँ पे बात की जाए कि किस तरीके से टीम फाइट है वो एंगेज होती हुई दिखेगी। जूलियन की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम जो यहाँ पे मेज बनते हुए दिखेंगे, लेकिन उनके ऊपर प्रहार होता हुआ दिखेगा। बहुत ही कम अच्छी बचते हुए निकले वहाँ पे मेज, और पीछे हटे अभी सलीना एबेसेलेरो का इस्तेमाल किया लेकिन मिस करेंगे वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा। पीछे से वहां पे आते हुए दिखेंगे जूलियन, चले ली तो अंडर का लेने का प्रयास किया जाएगा और उसी के साथ कमाल का रेट्रीब्यूशन लगेगा। ओह काजा में दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं, उनको बच के निकलना पड़ेगा। मेज की तरफ से आएगा यहाँ पे एबेसेलेरो, कनेक्ट होते हुए लगेगा मिड लेन की तरफ, डैमेज आती हुई दिखेगी। सलीना आएंगी, फर्स्ट ब्लड उनकी तरफ से और कमाल का वो डैमेज आता हुआ मीजो नागा मणिपुर। अरे वाह क्या बात है, तीनों की तीनों का संगम यहाँ पे हो चुका है और कमाल का गेम प्ले आता हुआ इस समय सलीना की तरफ से।
बिस्लेरो राइट ऑन पॉइंट यहाँ पर अच्छे तरह से। चलिए देखते हैं हाईलाइट में भी कैसे वो कनेक्ट करती है।
और ये देखिए यहाँ पे जिस तरीके से फाइट जो है वो होती हुई गई थी। और अभी दूसरी तरफ अगर बात करें तो वहां पे देखना पड़ेगा, लाइव फीड की तरफ एक बार नजर डालेंगे, वहां पे डैमेज फाइट जो है वो होती हुई दिख रही है इस समय। वो के वाईएसएस आए जरूर थे और उन्होंने अल्टीमेट का इस्तेमाल कर दिया है। पहले किल की बात करें तो गॉडफादर के पास रहने वाला है, उसी के साथ चाचा लेने का प्रयास करते हुए दिखेंगे। वाईएसएस अभी भी यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए हैं, दिक्कत हो सकती है। ड्रैगन का आगमन हो चुका है, पीछे से आएंगे नॉइजी डाटा लेते हुए जाएंगे। ड्रैगन का एक कमाल का बैटरी बैक कॉम्बो और उसी के साथ एसओडी कनेक्ट होगा। पीछे से डैमेज देने के लिए मॉस्को यहाँ पे आते हुए दिखेंगे। फाइट अभी लगातार कंटिन्यूसली चलती हुई दिखेगी। काजा को पीछे हटना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा स्लो डाउन देते हुए दिखेंगे और उसी के साथ टीम जो है बैकलाइन पे आ जाएगी। एक और किल निकालते हुए चाचा यहाँ पे मिलेगा। तो ओवरऑल चीज की बात करें तो अभी गॉडफादर्स उनके फेवर में गेम जाता हुआ। ओ बेलरी गंदी तरफ जाएंगे, टॉन्ट का इस्तेमाल किया है, पीछे हटे हैं, डैमेज देने का प्रयास करेंगे। काजा थोड़ा सा सस्टेन करते हुए और पीछे हटे हैं इस समय। ब्लू बफ वो लेते हुए दिखेंगे वाईएसएस इस समय।
वाईएसएस कितना अच्छा तरीके से अपने टोटल ले रहे थे, बट नॉइजी बस रेट्रीब्यूशन मार के निकल गए टॉप लेन पे। काफी यहाँ पर लो खोल के टेक शॉट अवे, बट वो लीड आ चुके राइट ऑन पॉइंट बचाने के लिए। ये हुई मेज और टैंक की सिनर्जी, बट यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत विजन खुल चुका है माउंटेन शॉकर की वजह से। एंड यहाँ पर हमें देखना पड़ेगा टीम्स कैसे सस्टेन करेगी। नॉइजी लेवल 6 खत्म, एक चांस भी नहीं दिया उन्हें बाहर भागने को।
नॉइजी भाई वहां बैठे हुए थे, वो लाइक हाथ लगा थे, उन्हें पता था कि वाईएसएस आएंगे, वहां पे लोकेशन ऑलरेडी मिल चुकी है, तो लालच दिया, वहां पे शेर की तरह बैठे थे घात लगाते हुए और सीधा पकड़ा। वहां पे कैलकुलेट किया कि कहाँ पे मॉन्स्टर शॉकर पड़ेगा, कितनी दूर तक वो जाएंगे और फुल कॉम्बो का इस्तेमाल किया। वो डैमेज वाला कॉम्बो लगाया जिसके कारण अच्छा खासा डैमेज वो पड़ता है। उस खुशी को गायब करने के लिए बेहतरीन कॉम्बो रहता है वो। इसी के साथ मॉस्को थोड़ी दिक्कत आती हुई दिखेगी। सलीना का एबेसेलेरो थोड़ा सा मिस होगा, लेकिन यहाँ पे एसओडी वो कनेक्ट होता हुआ जाएगा। पेल्टिक अल्टीमेट टॉर्मेंट जहाँ पे लगेगा पीछे से एबेसेलेरो। हाँ जी नहीं, अभी नहीं लगा, पीछे हटे हैं थोड़ा सा। डैमेज दिया है उनको। एमएम को पीछे हटने के लिए मजबूर किया जाएगा। और ये देखिए पीछे से आते हुए दिखेंगे हमको नॉइजी, गए थे पीछे हटे, मेज ने हटा दिया है, पीछे हटा दिया गया है उनको। इस समय देखना पड़ेगा किस तरीके से ये गेम जो है वो काफी मजेदार रुख की तरफ चलता हुआ जा रहा है। अभी सिंगल साइड ही चल रहा है, थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे तो मेज की तरफ से जो है किंग ऑफ वैल्यूज उनकी तरफ से ना थोड़ा सा बोल सकते हैं कि वो गेम चेंजिंग कर सकते हैं। उनकी तरफ से एक अच्छा खासा सन आता हुआ दिखता है तो वहां पे चेंजेस हो सकते हैं। अंदर की तरफ जाते हुए देखेंगे, ड्रैगन को मार्क करना चाहते थे और उसी के साथ फ्लिकर यहाँ का इस्तेमाल कर दिया जाएगा। पीछे हटने का प्रयास करेंगे लेकिन डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा है। एस्मरल्डा आएगी, अंदर की तरफ घुसने का प्रयास करेंगे लेकिन यहाँ पे स्टन पड़ेगा, पीछे से बचने का प्रयास करेंगे और उसी के साथ ही का इस्तेमाल, बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज एसओडी लेकिन मिस करेंगे यहाँ पे। और नॉइजी मौके का फायदा उठाते हुए पीछे से आएंगे, ड्रैगन के ऊपर पर हार बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज पड़ेगा लेकिन हील अप होते हुए चले जाएंगे। एस्मरल्डा यहाँ पे सस्टेन करने का प्रयास कर रही है लेकिन उनको भी पीछे पड़ना से जो है डैमेज पड़ेगा। नॉइजी वहां पे मौजूद है, एक और किल मिलेगा, ट्रिपल किल लेते हुए जाएंगे। मेनियक लेने का प्रयास लेकिन नहीं, मॉन्स्टर का इस्तेमाल है, हो सकता है कोशिश की जाएगी। अंदर की तरफ बचे हैं, डैमेज दिया है, रेट्रीब्यूशन का इस्तेमाल, मेनियक मिलेगा क्या? नहीं, थोड़ा सा लेट हो गए। अनस्टॉपेबल लेके संतुष्टि लेनी पड़ेगी इस समय। नॉइजी कमाल का खेलते हुए, उनको जो स्नोबॉल चाहिए था वो ऑलरेडी मिल चुका है और वो डैमेज भी अब दिख रहा है। गॉडफादर इस समय कमाल का खेलती हुई और एक साइड डोमिनेशन दिखा रही है इस समय, लेकिन थोड़ा संभल के रहना पड़ेगा क्योंकि एक भी शटडाउन अगर मिलता है यहाँ पे चीमा आर्लिंग एमएल को तो कम बैक कर जाएंगे। तो यहाँ पे आपको ये लीड को मेंटेन करते हुए चलना है। कोशिश ये करनी है कि जो जोश में हाव भाव ना खोए, गलती ना करके बैठे, डिसिप्लिन भी आना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है।
डेफिनेटली हाईलाइट्स चलिए देखते हैं यहाँ पर क्या कितना अच्छा खूबसूरत बट लाइव फीड में देखते हुए टॉप लेन पे हमला, मिया यहाँ पर सस्टेन नहीं कर पाए। अब उनका फार्म बफ पूरी तरह से खतरे पे आ चुका है, प्लस अभी लेवल डिफरेंस आ चुका है। लेवल 8 बात करें, हम मॉस्को के बात करें तो वो लेवल 8 पे है एंड अपने मिया लेवल 7। बहुत बड़ा गैप है स्पेशली फॉर अ मार्क्समैन, बिकॉज अभी हम मिड गेम आ चुके हैं। हाँ, माना कि 6 मिनट ही हो चुका है गेम का, अभी यही मौका है पूरी टीम को ओपन करने का। ओह माय गुडनेस, अग्रेसिव स्टार्ट ऑन टू द बॉटम लेन यहाँ पर ट्राई कर रहे हैं, बट यहाँ आई गेस बिफोर दैट मे बी लॉर्ड के लिए जा सकते हैं, बट आई गेस टर्टल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर नाउ।
कोशिश रहेगी, लीड बना चुके हैं ऑलरेडी और अच्छा खासा बोल सकते हैं कि वेव को कंट्रोल करके रखा हुआ है। एस्मरल्डा को पीछे हटने पे मजबूर किया है। दूसरी साइड पे देखना पड़ेगा, मॉन्स्टर का इस्तेमाल किया है, ड्रैगन बसते हुए निकली, पीछे से डैमेज आता हुआ दिखेगा वहां पे और बेलरिंग वहां के अंदर तरफ मौजूदा है। एस्मरल्डा पूरा डैमेज सोकअप करती हुई जाएंगी और शट डाउन फाइनली मिलेगा। मिया पीछे से आएंगे डैमेज देते हुए, मेगा किल लेते हुए जाएंगे। सिम की तरफ से शट डाउन आएगा बेलरिंग को और डबल किल मिलेगा मिया को। बाजी पलट चुकी है, ट्रिपल किल मंगे क्यों उनकी तरफ से आता हुआ शरिंगान उनका खुल चुका है इस समय। और जो एक मैं बोल रहा था कि यहाँ पे गलती नहीं करनी है क्योंकि लीड आप दे बैठे हैं और वो लीड अब जो है आपके हाथ से जाती हुई दिखेगी। जो एक गैप आपने बनाया था वो पूरा कम हो चुका है और फार्म डिफरेंस की बात करें तो अब ऑलमोस्ट बराबर की तरफ आ चुके हैं। अब वन के से भी कम का जो फार्म डिफरेंस है वही बचा है, तो ऑलमोस्ट बोल सकते हैं कि सेम की तरफ आ चुके हैं। और अब स्थिति आपकी ना थोड़ी सी खराब होती हुई जाएगी, आपको थोड़ा संभल के खेलना पड़ेगा। अब आप रेकलेस फाइट नहीं ले सकते, अब आपको वेट करना पड़ेगा सही मौके का इंतजार का। और जिस तरीके से मैच का बोल सकते हैं कि आप योगदान आ रहा है वो कमाल का आ रहा है क्योंकि वो पीछे फेंक दे रहे हैं अपने सेकंड स्किल का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, डिसएंगेज कर दे रहे हैं फाइट को और उनका जो कंटिन्यूसली डैमेज लगता है वो पोक डैमेज काफी ज्यादा है। मिया वो भी फार्म हो रही है, उनको ट्रिपल किल वहां पे मिला, 3 किल उनकी झोली पे भी आ चुके हैं। अब उनको भी शटडाउन देना पड़ेगा आपको, लेकिन थोड़ा संभल के देखना पड़ेगा किस तरीके से जो फाइट है वो आती हुई दिखेगी। चलिए जूलियन बचते हुए निकलेंगे पीछे की साइड पे और यहाँ पे काजा मौजूदा है, भी देने का प्रयास करेंगे, थोड़ा सा डैमेज अभी भी देते हुए। लेकिन यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी संभलते देखना पड़ेगा कि एमएम की पोजीशन क्या रहेगी, लेकिन यहाँ पे रेड बफ चुराने पे सफलता मिलेगी। एबेल सेलेरो आएगा जरूर, लेकिन यहाँ पे बचते हुए निकलेंगे। ओके फाइनली ड्रैगन यहाँ पे आएंगे, एसओडी कनेक्ट हुआ है, क्या मॉस्को आने का प्रयास करेंगे? बिल्कुल आए जरूर है यहाँ पे, लेकिन बचते हुए निकलेंगे और यहाँ पे बचने का प्रयास, स्पेयर ऑफ मिजरी पड़ेगा, लगातार टॉन्ट और इसी के साथ वेंजेंस का इस्तेमाल करते हुए बाल बाल बचते हुए निकलेंगी। एमएम पीछे की तरफ आती हुई दिखी थी मिया को, लेकिन पीछे खदेड़ा जाएगा और फाइट जो है फिर दोबारा से रीसेट होती हुई जाएगी। मिड लेन के टर्रेट की तरफ बचाने का प्रयास करेंगे मैच और इजीली यहाँ पे डिफेंड जो है वो हो जाएगा। इस समय थोड़ी सी ओपनिंग ढूंढनी पड़ेगी यहाँ पे। गॉडफादर उनकी जो लीड है वो अच्छी बना ली उन्होंने, लेकिन अब टावर निकालने के ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस करना पड़ेगा रेदर देन किल्स। और फाइट उनको तभी लेनी पड़ेगी जब आप टावर के लिए जा रहे हैं, तब उस जगह पे अगर फाइट लेते हैं तो आपका प्लस पॉइंट बढ़ेगा, नहीं तो फिर कोई फायदा नहीं है ऐसे फाइट लेने का। मिया जो है इजीली फार्म अप हो रही है धीरे धीरे, और अगर मिया अगर फार्म हो गई तो लेट गेम में वो बैकलेन को सीधा आ सकती है अल्टीमेट लगाते हुए, वहां आपको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत हो जाएगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको थोड़ा सा एक जगह तो प्रेशर बनाना पड़ेगा। यूजोंग की बात करें तो एस्मेराल्डा परफेक्ट काउंटर वहां पे आती हुई दिख रही है, अब बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज जो है सुकअप करती हुई इजीली जा रही है। तो एक फ्री एंड जो रहता है ना कि साइड पुश स्प्लिट पुश का मौका नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर को।
डेफिनेटली अर्ली गेम उनके हाथ पे था, बट अभी यहाँ पर लेट के बारे में बात करें तो काफी कुछ नहीं। व्राथ ऑफ ये अपने बेलरिक से बड़े एक मिनट यूज काफी अच्छी तरह से टारगेट कर रहे हैं, बट अब मिया को थोड़ा स्पॉटलाइट देते हुए डबल किल उनके हाथ पे। सिम यहाँ पर एक किल भी लेके जाते हैं। गॉडफादर्स यहाँ पर काफी लो, बट टीम आर्लिंग के एमएल के हाथ पे काफी ज्यादा एक अच्छा है। रेट्रिब्यूशन क्या होगा? जी हाँ, नॉइजी रेट्रिब्यूशन के साथ लॉर्ड ले चले, बट अपने जान भी गंवाना पड़ेगा। मांगे हो यहाँ पर रुकना नहीं चाहते। सलीना ट्रैप डाउन हो चुकी है उस एस्मेराल्डा की वजह से, एंड इसी के साथ आई मीन देखिए डैमेज तो है तो इजीली ले लेंगे।
बिल्कुल, देखिए पहला भी लॉर्ड था तो उस पर ज्यादा नहीं आएगा, लेकिन नॉइजे की तरफ से एक बढ़िया कोशिश, भले खुद कुर्बान हो गए लेकिन वो लॉर्ड नहीं दिया, जिसके कारण ना आप बोल सकते हैं कि जो पुश हो सकता था, जो टेरेट स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर नुकसान हो सकता था, वो बहुत कम रहेगा। लेकिन मिया यहाँ पे मैलेफिकेंट बना चुकी है, मिया को रोक पाना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है। आई थिंक यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर को फोकस करना पड़ेगा मिया के ऊपर। जूलियन अगर जितना ज्यादा कोशिश कर सके ना, फ्रंट लेनर को इग्नोर करें, पीछे की तरफ आए और मिया को मार करें, मिया को मार करना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल रहने वाला है। और यूजोंग, ओ नो व्हाट अ मेल्ट डाउन यहाँ पे हो गए, पूरी तरीके से मेल्ट डाउन कर दिया है। और मिया लगातार फार्म अप होती हुई जा रही है। उनकी पोजीशन आप देखिए बॉटम लेन की तरफ जाती हुई दिख रही है, बॉटम लेन का भी वो लेने का प्रयास करेंगे। इस समय थोड़ी सी दिक्कत हो सकती है। जूलियन ने जो एक बोल सकते हैं कि अर्ली गेम पे एक एडवांटेज जो क्रिएट किया था, वो अब कहीं ना कहीं उनके हाथ से जाता हुआ जा रहा है, क्योंकि स्कोर अब बराबर आ गया। टीम आर्लिंग एमएल उनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है उस चीज का, वो दर्शाते हुए कि गेम को कैसे हाथों में लेना। अगर आपके हाथ से अर्ली गेम जाता है, लेट गेम की तरफ शिफ्ट होते हुए जाएंगे। उसको की बात करें, उनकी तरफ से अभी तक वो डैमेज कहीं ना कहीं नहीं आया। सोडी जरूर कनेक्ट हुए हैं, लेकिन वो डैमेज की कमी कहीं ना कहीं हो जा रही है, जिसके कारण ना सस्टेन करने वाले आगे बहुत है। या तो मॉस्को थोड़ा लेट ज्वाइन करें अपना एसओडी के साथ, कि अब जितनी भी यूटिलिटी है पहले वो यूज अप हो जाए, तब आपकी स्थिति अच्छी बन सकती है। और चलिए यहाँ पे देखिए आइटमाइजेशन की तरफ 1080 कंप्लीट होता हुआ जाएगा, लेकिन मिया को देखिए उनका क्रिटिकल पूरा ऑलमोस्ट आखिरी आइटम बन रहा है। यहाँ पे मॉस्को पीछे चल रहे हैं इस समय मिया से, एक समय आगे चल रहे थे और वो लेवल डिफरेंस भी क्रिएट किया था। लेकिन यहाँ पे देखना पड़ेगा सलीना का बेसलेरो सिम को निकालेगा, ड्रैगन आएंगे पीछे से, ब्लैक ड्रैगन फॉर्म का एसओडी कनेक्ट होगा फाइनली। लेकिन यहाँ पे फाइट नहीं ली है, डिसिप्लिन वे में दिखाया, पीछे हटे। उनको भी पता है अभी फाइट लेने का फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि मिया का जो है यहाँ पे विजन नहीं था। अगर फाइट में घुसते तो मिया आके पूरा खाली कर देती। यहाँ पे देखना पड़ेगा, दिक्कत हो सकती है जूलियन को, लेकिन एस्केप स्किल का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, वहां पे बचते हुए निकले हैं। सलीना कोशिश कर रही है बिसलेरो लगाने का, अगर उनका एक कनेक्ट होता है ना यहाँ पे, तो एक बढ़िया बोल सकते हैं कि आउटपुट आता हुआ हमें दिख सकता है। मेज की तरफ से आता हुआ दिखेगा अच्छा खासा पोक, पीछे हटने पे मजबूर किया जाएगा। और देखा जाए आर्लिंग एमएल काफी अच्छे तरीके से इस गेम को कैरी आउट करते हुए चल रहे हैं। गॉडफादर उन्होंने भी हार नहीं मानी है अपनी, लेकिन फार्म डिफरेंस अब देखिए टीम आर्लिंग एमएल उनकी तरफ ज्यादा झुकता हुआ। अब फार्म डिफरेंस का जो ग्राफ है वो थोड़ा सा जाता हुआ दिख रहा है टीम आर्लिंग एमएल की तरफ। पैसोडी लगेगा नहीं, इस बार थोड़ा सा बैकअप होना पड़ेगा। कोशिश करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे एस्मेराल्डा को रोकने का प्रयास, मिया पीछे से आती हुई दिखेगी, दिक्कत हो सकती है, पीछे बचना पड़ेगा। और यहाँ पे जो है बेलरिक वो पीछे हटते हुए दिखेंगे इस समय, कोशिश रहेगी। चलिए पीछे हटे हैं, स्किल का इस्तेमाल किया है, मिया आती हुई दिख रही है, बिसलेरो फाइनली कनेक्ट होगा, वो पोक आता हुआ दिखेगा, लॉर्ड लेने का प्रयास करती हुई दिखेगी, टीम वापसी आती हुई दिखेगी। वायरसेस वहां पे मौजूदा है, ड्रैगन का आगमन होता हुआ दिखेगा, बैक ड्रैगन फॉर्म का इस्तेमाल किया है, लेकिन वो पूरी तरीके से मेल्ट डाउन हो जाएंगे। मार करना चाहते हैं वायरसेस को, लेकिन दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं। कोशिश उनकी तरफ से पूरी, लेकिन मार कंप्लीट नहीं होंगे। उसी के साथ उनको धराशायी कर दिया जाएगा। मिया यहाँ से आएंगी पीछे से डैमेज देते हुए, लेजेंडरी लेते हुए जाएंगी, डबल किल। और उसी के साथ यहाँ पे दिक्कत होने जो है यहाँ पे वो साबित हो चुका है। वापिस आना पड़ेगा मॉस्को को, उनकी पूरी टीम वो जरूर जाती हुई दिखेगी, लेकिन लॉर्ड यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर दोबारा से लेती हुई। और इस समय थोड़ा सा लाइव फीड की तरफ चलना चाहेंगे, लेकिन हाईलाइट की तरफ भी उससे पहले लेकिन लाइव फीड पे जाना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि वहां पे भी फाइट होती हुई जाएगी। फाइट कंप्लीट नहीं हुई और यहाँ पे देखिए क्रिस्टल के ऊपर प्रहार फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया गया है। मॉस्को अकेले बचे थे, नहीं डिफेंड कर पाए। लॉर्ड जरूर मिल गया, लेकिन ज्यादा फायदा हुआ नहीं उस लॉर्ड का। और जिस तरीके से मिया का फार्म आया एंड में, एक आपने बोल सकते हैं गॉडफादर की अप्रोच अच्छी थी, अर्ली एग्रेसिव अप्रोच अच्छी खासी चल रही थी, लेकिन फिर वहां से फॉल डाउन आना स्टार्ट हुआ। और बेलरिक आपका आई थिंक चेल्साई पॉडरेन आपको डालना चाहिए था गार्जियन हेलमेट की बजाय। अगर आप चेल्साई पॉडरेन अगर डालते यहाँ पे तो थोड़ा सा आप मिया को दिक्कत दे पाते। और ये देखिए जिस तरीके से मिया का गेम प्ले आया, जो है काफी काबिल तारीफ। 9-1-6 का स्कोर रहा इनका, इग्नोर किया था मिया को, जिसके कारण मिया ने यहाँ पे पनिश किया है काफी अच्छे तरीके से।
डेफिनेटली काफी अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने अपना फार्म लिया है। इवन दो एक टाइम पे हमने देखा कि वो डेफिसिट पे चल रही थी, बट फिर भी नॉइजी के रेट्रीब्यूशन काफी अच्छा था। हमने बार बार देखा एट द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट, इवन दो एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ अ मैच इट इज काइंड ऑफ नॉट एडवाइज्ड कि आप ऐसे वाले प्लेस ना करें। एंड फिर भी यहाँ पर टीम गॉडफादर ने अच्छे तरह से होल्ड डाउन किया था। बट कोई बात नहीं, बेस्ट ऑफ 3 सीरीज है तो मे भी रिवर्स स्वीप होने का चांसेस भी बढ़ जाती है।
ऑफ कोर्स, और यहाँ पे हम देख ही रहे हैं कुछ दिन से रिवर्स स्वीप आते हुए हमें दिख रहे हैं काफी सारे मैचेस में। लेट्स सी, आई होप यहाँ पे किस तरीके से थोड़ी सी चेंजेस दिखे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं बोल सकते हैं कि ड्रैगन के ऊपर उन्हें उनकी कोशिश अच्छी थी। और दिक्कत यही होती है जब ड्रैगन को ना लाइक आप बोल सकते हैं कि एक इनिशिएट के थ्रू जो जाते हैं, इनिशिएट करने के लिए जाते हैं जब भी फाइट। और लाइक उनका सबसे बड़ा प्लस पॉइंट ही रहता है कि जब उनके मार कंप्लीट होते हैं ना, वो हील उनकी तरफ से मिलता है। लेकिन वो डैमेज जब इतना ज्यादा हो, डीपीएस इतना ज्यादा हो उनकी हीलिंग कैपेसिटी से ज्यादा, तो ड्रैगन भी ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कर पाते, जैसे कि इस मैच में हमने देखा। अच्छी पकड़ यहाँ पे बनाई थी गॉडफादर्स ने, लेकिन उनके हाथ से वो स्लिप होती भी गई, जिसके कारण लेट गेम में मिया ने फार्म अप किया और इजिली इस गेम को एंड किया। लेकिन दूसरे मैच की तरह हमें बढ़ते हुए जाएंगे पीछे, और इस बार आई थिंक थोड़ी सी चेंजेस हमें जो है वो देखने में मिलेंगे कहीं ना कहीं। आई थिंक सलीना पिक थोड़ा सा आप बोल सकते हैं कि बेड की तरफ हो गया। यस, उनके हिट लग रहे थे, लेकिन अगर सलीना की जगह कोई दूसरा मेज होता, अगर बर्स्ट मेज होता, तो कहीं ना कहीं वहां मिया को ना दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ता। अगर वो बर्स्ट मेज वहां पे होता, लिलिया वगैरह होता, या आप बोल सकते लुओ भी हो सकता था। अगर लुओ नहीं रहते तो यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं आप बोल सकते हैं कि ई वगैरह भी रहते हैं ना, तब भी आपके पास एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी बन सकती थी। सलीना के साथ दिक्कत यही होती है कि आपका एओई कम होता है, आपके पास मैप विजन जरूर मिल जाता है, एबिसल एरो जब तक कनेक्ट होंगे तब तक बहुत बढ़िया है। और एक भी तरफ आपका एबिसल एरो जब मिस होता है तो बहुत बड़ी लाइबिलिटी बन जाता है।
डेफिनेटली आई थिंक यहाँ पर रिस्पेक्ट बैन तो होना चाहिए, बट अगर नहीं भी होता है तो मे बी टीम्स ऐसे हीरो ले जो सलीना को काउंटर कर सकते हैं। बट यहाँ पे हम बात करें तो फर्स्ट गेम पे जो हमने देखा था वलीर एज अ फर्स्ट पिक, थोड़ा सा एक एंटी काउंटर मेजर जैसे ले रहे थे, क्योंकि उन्हें भी पता है कि एनिमी बेलेरिक ही लेने वाली है। एंड इसी के साथ दे वांटेड समथिंग वो जो मेल्ट डाउन करे। मेल्ट डाउन के नाम पे वलीर था, काफी अच्छा पिक था, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी उस पे। बट वही बात बनी कि व्हेन पूरी टीम थोड़ी बहुत खुशी थी, वहां पर कंट्रोल नहीं मिल रहा था। सेलिना के पास वो अपर हैंड था कंट्रोल करने का पूरी फाइट पे। एंड ऐसा कि यू हैड टू रीपोजिशन, अगर वैसा कोई हीरो होता मे बी लुनॉक्स जैसे अगर वहां पर होता तो मे बी चांसेस थोड़ा अलग दिखता। बट कोई बात नहीं, टीम जीत तो चुकी है विद अ ब्रिलियंट पिक, वो भी मिया के साथ। दैट इज काइंड ऑफ इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी। बट हम आज सेकेंड मैच में क्या हमें देखने मिलेगा या नहीं, क्योंकि वो वापस से मिया बैन होने का काफी ज्यादा चांसेस है। एंड आर्लिंग एमएल है, उनके लिए मिया इज अ मस्ट।
एग्जैक्टली, और लेट्स सी कि थोड़े चेंजेस जरूर आते हुए हमें देखेंगे इस बार। आई थिंक थोड़ा सा सलीना पिक की तरफ यहाँ पे चेंजेस आएगा। आई थिंक मेज पे दूसरे मेज यहाँ पे आते हुए हमें देखेंगे, दूसरा पिक जो है वो आता हुआ दिखेगा। उसके साथ साथ ना ईएक्सपी पे में भी शायद थोड़े चेंजेस हमें दिखे। ड्रैगन के साथ ना जाए, दूसरे जो है एमएम जो ईएक्सपी है वो हमें आते हुए दिखे कहीं ना कहीं। लेट्स सी, यूरेनस वगैरह ओपन रहेंगे शायद, प्रॉब्लली वो आते हुए दिखे। और चलिए, गॉडफादर की तरफ से पहला पिक यहाँ पे रहने वाला है उनकी तरफ से। और बैन भी जो है वहां पे हमें आता हुआ दिखेगा, फर्स्ट बैन। लेट्स सी क्या होता है पीछे।
चलिए चलिए, फर्स्ट बैन मोस्ट लाइकली एज यूजुअल मार्सेल जैसे हीरोज ही हम देखते हैं मोस्टली बैन होते हुए, तो आई थिंक मार्सेल, हिरारा, मिया शुड बी देयर यहाँ पर फर्स्ट में ही, क्योंकि इतना अच्छे तरह से उन्होंने खेला है। एंड व्हाई वुड यू वांट टू गिव, क्योंकि इतना इजीली उन्होंने गेम अपने हाथ लिया, इवन दो वहां पर उन्हें फार्म नहीं मिल रहा था। तो चलिए देखते हैं आगे क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि टीम्स अभी भी रुकी है। ओके, लगता है मे भी थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल इश्यू है, बट डोंट वरी गाइस, इट विल बी फिक्स्ड जस्ट इन अ सेकेंड। बट आपको क्या लगता है यहाँ पर कौन सी टीम जीतने का काफी ज्यादा चांसेस है? क्योंकि एक बात करें तो टीम आर्लिंग एमएल, उनकी ये हुई पहला गेम का जीत, एंड इसी के साथ मैच पॉइंट पे है। मैच पॉइंट पे होते हुए इट काइंड ऑफ गेट्स इजियर, कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डअप हो जाता है कि ये हीरो के साथ हम डोमिनेट कर सकते हैं, ये हीरो के साथ ऐसे हमें खेलना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि एट द लास्ट मोमेंट पे भी हम दिख रहा था कि सिम के हाथ से डैमेज बढ़ती हुई। तो ये काइंड ऑफ अ गेम प्ले क्या हमें सेकेंड मैच में भी देखने मिलेगा, इज वॉट वी आर ऑल वेटिंग फॉर। तो शिंद्रा, क्या लगता है यहाँ पर आपको कि कौन सी टीम की जीत होने का काफी ज्यादा चांसेस है बिना ड्राफ्ट?
विनर ड्राफ्ट आई थिंक यहाँ पे गॉडफादर वो कमबैक करते हुए दिखेंगे। लाइक उनका ताले बोल सकते हैं कि आप पहला मैच ना वो थोड़ा सा ऐसा ही जाते हैं, लेकिन दूसरे मैच से उनका कमबैक जो है वो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग रहता है। और काफी टाइम से मैंने देखा है ये, लाइक पिछले बार भी जब टीम्स खेल रही थी गॉडफादर की, पहला मैच उन्होंने हारा था, फिर उसके बाद दूसरे मैच में कमाल का कमबैक किया था, तो वो थोड़ा सा रहता है। स्क्रीम्स के बीच में ऐसी चीजें होनी नॉर्मल रहती है, आप थोड़े से एक्सपेरिमेंटल चेंजेस करते हैं, आप लाइक बोल सकते हैं कि टेस्ट करते हैं नई नई चीजें, और ये सब वैलिड रहती है। तो स्क्रीम्स में मतलब जीतना ही सिर्फ एक आपका ऑप्शन नहीं रहता है, अगर आप हारते भी है तब भी उसमें कोई इशू नहीं है। अगर आप कोई नई चीज टेस्ट करते हुए हार रहे हैं, कुछ नया एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हुए हार रहे हैं, इट्स ओके, क्योंकि हर एक्सपेरिमेंट बोलते हैं ना कि हर एक इन्वेंशन की शुरुआत हमेशा फील्ड से ही होती है, तो वहां पे ये स्थिति रहती है। कई बार हमने देखा है कि जिस तरीके के नए नए पेक्स हमें देखने को मिलते हैं, गूशन जंगल की बात करें, कई बार हम कास्टर को यहाँ पे गलत साबित किया गया है कि गूशन जंगल भी चल सकता है, बस खेलने वाला चाहिए, उसको ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए चाहिए कि किस तरीके से उसका जो फुल यूटिलाइजेशन है वो आप निकाल के दिखा सकते हैं। और लाइक कल मैच ही गया था यहाँ पे, एक कल एसटीजी और मैं ही कास्ट कर रहे थे एक मैच पे, जहाँ पे गुशन पिक किया गया था और उन्होंने हमें गलत साबित किया था और अपने कंफर्ट पिक के साथ गए थे वो लोग। तो आई थिंक यहाँ पे भी कुछ ऐसी स्थितियां आती हुई बन सकती है कि थोड़े से कंफर्ट पिक के साथ जाते हुए दिखेंगे, और उसी के साथ पहला बैन वो आता हुआ दिखेगा। मार्शल यहाँ पे बैन होते हुए दिखेंगे गॉडफादर की तरफ
You
से,
should be
दूसरी
ashamed
तरफ
for not
बेलरिक,
trusting
और
yourself.
आई थिंक यहाँ पे इडोरा, यस इडोरा
The
बैन हो गई
night
है, लिंक बैन
sky
हो गए
tells
हैं, ये दो
all.
खिलाड़ी लगी रहा था मेरे को यहाँ पे बैन होंगे, और इस बार एस्मरल्डा को बैन किया जाएगा। बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत दी थी उन्होंने पिछली बार ड्रैगन को, जिसके कारण ड्रैगन स्केल अप नहीं हो पाए थे, उनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत हो रही थी। अगर ड्रैगन के साथ यही रहता है, अगर वो अपनी लेन पे नहीं जीत पाते हैं ना, तो वो ओवरऑल फिर टीम फाइट पे नहीं आ पाएंगे। और लाइक उनका जो बोल सकते हैं ना कि एक स्केलिंग रहता है अच्छा खासा, डैमेज सुकअप करने के लिए डैमेज रिडक्शन उनको मिलता है अपने हाइब्रिड फॉर्म में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं काम हो जाता है। उसी के साथ कोशिश रहेगी, और अच्छे पिक्स आते हुए, ओके हाइलॉस पिक पहले यहाँ पे उठाया गया है, काफी अच्छा पिक मैं बोलूंगा। उसके साथ साथ डिसंगेज के लिए दोबारा से वलेर के ऊपर फोकस करती हुई दिख रही है टीम।
Even the
और यहाँ पे
fullest
इस
bloom
बार ओके
pales
हिरारा पिक
before the
आता हुआ दिखेगा,
stallion.
हिरारा गॉड और एटलस, कमाल के तीनों पिक एस टीयर पिक्स मैं बोलूंगा। गॉड आप बोल
I've
सकते
been
हैं ए टीयर
waiting
है,
for
अभी
too long.
एस टीयर नहीं
Need
रहेंगे,
some
लेकिन
stitches? I can
ओवरऑल देखा जाए
help.
बढ़िया पिक उनके पास रेंज रहने वाली है। एटलस जाएंगे वहां पीछे की तरफ से, और जो है ना बहुत सारे अगर एनिमीज को पकड़ के लाती है तो गॉड वहां मौजूदा रहेंगे बस्ट डाउन करने के लिए। हिरारा हिरारा के साथ वही है कि अर्ली गेम पे आपको फोकस करना पड़ता है, अर्ली गेम पे उनको जो है फार्म दिलाना पड़ता है, अर्ली गेम पे किल्स निकालने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि स्पाइक जो है लेवल 2 पे ही आ जाता है। और हिरारा की सबसे स्लोएस्ट फार्मिंग स्पीड है जंगल वाइज, लेकिन उनके पास स्केलिंग स्पीड जो है वो काफी अच्छी खासी है। अर्ली गेम पे लेवल 2 पे आपके पास बर्स्ट डैमेज आता है, तो आप इजीली किसी भी स्क्विशी हीरोज को
I am a daughter
निकाल
of
सकते हैं।
Northern Vale. I
मे भी शायद
swear to
इन्वेड होने के
protect it
चांसेस
till my
थोड़े से बढ़
last
सकते हैं,
breath.
और आई थिंक मेज है तो वहां पे तो ये गलती तो नहीं करेंगे। ओके ये इंटरेस्टिंग है, काफी फ्रेया पिक आया है, आई थिंक गोल्ड की तरफ जाते हुए देख सकते हैं। और मेलिसा बैन, ओके, ग्लू बैन, काफी अच्छे बैन्स यहाँ पे दिख रहे हैं। ऑप्शन देखना पड़ेगा अभी किसके साथ जाना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि सामने हाइलॉक्स है तो बेसिक अटैक वाले हीरोज थोड़े से इफेक्ट तो जरूर होंगे यहाँ पे।
Hanabi, Sanjo.
चलिए देखते
Now
हैं।
you lead the way to the next
ओके,
adventure.
थोड़ा सा सेफ स्पॉट, क्योंकि क्राउड कंट्रोल से इम्यूनिटी चाहिए होती है, तो हनाबी
ऐसा भी है।
प्लस ए सोरा, क्योंकि टीम आर्लिंग एमएल दे वांट टू फाइट फायर विद अ फायर। सो चलिए देखते हैं क्या करेंगे। एज अ मिया, क्या हमें वापस से मिया देखने मिलेंगे क्या, कुछ अलग सा एक पिक देखने मिलेगा, तो क्या होगा मार्क्समैन के लिए क्या, या तो फ्रेया को भी मार्क्समैन लेन भेज सकते हैं यहाँ पर। तो
चलिए इक्शिया उठाया जाएगा वो बैकलेन से डैमेज देने के लिए, और आई थिंक वर्क कर सकता है, बट यहाँ पे ओके इक्शिया नहीं, लैला उठाई गई है यहाँ पे टीम आर्लिंग एमएल की तरफ से। ये थोड़ा अलग हो गया भाई, लैला का आगमन मैं स्क्रीम्स में, आई मीन लास्ट टाइम जब मैंने किसी टूर्नामेंट वगैरह में देखा था, आई थिंक वो दूसरा टूर्नामेंट चल रहा था एक, मेरे को याद आ गया वहां पे, तो लास्ट वीक मैंने लैला वहीं पे देखा था, और इस बार यहाँ पे लेट्स सी किस तरीके से वर्क करता है। लेकिन अगेन लैला भाई बहुत ज्यादा रिस्की है, स्केलिंग वाला एमएल है, एमएम है, स्केल अप हुआ अगर उनको फार्म मिला देन दूर से ही रेंज के थ्रू वहां पे विन कर सकते हैं, बट उनके पास मोबिलिटी नहीं होगी जिनको मार्क डाउन करना बहुत इजी रहेगा, और हिरारा इस बात का फायदा उठा के हुए दिख सकती है। तो लेट्स सी किस तरीके जो फाइट है वो आती हुई दिखेगी। गॉडफादर वर्सेस टीम आर्लिंग, दूसरा मैच चलता हुआ देवी सज्जनों, मैच पॉइंट होने वाला है टीम आर्लिंग एमएल के लिए। गॉडफादर यहाँ पर रिवर्स स्वीप करने के लिए रेडी हो चुकी है। लेट्स सी दोनों के बीच में एक घमासान युद्ध, और कौन जीतेगा इस मैच की सीरीज, बेस्ट ऑफ 3 की सीरीज, और उसी के साथ आगमन होता हुआ हमारा लैंड ऑफ डाउन में।
चलो चलो चलो, इसके साथ हमें फर्स्ट ब्लड कौन लेगा देखना पड़ेगा। नॉइजी यहाँ पर हिरारा जैसे हीरो पे लास्ट टाइम उन्होंने जूलियन पे देखा था, एंड जूलियन पे काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से रेट्रिब्यूशन मारे, वो भी एवरी सिंगल टाइम स्टील करते हुए। तो दिस टाइम अराउंड सिम के अगेंस्ट क्या करेंगे, एंड अभी तो हिरारा है, थोड़ा और इम्यूनिटी बनते हैं उनकी स्किल्स की वजह से, तो आई एम काइंड ऑफ क्यूरियस कि कैसे क्या होने वाला है। एंड एज फॉर द फ्रेडरन एज वेल, क्योंकि एक बात है कि एज अ फाइटर जंगल इज गोइंग टू बी द सेम farming speed for Hirara and the Fredrin, but okay, top lane में कुछ खतरा। ओके, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी अ फर्स्ट ब्लड। थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर वो ट्राई कर रहे थे, स्पेशली सोरा यहाँ पर फ्रीज करना चाहते हैं, बट वो एक मिनियन कम पड़ गई, और टॉप लेन पे मे बी विजन खुलते हुए यहाँ पर हाई लॉस थोड़ा सा सेफ खेल रहे, अब विजन दे रहे वो भी फ्रेया के लिए। सो देखना पड़ेगा फर्स्ट ब्लड किसके हाथ से आएगा। हिरारा इज अ हीरो स्किल्स ऑन द किल्स, तो यहाँ पर उन्हें चाहिए होगा गैंग करना ही पड़ेगा, बट उनके पास एक इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि जो हाई लॉस है वो टॉप लेन पे है, बट एक मिनट, अब पता नहीं क्यों फ्रेया रिकॉल मार दी, यहाँ पर लेन फ्रीज कर सकते थे, बट ओके एटलेस ट्राई कर रहे थे लैला को पकड़ने के लिए, बट लैला फ्लिकर मारते हुए सेफ, अभी के लिए तो सेफ है, बट हिरारा आ चुकी है बॉटम लेन में, एंड यहाँ पर एक सेटअप के लिए रुक रही है। सेटअप तो नहीं मिलने वाला है, बट हाईलॉस का यही विजन था कि वो टॉप लेन रहे, एंड वो टॉप लेन पे सिम को हेल्प करे। एक मिनट, एटलस काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, टॉन्ट पड़ते हुए, सोरा नाइस सेटअप राइट देयर, बट गॉड के हाथ पे लौट जाएगा। नॉइजी वापस एक किल के साथ अभी यहाँ पर और भी ट्राई करना चाहते हैं। वलीर किंग ऑफ ऑलेस काफी अच्छा सेट, काफी अच्छी तरह से अपनी टीममेट्स को बचाते हैं, बट नहीं, खुद यहाँ पर जाएंगे नॉइजी फॉर द ट्रिपल किल। लैला आ चुकी है, एंड क्या ही इम्यून किया है यहाँ पर हिरारा से। हिरारा और एटलस दोनों के दोनों सेफ। एक मिनट, क्या ही क्रिटिकल डैमेज हमें देखने मिल रहा है, वो भी लैला के हाथ से। जस्ट अर्ली गेम एंड 1 के डैमेज हो चुका है। इसी के साथ चलो देखते हैं ये टोटल रिप्ले माइंड ब्लोइंग, लाइक गॉड ने काफी अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने एक अपना मिस्टिक गश को एम किया था, एंड इसी के वजह से इजीली अपने टीम को मिला, एंड वो नॉइजी को एक ऐसे ट्रिपल किल देने को वो भी चांस भी मिल गया। इसी के साथ चलिए बॉटम लेन देखते हैं, वापस एक खतरा महंगे के लिए इसके पास यहाँ पर फ्लिकर तो नहीं है। ऐसे
But-
सेट दिया फेटल लिंक्स का, बट नहीं, और यहाँ पर खुद लो होनेंगे। सिम ट्राई कर रहे पकड़ने के लिए, वो नहीं, और बराबर मांगेगा क्या एक स्नाइपर शॉट लैला से, एंड वो न जाना पड़ेगा बेस।
इतना अंदर जाने की जरूरत नहीं थी एटलेस मेरे दोस्त, आपको थोड़ा सा वेट करना चाहिए था, फॉलो अप का वेट करना चाहिए था। आप अकेले घुस गए पीछे, फॉलो अप नहीं था। आपने अल्टीमेट मारी लेकिन पीछे की साइड पे मेज के ऊपर प्रहार हो गया आपके, जिसके कारण वो डैमेज नहीं आ पाया, और इसलिए थोड़ा सा वेट करके आपको खेलना पड़ेगा, और थोड़ा सा ना संभल के आपको खेलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ऐसी छोटी छोटी गलतियां जब आप लीड लेते हैं और ऐसी छोटी छोटी गलतियां अगर आप करते रहेंगे तो वो जो लीड है ना आपकी कहीं ना कहीं कन्वर्ट होती हुई दिखेगी। कोशिश रहेगी टैंक के ऊपर प्रहार मिस्टिक गज, लेकिन फायदा नहीं होगा। यूटिलिटी आप टैंक के ऊपर क्यों वेस्ट कर रहे हैं? थोड़ा सा वेट करिए, पीछे बैकलेन को पकड़िए, उनके ऊपर लगाइए, टैंक को सिर्फ पोक करिए, उतने में काम हो जाएगा आपका। और ये देखिए एमएम यहाँ पे पकड़ी जरूर जाएंगी, कोशिश रहेगा, फाइनली किल मिलेगा। पीछे हटेंगे, टर्टल लेने का प्रयास, सिरारा वहां पे मौजूदा आती हुई दिखेगी, टर्टल लेने का प्रयास अभी भी करते हुए जाएंगे। गॉज वो आएंगे आप ही, उसी के साथ मिस्टिक प्रोजेक्टाइल लगाते हुए दिखेंगे। सोरा की तरफ से सेट आता हुआ और मेज की तरफ से डिसएंगेज, और कमाल का सेटअप आया है, डैमेज देते हुए दिखे, और फिल कैरी डिसन का इस्तेमाल किया है। फ्रेयर डैमेज देते हुए जाएंगे लेकिन फाइनली उनको भी शटडाउन दिया जाएगा। पीछे से डैमेज देने का प्रयास, और मिस्टिक प्रोजेक्टाइल लगेगा पीछे की तरफ, अनाबी की तरफ से डैमेज, मिस्टिकस का इस्तेमाल, ओ नो ई के शिव बचते हुए निकले यहाँ पे, और उसी के साथ रीजन का इस्तेमाल किया है बचने के लिए टर्टल। फाइनली इरारा को मिलेगा नॉइजी। कमाल का खेल रहे हैं आज, जिस तरीके से बोलेंगे हर एक रेट्री आपने बोला था पीछे वहां पे लगाई उन्होंने, उनकी तरफ से थोड़ा सा इम्पेशेंट जरूर हो रहे थे लेकिन फाइनली उसको कलेक्ट किया। पीछे की तरफ आए, सोरा की तरफ से भी एक कमाल का बोल सकते हैं कि सेटअप लगा, यहाँ पे टॉर्मेंट क्लाउड का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वहां पे गए और पीछे की तरफ शिफ्टिंग क्लाउड का इस्तेमाल किया था। और जिस तरीके से आप बोल सकते हैं ना कि सेटअप दे रहे हैं वो कमाल का। ओके, दिक्कत हो सकती है, फेटरेन मौजूदा रहेंगे, डैमेज स्वैप करने का प्रयास, थोड़ा सा डैमेज दिया है मेज की तरफ लेकिन नहीं बचते हुए निकले। उनको भी पता है कि मेज के पास अल्टीमेट रहेगा, वो बच के निकल जाएंगे, एटलेस के अल्टीमेट से ज्यादा फायदा होगा नहीं। और हिरारा थोड़ा सा आती हुई दिखेंगी, पोजीशन देखना पड़ेगा किस तरीके से होता है। एटलेस जाएंगे अंदर की तरफ, मेज अच्छा डिसएंगेज, डैमेज दिया है, अभी ये मौका रहेगा एटलस के पास, फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल, फाइनली पकड़ेंगे एमएम को, डैमेज देते हुए जाएंगे, मिस्टिकस का इस्तेमाल, कमाल का फॉलो हो पाता हुआ पीछे से, डैमेज लगातार देंगे, अनाबी वहां पे मौजूदा है, उनकी तरफ से आएगा, फैडिन वहां मौजूदा है, बॉन्क लगेगा लेकिन वो इनफ डैमेज नहीं रहेगा, इरारा पीछे से आएंगे, डबल किल लेते हुए जाएंगे, लेजेंडरी, ओह माय गॉड, नॉइजी मेकिंग सम नॉइज हियर, और 13-4 का किल, मिड का टरेट टूटेगा और उसी के साथ गॉडफादर वो वापसी करने के लिए आ चुके हैं इस समय। कमाल का गेम प्ले आता हुआ यहाँ पे लूफी यानी कि हमारे जो है सोरा उनकी तरफ से।
डेफिनेटली लेजेंडरी पैंथर यहाँ पर काफी अच्छे तरह से उन्होंने सेटअप दिया है, वो काफी अच्छी तरह से सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं अपने टीम फाइट के लिए एंड बराबर टाइम पे आ रहे हैं। यहाँ पर टॉप लाइन को अटैक करने के लिए बाकी है, बट यहाँ जो फ्रेया है वो अभी नहीं निकलना चाहती है। फ्रेया डज नॉट वांट्स टू गिव दैट टाइम द वे एंड अभी भी ये टरेट के पास ही है, बट ओके सिम थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर एक ब्लू बफ लेने का प्रयास था, बट कोई बात नहीं, सिम अभी भी जिंदा होंगे एंड यहाँ पर सिम ने बराबर अच्छे तरह से उन्होंने देखा कि उन्हें पता था कि यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज होगा। वापस ये टीम आलेंगे, एमएल यहाँ पर डेफिसिट पे है, गोल चाहिए उन्हें, प्लस किल्स चाहिए। अगर द फास्टेस्ट वे टू फार्म इज अभी यहाँ पर गेटिंग किल, थोड़ा बहुत किल लेना जाएंगे यहाँ पर तो दिक्कतें आने वाली है, क्योंकि गॉडफादर्स यहाँ पर जो है काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से फार्म अप हो चुके हैं एंड इतना ज़्यादा फार्म अप हो चुके हैं कि बोलिए मत कि हिरारा इजीली मेल्ट डाउन कर रही है।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन टॉप का टरेट वहां पे लेने का प्रयास करना पड़ेगा आपको, उसके लिए टीम भी रेडी होती हुई दिखेगी, एटलस मौजूदा है मसूकअप करने के लिए। हिरारा अंदर की तरफ जाएंगे, स्टन पड़ेगा, मिस्टिकस का इस्तेमाल, मेल्ट डाउन करने का प्रयास करते हुए दिखेंगे, बॉन्क लगेगा लेकिन नाकामयाब, पीछे से सोरा जाएंगे, डिसएंगेज मिलेगा उनको, पीछे हटे इस समय और एटलस मौजूदा है, अच्छा खासा जोन आउट कर रहे हैं एनिमीज को। दूसरी साइड पे टॉप का जो टरेट है वो अभी भी खड़ा है, वो लेने का प्रयास करते हुए दिखेंगे। अभी एमएम का डैमेज नहीं आया है, इमेजिन करिए जब हनाबी का डैमेज पूरी तरीके से आने लगेगा, उनका टिनिटी जब कंप्लीट हो जाएगा तो उनका डैमेज भी फिर आने लगेगा। मिनियंस रहेंगे, जितने ज्यादा मल्टीपल एनिमीज वहां आसपास रहेंगे उतना ज्यादा उनका जो डैमेज है वो बाउंस ऑफ बैक होता हुआ दिखेगा और वहां से और ज्यादा स्थिति खराब होगी। हनाबी के साथ यही दिक्कत रहती है, जब भी आप हनाबी के अगेंस्ट में खेलते हैं तो आप जब भी डिसएडवांटेज पे होते हैं ना तो टरेट भी आपका सहारा नहीं दे पाता, क्योंकि रेंज इतनी ज्यादा होती है हनाबी के पास कि वो इजिली टरेट भी निकालेंगे, उसके साथ साथ आपको भी डैमेज देंगे।
डेफिनेटली गॉडफादर्स काफी कॉन्फिडेंट है ये कि ये अपना गेम ले जाएंगे, बट जैसे लेट गेम जाता रहता है टीम आर्लिंग एमएल उतना ही स्ट्रांग हो जाता है। जो हमारे लैला है साइलेंटली फार्म तो हो रही है, बट उन्हें यहाँ पर चांस चाहिए होगा टू शाइन, क्योंकि अगर उन्हें हाथ में ज्यादा किल्स दो तो इजीली हो जाएगा। एंड हनाबी भी सेम स्ट्रेटजी अप्लाई कर रही है, तो काफी सेफ में
मिस्टिक गस का इस्तेमाल किया है, अंदर की तरफ डैमेज जाते हुए दिखेंगे और कमाल का डैमेज आता हुआ हनाबी की तरफ से डबल किल। और यहाँ पे देखेंगे टॉप लेन वहां पे भी काली करते हुए दिखेंगे इरारा और लॉर्ड का आगमन हो चुका है। टीम जाएंगे यहाँ पे लॉर्ड लेने के लिए। जिस तरीके का गेम यहाँ पे चल रहा है, कमाल का गेम प्ले आता हुआ गॉडफादर्स उनकी तरफ से जो पिछले बार मिस्टेक हुई थी उसकी भरपाई करते हुए दिख रहे हैं पूरी तरीके से, उसके ऊपर तुरंत काम किया। और ये देखिए गेम किस तरीके से पलटा। पिछले बार जिस तरीके से भी उन्होंने अर्ली गेम में अच्छा खेला था, लेकिन उसके बाद थोड़ा सा गेम हाथ से निकला जब मिया फार्म आउट होने लगी, लेकिन इस बार वो गलती यहाँ पे नहीं की है। लैला के साथ यही दिक्कत रहती है, आपको फार्म करने में बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत रहेगी। आपके पास मोबिलिटी नहीं है, आपके पास सिर्फ रेंज की एक ऐसा एडवांटेज है जो आप यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए भी तोड़ है उनके पास, वो है एटलस जो बैकलेन को सीधा जा सकते हैं मार्क करने के लिए। और आपके पास प्यूरीफाई भी नहीं है बचने के लिए, आपने फ्लेकर लिया है तो आप वैसे नहीं बच सकते हैं। ये देखिए फिर दोबारा से जाते हुए देखेंगे मेज के ऊपर इजाफा करना चाहते हैं, उनका डिसी चाहते हैं अल्टीमेट, लेकिन पीछे हटेंगे इसके समय। ओके लेट्स सी किस तरीके से जो फाइट्स है वो यहाँ पे होती हुई दिखेगी। सोरा की तरफ से कमाल का इनिशिएट आता हुआ और ये देखिए फिर दोबारा अंदर की तरफ छाएंगे, थोड़ा अंदर की तरफ गए हैं, एटलीस्ट थोड़ा संभल के रहिए दोस्त। कोशिश रहेगी इरारा की तरफ से निकलने का प्रयास, लेकिन रोका जाएगा। सोरा की तरफ से कमाल का यहाँ पे आउट मिला था और ये देखिए मिस्टिकस, ओहो ये क्या पूरी टीम खाली कर दी गई है। एक एचपी बचते हुए निकले, लेकिन फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल करते हुए एमएम अंदर की तरफ आएंगे, खुद कुर्बान हुए, लेकिन एमएम जरूरत थी उनकी यहाँ पे, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं क्योंकि अभी होली शील्ड है तो टैरेट वो वैसे भी चला जाता। और कहीं ना कहीं बोल सकते हैं कि अभी भी एडवांटेज यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर की तरफ रहेगा। एक बार हाईलाइट्स की तरफ नजर डालेंगे, देखिए जिस तरीके से कोशिश की ग्लो इस पाथवे का इस्तेमाल किया, इरारा उनको इमोबिलाइज किया, पीछे से डैमेज दिया सोरा की तरफ से, कमाल का डैमेज। और यहाँ पे देखिए सेटअप लगाते हुए 3 बंदे पकड़े थे, फिर वहां से पीछे डैमेज देते हुए आए और यहाँ पे स्टन मिला आया, बहुत ही कम अच्छी बचते हुए निकले। फ्लेकर का इस्तेमाल किया, एमएम ने डैमेज लिया, लेकिन टावर का वो ट्रू डैमेज इतना ज्यादा था कि वो सस्टेन नहीं कर पाए। लेकिन मिड का टरेट वो इजिली मिल जाएगा इस समय। होली शील्ड वो भी जा चुकी है, बॉटम लेन का भी टरेट जा चुका है, तो ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो गॉडफादर की यहाँ पे विन विन हुई है। अब उनको बस वेट करना है एक और लॉर्ड का, 1 मिनट के अंदर दूसरा लॉर्ड आएगा, उसके साथ गेम जो है एंड करने की तरफ जाते हुए दिखें। लेकिन उससे पहले अगर एक गलत फाइट हुई तो वहां पे स्थिति चेंज हो सकती है, तो थोड़ा संभल के रहना पड़ेगा इस समय गॉडफादर को। उनको थोड़ा सा बोल सकते हैं कि अपनी जो क्रेविंग्स है उनको थोड़ा सा कम करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सामने जो टीम आर्लिंग एमएल है वो थोड़ा सा उनको टेम्प्ट जरूर करेगी, उनको थोड़ा सा टॉन्ट जरूर करेगी कि आइए हमारा किल लीजिए दोस्त, गलती करिए। गलती करने के लिए उकसाएंगे यहाँ पे और कोशिश हो सकती है एटलस चाहे जरूर अंदर दूर से ही वापिस आए। अच्छा कॉल उनका, क्योंकि लॉर्ड का आगमन होने वाला है 20 सेकंड के अंदर।
ओहो इंटरेस्टिंग बनता जा रहा है, लेट गेम पहुंच चुका है। आर्लिंग एमएल का अभी थोड़ा कमबैक देखना अभी भी बाकी है। एटलस यहाँ पर विजन खोलते हुए काफी थोड़ा सा रुके हुए हैं, क्योंकि मेन मिस्टिक गश यहाँ पर मिड लेन पे नहीं जाना चाहता है। लैला को टारगेट करते हुए फेटल रिंग्स उनके लिए, एंड सोरा 3 जन को पकड़ते हुए क्या वो बच के जा पाएंगे। हाईलॉस का काफी ज्यादा स्लो आ रहा है, बट दैट इज नॉट इनफ, क्योंकि उनके टीम के पास अभी यहाँ पर डैमेज नहीं है। हाईलॉस को मेल्ट डाउन करते हुए हन्नाबी के पास किल जाएगा, एंड इसी के साथ अनस्टॉपेबल फॉर दिस सोरा। एक के बाद एक क्या यहाँ पर गॉडफादर्स एंड कर सकती है।
कोशिश पूरी करते हुए दिखेंगे, डैमेज देते हुए आएंगे। मिनियंस अभी भी बेस की तरफ है, पीछे से एक और मिनट वेव आ रही है, कोशिश करना चाहते हैं इसका इस्तेमाल, लेकिन उससे पहले ही गेम का एंड किया जाएगा। बेस को लॉकिंग करते हुए फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया गया और वापसी गैर वापसी होती हुई गॉडफादर्स की विक्ट्री की तरफ आ चुके हैं, अपना रास्ता बीच में भटक चुके थे, लेकिन यहाँ से वापसी होगी घर की, रास्ता फाइनली मिला है, एक पड़ाव पूरा हो चुका है और दोनों ही टीम एक एक के स्कोर के साथ इस मैच की तरफ, तीसरे मैच की तरफ हम बढ़ते हुए जा रहे हैं पीछे और ये मैच काफी ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होता हुआ जा रहा है। दोनों ही टीम जी जान लगाती हुई देखेगी इस मैच के लिए, क्योंकि ये दोनों ही मैच इंपॉर्टेंट है इनके लिए, दोनों ही टीम के लिए। और ये देखिए जिस तरीके से गेम को यहाँ पे एंड किया, कमाल का एक लीड जो बनाई, वहां पे मौका नहीं दिया इस बार स्केल अप करने का और इस बार कोलगेट को मिलेगा चौको का रैपिंग।
अरे कोई बात नहीं, यहाँ पर अभी भी थर्ड मैच बाकी है दोनों टीम के लिए, अभी तक गेम खत्म नहीं हुई है एंड इसी के साथ टीम को डिसाइडर मैच खेलना पड़ेगा। यहाँ पर हमें पता चलेगा कि किसके पास काफी ज्यादा चांसेस है। एक बात अबाउट द डिसाइडर मैच, द 50-50 मैच, कि यहाँ पर हम प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते कौन सी टीम जीत सकती है, क्योंकि दोनों की दोनों टीम ने काफी अच्छे तरह से खेला है यहाँ पर, बट थर्ड मैच आते हुए क्या वो जीत पाएंगे या नहीं इज व्हाट वी आर ऑल वेटिंग फॉर। तो चलिए देखते हैं अगर वो होता है या नहीं। बट इसके अलावा शिनरा, यहाँ पर हमने देखा है कि नॉइजी को काफी अच्छा सेट दो या काफी अच्छे तरह से उन्हें एक किल्स दो, बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म करते हैं। बट लास्ट गेम पे वही दिक्कत थी कि इवन दो उनका रेट्रिब्यूशन काफी अच्छा था बट किल्स नहीं मिल रहा था, क्योंकि वो जूलियन जैसे हीरो पे थे एंड वो एक ऐसा हीरो है जो मेटा पे नहीं है, तो थोड़ा बहुत हमें वो दिख ही रहा है कि वाई समथिंग लाइक अ जूलियन डज नॉट वर्क एनी मोर।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और यहाँ पे ना बोल सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा इश्यू जो आया था पिछले गेम पे, उसको बहुत अच्छी तरीके से इम्प्रूवमेंट किया है यहाँ पे टीम आर्लिंग एमएल। उनकी तरफ से भी पहला गेम अच्छी तरीके से उन्होंने स्केल अप किया था, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो बोल सकते हैं कि लैला पिक वो थोड़ा सा हो गया। अब लैला की जगह कोई दूसरा एमएम जाना चाहिए था उनको, तो थोड़ी सी स्थिति अच्छी होती उनकी तरफ से। मियाँ भी ले लेता ना, तो मियाँ भी एक बार को अच्छा खासा रहता, क्योंकि लैला के साथ दिक्कत यही है, उनके पास मोबिलिटी स्किल नहीं है, उनके पास स्केप स्किल नहीं है, जो सबसे बड़ा डाउनफॉल बनता है। और एटलेस जैसे हीरो के सामने आपको कोशिश यही करनी चाहिए कोई ऐसा हीरो लें जिसके पास स्केप स्किल हो। मियाँ के पास अल्टीमेट रहता है, आप अल्टीमेट मार के बच के निकल सकते हैं एक बार को, लेकिन लैला के साथ हम नहीं निकल पाएंगे। लेकिन उसी के साथ तीसरे मैच की तरफ हम जो है बढ़ने वाले हैं, टीम जो है वो भी रेडी होने वाली है, उसके साथ साथ दर्शकगण वो भी रेडी हैं हमारे साथ तीसरे मैच को देखने के लिए, क्योंकि आज विजेता कौन बनने वाला है। गॉडफादर देखिए छोटी मोटी टीम नहीं है, गॉडफादर भी जिस तरीके से डेब्यू किया था इन लोगों ने, वो कमाल का गेम प्ले रहा। फिर उसके बाद एक मैच हारे थे एक टीम के अगेंस्ट में, नाम रिकॉल नहीं हो रहा है मेरे को उस समय, लेकिन एक टीम के अगेंस्ट वहां पे हारे थे। लेकिन उसके बाद फिर कमबैक जो हुआ है उन लोगों का, कमाल का डिसिप्लिन वगैरह दिखाते हुए अर्ली गेम जिस तरीके से डोमिनेट करते हुए खेलना ज्यादा पसंद करती है टीम गॉडफादर। और इनके आप जब भी आप मैच नोटिस करेंगे पीछे, दोनों ही गेम में टीम बोल सकते हैं कि अर्ली गेम जो था वो गॉडफादर ने ही डोमिनेट किया, लेकिन इस बार लेट्स सी कि किस तरीके से वो अर्ली गेम थोड़ा सा रोकना का प्रयास करती हुई दिखी टीम आर्लिंग एमएल। उनकी तरफ से क्या वो स्थिति आती हुई हमें दिखेगी कि वो किसी तरीके से जो गॉडफादर का अर्ली गेम डोमिनेंस है उसको कम कर पाए।
डेफिनेटली वही देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि टीम आलम जो है लेट गेम पे काफी अच्छा खेलती है बट लास्ट गेम पे थोड़ा बहुत दिक्कतें आ चुकी थी। तो यही दिक्कतें का सामने करते हुए थर्ड गेम पे क्या अलग देखने मिलेगा, वो इज वी आर समथिंग ऑल वेटिंग फॉर। तो चलिए देखते हैं, ड्राफ्ट शुरू हो चुके हैं, यहाँ पर देखना पड़ेगा इंटरेस्टिंगली टीम्स क्या लेने वाली है। हिरारा, एटलस, बेलेरिक, बैन इज अ मस्ट, आई थिंक वो डेफिनेटली होना चाहिए यहाँ पर।
is not just our home. I am the power of light incarnate.
Still waters
एंड
run
इसी के
deep.
साथ एटलस, चलिए देखते हैं, ये हुई ना बात। एटलस, लिंग, यूडोरा मे भी यहाँ पर बैन कर सकते हैं। फर्स्ट टू गेम हमने देखने मिला यूडोरा बैन, बट यहाँ पर थर्ड मैच आते हुए इट्स काइंड ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंट यहाँ पर कि कौन सा टीम ले सकते हैं। मोस्ट ऑफ द थर्ड मैच में हम देखते हैं तो यूजुअली कंफर्ट पिक्स देखते हैं, तो मिया जैसे हीरो आई थिंक मे भी देखने मिल सकता है। तो चलिए देखते हैं। इसके साथ वन लास्ट बैन फ्रॉम गॉडफादर्स। क्या प्लॉट कर रही है यहाँ पर गॉडफादर्स? रिस्पेक्ट बैन कर सकती है, या तो सेलिना जैसे हीरोज भी बैन कर सकती है। यूडोरा चुनती है एंड चुन के ये हुई हमारे बैन्स। फर्स्ट पिक गॉडफादर्स के हाथ में वापस है एंड इधर हमें देखना पड़ेगा फर्स्ट क्या होगा। एंड सरप्राइजिंगली दैट इज गोइंग टू बी ए मार्शल, एक हीरो जो कब से बैन होते जा रहा है।
मार्शल हीरो फाइनली पिकअप होता हुआ दिखेगा टीम गॉडफादर की तरफ से, और उसी के साथ जो शील्ड को काउंटर करने के लिए आर्लिंग एमएल की तरफ से एस्मरल्डा। अच्छे पिक बाय द वे, बहुत अच्छे पिक। EXP पे डोमिनेशन बना रहेगा, लेकिन यहाँ पे गॉडफादर को थोड़ा सा अच्छा हीरो उठाना पड़ेगा जो एस्मरल्डा को अच्छी तरीके से काउंटर कर पाए। मे बी शायद वो जा सकते हैं थैमोस की तरफ, लेकिन थैमोस फिर 1v1 में ही रहेगा। मे बी शायद डायराउत इस समय मेटा पे काफी अच्छे तरीके से चल रहा है एंड इजीली काउंटर एस्मेराल्डा। उनका जो बेसिकली पैसिव है आर्मर पेनिट्रेशन, वो बहुत ज्यादा अगेंस्ट में, यानी एस्मेराल्डा जो सस्टेन हीरोज है उनके अगेंस्ट में काफी अच्छी तरीके से वर्क करता है। और बोल सकते हैं कि एक टारगेट तो जरूर यहाँ पे लेते हुए जा सकते हैं डायरोथ, बट लेट्स सी कि क्या स्थिति रहेगी। मे बी शायद अगर ऑल आउट नहीं जाना चाहते हैं तो थोड़ा सस्टेन की तरफ ही जा सकते हैं। मे बी शायद यहाँ पे यूरेनस वगैरह आते हुए दिखे। अगर यूरेनस नहीं आते हैं तो फिर कौन सा हीरो जाएंगे आप यहाँ पे? ड्रैगन प्रोबेबली, लेकिन ड्रैगन फिर वही बात हो जाएगी। चलिए यहाँ पे ओके, नाइस पिक। और इसी के साथ सस्टेन की तरफ, थोड़ा सा सस्टेन की तरफ जाना चाहेंगे। ओ कैरी पिक यहाँ पे आता हुआ जाएगा, मार्शल कैरी कॉम्बो यहाँ पे आता हुआ हमें दिखेगा, जो अच्छी अप्रोच बन सकता है। बेलरिक थोड़ी सी दिक्कत दे सकते हैं डिसएंगेज के लिए, फिर दोबारा से मेज की तरफ जाते हुए दिखेंगे। और आलिंग एमएल नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं वो साथ इस वलेर का।
डेफिनेटली फर्स्ट मैच काफी अच्छे तरह से विद अ वलीर जीते हैं, तो व्हाई नॉट रिक्रिएट दैट वंस अगेन। तो वही बात पे हमें वापस से हमें देखने मिल रहा है।
See
वलीर
value in me?
काफी अच्छा हीरो है एंड प्लस
should
थोड़ा
have
सा रिपोजिशन करना पड़ेगा एंड आई फील लाइक इट इज काइंड ऑफ गुड अगेंस्ट द मार्शल। बचने के लिए थोड़ा बहुत जल्द से जल्द निकलने का चांसेस है, बट पेलरी के आगे कैसे, क्योंकि उनका टॉन्ट काफी ज्यादा है प्लस उनका एचपी काफी ज्यादा है। तो यहाँ पर फ्लिकर वाली बात हमेशा हमें देखने मिलती है। फ्लिकर अल्टीमेट इज अ वेरी पॉपुलर कॉम्बो जो हम बार बार देखते हैं, तो आई डू वांट टू सी कि वही होने वाला है या नहीं। इसी के साथ टीम आलिंग एमएल बैन के पास काफी जाते हुए मिया रिस्पेक्ट बैन करते, तो मांगियो क्या लेने वाले यहाँ पर?
देखने वाली बात होगी। और लेट्स सी कि क्या जो सीन है वो हमें आता हुआ दिखेगा। ओके, हायाबुसा का आगमन हो चुका है टीम आर्लिंग एमएल की तरफ से। हायाबुसा देखिए मेटा पे अभी नहीं है, और उसका सबसे बड़ा रीजन ही है कि उनके ऊपर जो नर्फ आया था बेसिकली वो इतना ज्यादा एफिशिएंट नहीं रहता है। बट हायाबुसा एक कंडीशनल पिक है। ओके, उसी के साथ नोनल यहाँ पे आते हुए दिखेंगे, फर्स्ट यहाँ पे लगेगा। ओके, अरोरा पिक सोचा नहीं था, अरोरा आता हुआ दिखेगा। ठीक है, जो इनिशिएट करने के लिए आगे घुसने वाले हैं ना, उनको काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत होगी अरोरा पिक के साथ। और बेट्रिक्स की बात करें, ओके बेट्रिक्स काफी अच्छी तरीके से यहाँ पे वर्क कर सकते हैं रेंज के थ्रू। यहाँ पे बोल सकते हैं कि कैरी को काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत देते हुए दिख सकते हैं, लेकिन अगेन यहाँ पे मार्शल है। मार्शल जिस तरीके से खेलेंगे टीम गॉडफादर्स का, वो अर्ली गेम डोमिनेशन हमें आता हुआ दिखता है। और मार्शल पिक उनके लिए एक बोल सकते हैं कि एस पिक है, और इस तरीके से जो गेम है वो काफी अच्छे तरीके से जाएगा। दोनों ने इस बात का पूरी तरीके से फायदा उठाते हुए हमें दिखेंगे, लेकिन सेम वहां पे वो भी मौजूदा रहेंगे। लेट्स सी दोनों जंगलों के बीच में ये लड़ाई होने वाली कि कौन बेहतर एग्जीक्यूट करता हुआ दिखेगा आपको, क्योंकि दोनों के ऊपर प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा रहने वाला है किल सिक्योर करने के लिए। नॉइजी वहां पे रहेंगे एक तरफ नोलन, और दूसरी तरफ रहेंगे सिम जो खेल रहे हैं हायाबुसा। लेट्स सी दोनों टीम के बीच में आखिरी मैच पॉइंट के लिए टीम जो है लड़ती हुई जाएगी, और टीम जो है वो रेडी है। दर्शकगण, क्या आप लोग रेडी हैं इस मैच के लिए? क्योंकि विजेता हमको इस मैच में मिल जाएगा, इस बेस्ट ऑफ 3 का।
चलिए देखते हैं। काफी इंटरेस्टिंग सा पिक आ चुका है। आई वाज नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग अ बीट्रिक्स यहाँ पर, बट जी हाँ, मंगियो का जो हीरो पुल है काफी बड़ा है, तो यहाँ पर देखना पड़ेगा कि कैसे अच्छे तरह से उन्हें होगा विद अ बेट्रिक्स। बट इसके पहले क्या यहाँ पर नॉइजी इजीली ले सकते हैं या नहीं, क्योंकि उनके लिए नोलन के ऊपर है, एंड नोलन और हायाबुसा दोनों को यहाँ पर स्नोबॉल की सख्त जरूरत है, तो देखना पड़ेगा कि होगा या नहीं। बट मिड लेन इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड वहाँ से कौन से हीरो का ज़्यादा कंट्रोल है, मुझे वो भी देखना है। फॉर नाउ मार्शल थोड़ा बहुत काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं, ट्राई कर रहे हैं उनका फार्म बिगाड़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, और बिल्कुल अरे यहाँ पे देखिए थोड़ा सा अच्छा खासा सस्टेन यहाँ पे बराट्स की तरफ से आता हुआ रहेगा, एस्मराल्डा को इजीली हैंडल आउट कर सकते हैं वो। और यहाँ पे अगर बात की जाए जिस तरीके से गेम चलेगा वो काफी अच्छी तरीके से होने वाला है। और ये देखिए थोड़ा सा दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं, मेज स्टन पड़ेगा उनके ऊपर, फ्लिकर यहाँ पे यूज अप हो जाएगा। ओके, पीछे हटे हैं। उसी के साथ बेलरिक मिड लेन की तरफ मौजूदा है, हायाबुसा वहाँ पे फार्म करते हुए दिख रहे हैं। और अब बात की जाए अभी थोड़ा सा तो टर्टल की तरफ फाइट हमें होती हुई दिख सकती है, और आर्ट्स काफी अच्छे तरीके से सस्टेन करते हुए जा रहे हैं अगेंस्ट एस्मराल्डा, और काफी अच्छी तरीके से मेंटेन किया हुआ है उन्होंने। नोलन वहाँ पे रोटेशन जरूर दे रहे हैं, मे भी शायद एस्मराल्डा के ऊपर प्रहार होता हुआ दिखे। टॉप लेन की तरफ दिक्कत पड़ सकते हैं, मार्शल बचते हुए निकलेंगे, फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल किया और बचे वहां पे, लेकिन अभी टर्टल फाइट होने वाला है, उससे पहले फ्लिकर आपका यूज अप हो चुका है। तो बोल सकते हैं कि टीम आर्लिंगम उनका जो ऑब्जेक्टिव था वो तो कंप्लीट हो चुका है, लेकिन एस्मराल्डा वो दिक्कत में पड़ेगी, फ्रैक्चर, और उसी के साथ खत्म करेंगे नोलन। उनको पीछे हटना पड़ेगा इस समय। ओ हायाबुसा खड़े हुए हैं वहां पे, दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं। उनको लगा था कि शायद बुश में कोई हो सकता है, इसलिए वेट किया टाइम का आगे जाने का। पीछे से यहाँ पे आते हुए देखिए मार्शल, उनकी तरफ से स्थिति अच्छी खासी स्लो डाउन किया जाएगा, थोड़ा सा टटल लेने का प्रयास करते हुए उन्होंने फाइनली यहाँ पे वापसी होगी उनकी एचपी के साथ आते हुए। उठाता लेने के लिए मार्क जरूर लगाए हैं, फ्रैक्चर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, डैमेज देंगे, पीछे की तरफ हटेंगे। हायाबुसा व्हाइट शैडो लगाने का प्रयास कर सकते हैं, अभी भी वेट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टर्टल कौन लेकर जाएगा, वो लेकर जाएंगे, नॉइज़ी पीछे से यहाँ पे आएंगे, कमाल का अल्टीमेट लगाते हुए बराट्स एक और किल लेते हुए जाएंगे। दो बंदे ताराशाही हो चुके हैं, टीम आर्लिंग एमएल के लिए ट्रिपल किल लेने के लिए जाना चाहते हैं, क्या उनको मिलेगा? फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल करने के बावजूद बचते हुए निकलेंगे यहाँ पे बेलरिक, और एमएम डैमेज देते हुए दिख रहे हैं। थोड़ी कोशिश उनकी तरफ से आती हुई, लेकिन वो कामयाब में नहीं हो पाएंगे। मेज वो पीछे हटे हैं, ब्लू बफ मिलेगा यहाँ पे नोलन को। नॉइज़ी कमाल का गेम खेलते हुए आज जिस तरीके से हर एक रेटरी यहाँ पे वो यूज कर रहे हैं, भाई कमाल की रेटरी यहाँ पे उनकी तरफ से आती हुई, हर बार हर जगह बोलेंगे रेटरी है तो भाई नॉइज़ी नॉइज बचाते हुए अपनी रेटरी के साथ।
डेफिनेटली काफी अच्छे तरह से यहाँ पर अपनी टीम को फार्म दे रही है विद द टर्टल एंड विद द किल्स एज वेल। यहाँ पर हायाबुसा अभी थोड़ा बहुत डेफिसिट में वापस से चले चुके हैं। अर्ली गेम है, कोई बात नहीं, अगर यहाँ पर उन्हें इजीली फार्म मिलती है, प्लस थोड़ा सा एक एक्स्ट्रा एज मिलती है। कि एक बात है कि विद द हायाबुसा इफ यू आर एबल टू टेक समवन ऑफ गार्ड, तो दैट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन वो हमें देखने मिल सकता है, तो डेफिनेटली सिम को यहाँ पर फार्म मिलेगा। ओके शैडो,
चलिए कोशिश करते हुए देखेंगे जरूर, लेकिन मौका नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ पे हायाबुसा को। ब्लू बफ के साथ इतना इजी नहीं रहता है फाइट करने के लिए, पीछे तरफ जाना चाहते हैं एमएम के ऊपर पर आर, लेकिन बचते हुए निकलेंगे यहाँ पे। और मीच की तरफ से अच्छा खासा यहाँ पे डैमेज आता हुआ दिखेगा, कोशिश उनकी तरफ से आती हुई, गोल्डन आर्मर का इस्तेमाल किया है, बचते हुए निकलेंगे। ओके, बैट्रिक्स के ऊपर प्रहार करने का प्रयास, लेकिन नहीं, बचते हुए निकले पीछे। इसी के साथ देखा जाए कोशिश रहेगी, पर आर्ट्स अल्टीमेट का इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे, लेकिन मेज वो बचेंगे वहां पे पीडीएफ से। अभी टॉप की टेरेट के ऊपर प्रहार होता हुआ दिखेगा, लेकिन थोड़ा सा पीछे आ चुके हैं। हायाबुसा ब्लू बफ लेने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, अभी मिड लेन से जो है एस्मराल्डा उनका भी आगमन होगा। टर्टल के लिए यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं, लेट्स सी किस तरीके से ये टर्टल कौन लेते हुए जाएगा। एमएम वहाँ पे मौजूदा है और रेड एक्स भी आ चुके हैं, बराट्स वहाँ पे रहेंगे, डैमेज देते हुए दिखे, जोर डाउन करने का प्रयास करते हुए मासल की तरफ से पीछे से स्टन थोड़ा सा आता हुआ दिखेगा, स्लो डाउन करने का प्रयास किया है, पीछे हटे, इसी के साथ फ्रैक्चर लगाने का प्रयास, लेकिन कोई फंसेगा नहीं उधर। ओके, हायाबुसा वो फंस गए, लेकिन बच के निकल गए थे, वापसी नहीं आना चाहिए था हायाबुसा को, लेकिन वापसी आए और दिक्कत में पड़े। यहाँ पे दिक्कत हो सकती है। अल्टीमेट का इस्तेमाल किया है मेज के द्वारा रोकने का प्रयास, लेकिन फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल करते हुए बच के निकले हैं। वहां पे काफी अच्छा सस्टेन है एस्मरल्डा की तरफ से, लेकिन बराट्स वो जा चुके हैं ऑलरेडी टर्रेट लेने के लिए। एस्मरल्डा को आना पड़ेगा, लेकिन समय लगेगा उनको आने के लिए। टॉप लेन की बात की जाए तो एमएम वहां पे भी टर्रेट पे हमला करते हुए, लेकिन एमएम उनकी वापसी होती हुई दिखेगी उधर। और चलिए बॉटम का जो टरेट है वो तो जा चुका है। टॉप की भी टरेट की एचपी ज्यादा नहीं है, थोड़ी कम है अभी इस समय, लेकिन बेट्रिक्स उनको रोकना पड़ेगा दोस्त। बहुत ज्यादा जो है आप इग्नोर कर रहे हैं बेट्रिक्स को। उनको डैमेज देके किसी भी तरीके से शटडाउन एक तो देना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके आप जो है ना एक डोमिनेशन क्रिएट कर पाओगे। पिछले बार भी एमएम जो है यहाँ पे टीम आर्लिंग की तरफ से फार्म हो गया था, स्केल अप हो गया था, जिसके कारण आपको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत हुई थी। तो ये गलती दोबारा ना हो, इसलिए आपको जाके बेट्रिक्स को मारना पड़ेगा।
चलिए देखते हैं अगर हमें वो देखने बीट्रिक्स का स्नाइपर शॉट काफी ज्यादा ये होता है, बट नो, बीट्रिक्स शट डाउन ऑलरेडी। यहाँ पर नॉइजी के मूव्स नॉइज बनाते हुए टॉप लेन पे प्योर डोमिनेशन। उन्हें बस वो एक छोटा सा चांस चाहिए अंदर घुसने के लिए एंड वो किल लेके आ जाएंगे।
कमाल का गेम प्ले आता हुआ फिर दोबारा से डोमिनेशन दिखती हुई, और हायाबुसा बहुत ही गलत स्थिति में यहाँ पे बेचारे फंस गए। इतना ज्यादा सीसी है कि वो नहीं बच सकते। मेज का सीसी लगता है उनको, बराट्स का वहां पे रहते हैं। ऊपर से मार्शल यहाँ पे लिया उन्होंने, जो लगातार आपको पैसे के थ्रू बोल सकते हैं कि डिस्टर्ब करते रहते हैं, जिसके कारण ना जो हायाबुसा जैसे असैसिन है उनको मार्शल बिल्कुल नहीं पसंद, क्योंकि उनके जो कॉम्बोज में है ना वो डिले लाते हैं, और डिले के साथ ना बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत होती है। 1 सेकंड का भी डिले आपके लिए घातक साबित हो सकता है, और वो यहाँ पे आता हुआ दिख रहा है। हायाबुसा किसी भी तरीके से बच के निकलते हैं। लाइक अगर हायाबुसा के पास पुरानी वाली स्किल रहती, लाइक उनकी क्वाइट शैडो की पुराने जैसी अगर रेंज रहती, तो मे बी शायद यहाँ पे एक अच्छा ऑप्शन बन सकते थे। और हायाबुसा के साथ यही दिक्कत रहती कि कंडीशन इज टू मच, और उसी के साथ कोशिश यहाँ पे करते हुए दिखेंगे। मिड लेन की तरफ डैमेज आता हुआ दिखेगा, प्रयास रहेगा बचाने का, लेकिन मेनियंस जो है वो फिनिश ऑफ होते हुए दिखेंगे। ओके, नूरन वहां पे मौजूदा है, बचते हुए निकले हैं, डैमेज देते हुए दिखेंगे। अच्छा बफ आया था नूरन के ऊपर, और जब से बफ वगैरह आया था थोड़े रैंक वगैरह मैचेस पे भी हमें देखने को मिले हैं काफी।
डेफिनेटली मार्शल एक अच्छा सेटअप देना चाहते हैं, बट नहीं, वो थोड़ा बस इमोबिलाइजेशन, वो ओपनिंग तो दी थी, बट मार्क्समैन और जंगलर काफी पीछे। यहाँ पर मेज के पास अभी अल्टीमेट वगैरह है, तो जल्द से जल्द यूज नहीं करना चाहते हैं। एक बात टीम गॉडफादर्स की है तो डिसिप्लिन तो डेफिनेटली है। क्या यहाँ पर सिम को पकड़ लेंगे या नहीं है? ये जाती है डेटोनाज वेलकम इसमें के ऊपर, एस्मेराल्डा को बाहर निकलनी है, बट नहीं, वो फ्रीज होते हुए, एंड क्या ही स्टन। You know, crowd control is the biggest enemy for Esmeralda, and हमने अभी जस्ट देखा क्यों। इसी के साथ क्या यहाँ पर नॉइजी फ्रैक्चर के साथ घुसते हुए, यहाँ पर भागने को चांस ही नहीं मिल रहा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अलग चारों तरफ से आप देखेंगे केओस मचा हुआ इस समय। 5 वर्सेस 5 की लड़ाई चलती चल रही है। हायाबुसा फाइनली बैकलेन को टारगेट करते हुए दिखेंगे, शायद एक किल मिल सकता है। फ्रीज लगेगा अरोरा का, लेकिन यहाँ पे मार्शल अंदर की तरफ जाते हुए दिखेंगे, और सिम फाइनली जो है यहाँ पे आउट ऑफ नेटवर्क होते हुए दिखेंगे हमको।
ओह माय गुडनेस, सिम आई मीन 041 के साथ अभी यहाँ पर कमबैक का काफी कम चांसेस है, बट चांसेस तो है, क्योंकि मारी बिस्किट यहाँ पर रुके हुए है एक अच्छा सा सेट देने को। ब्राथ उठायर काफी अच्छा था, बट डैमेज नहीं है ना। गोल्ड है, गोल्ड नहीं होता तो डैमेज नहीं होता, डैमेज नहीं होता है तो किल्स लेना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। इसी के साथ लॉर्ड आ चुका है, एंड ये लॉर्ड पे देखना पड़ेगा। टीम आर्लिंग एमएल जो नॉइजी करते हैं ना, यू नो, वो एक स्टील करने का चांस दे सकते हैं, बट डोरी में उन्हें यू नो एक स्पेस ओपन अप करना पड़ेगा फॉर द हायाबुसा। अभी देखिए जैसे यू नो मार्शल खेल रहे हैं, वो कोई ओपनिंग नहीं दे रहे, हर एक जगह से बंद करके रख रहे कि हायाबुसा ना आए रिवर एरिया पे। इसी के साथ मार्शल
अंदर की तरफ जाते हुए देखेंगे, गोल्डन आवा का इस्तेमाल जरूर करेंगे। यहाँ पे फ्रीज लगेगा, अच्छा खासा डैमेज आता हुआ दिखेगा। हायाबुसा कोशिश करना चाहते हैं, फैक्टर का इस्तेमाल किया पीछे से बचते हुए, और डैमेज आता हुआ दिखा है, लगेगा जरूर। पर आर्ट्स वहां पे मौजूदा रहेंगे, टॉन्ट लगाया, बैटरी की तरफ से डैमेज अभी भी आता हुआ दिखेगा। कैरी वहां पे मौजूदा है, उनकी तरफ से कमाल का डैमेज आता हुआ, पीछे हटना पड़ेगा टीम्स को, लेकिन दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं क्योंकि मेज का भी वहां पे बोल सकते हैं कि रिटेलिएशन थोड़ा सा आता हुआ दिखा। ओवरऑल देखा जाए 1 के बदले 2 आपको किल मिले हैं, लेकिन अगर एमएम का किल मिलता तो वो वर्थ इट रहता, लेकिन अभी भी स्थिति अच्छी खासी रहेगी। मिड का जो शील्ड है वो यहाँ पे नहीं रहेगा, शील्ड पूरी तरीके से अब जो गायब हो, आई थिंक है अभी मिड का शील्ड है, ओके ओके है, आ चुका है, चमक चुका है वो शील्ड। तो थोड़ी सी राहत यहाँ पे टीम आर्लिंग एमएल उनको मिलेगी राहत। ओ फ्रैक्चर से राहत मार्ली बिस्किट इनको नहीं मिलेगी, चाय में जैसे डुबाया जाता है वैसे ही वो डूबेंगे इस गम में। ओके हायाबुसा बदला लेना चाहते हैं, पीछे की तरफ से आते हुए दिखेंगे, और शैडो का इस्तेमाल किया है, वापसी लेंगे शैडो की तरफ, लेकिन वहां पे मेज मौजूद है और उसी के साथ टाटा बाय बाय करेंगे हायाबुसा को।
ओह माय गुडनेस, होली शील्ड यहाँ पर
ओह,
मिनियंस चली जाएगी। क्या ही सेट देना चाहते हैं, बट कैरी के पास डैमेज है काफी अच्छा वाला, एंड इसके साथ हर एक जन मेल्ट डाउन होते हुए। क्या यहाँ पर इनहिबिटर ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि टॉप लेन का इनहिबिटर थोड़ा बहुत खतरे में लग रहा है, बट इसी के साथ वो प्रेशर नहीं दिख रहा है टॉप लेन पे। बट वही बात है कि कैरी चाहिए होगा अगर पुश करनी है तो। इसी के साथ मे बी ओ फ्रैक्चर मिस आउट हो गया।
ओके 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 टीम आर्लिंग एमएल थोड़ा सा वेट कर रहे हैं, अभी 14 चौक यहाँ पे जो है 14-2 का जो स्कोर है वो यहाँ पे चलता हुआ जा रहा है इस समय, और बोल सकते हैं कि थोड़ी सी दिक्कत में पड़ चुकी है अभी। ओ माय गॉड व्हाट अ डैमेज, हायाबुसा गायब। ओके निंजा टेक्निक की तरह दिखाते हुए, जैसे कि स्मोक बॉम्ब में गायब होते हैं वैसे ही वो सामने से गायब हुए। जिस तरीके से वो डैमेज आया, इतना ज्यादा डैमेज की सस्टेन ही नहीं कर पाए, और उन्होंने देखिए टर्रेट लेते हुए दिखेंगे, थोड़ा सा मिनियन लेते हुए दिख रहे हैं। यहाँ पे कोशिश रहेगी गोल्डन आवर आने के लिए जो है वेट कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक यहाँ पे आता हुआ दिख सकता है, कोशिश उनकी तरफ से हो सकती है, वेट आउट कर रहे हैं और अंदर की तरफ जाते हुए दिख सकते हैं। बिल्कुल मार्शल अंदर की तरफ छाएंगे, उनकी तरफ से गोल्डन आवर लगेगा, बंदे ओके डैमेज दिया है मेज के ऊपर, टॉम जाता हुआ दिखेगा, बेलविक का कमाल का शटडाउन मिलेगा फाइनली एमएम को। ओ फ्रीज आया है, टॉमी वो फिनिश ऑफ होते हुए दिखेंगे, हायाबुसा बहुत ही कम बचते हुए निकले। इस बार बोल सकते हैं कि एमएम की पोजीशन काफी अच्छी है, बेट्रिक्स बहुत अच्छी तरीके से खेल रही है, हर एक पोजीशन उनकी आप नोटिस करेंगे कमाल की रही है। इस बार आई डायमेंशन की तरफ नजर डालेंगे, यहाँ पे BO3 बन चुका है उनका रेंज के लिए, मैलिफिक गन बनाई उन्होंने और रोज गोल्ड बनाते हुए दिख रहे हैं। तो इसी तरह अगर बात करें ट्रिनिटी कंप्लीट हो चुका है, लेकिन मैलिफिक गन अभी तक नहीं बना है। कैरी का जैसे मैलिफिक गन आ जाता है तो उनकी तरफ से अटैक स्पीड और वो डैमेज भी आता हुआ दिखेगा। गोल्डन यहाँ पे जो है मार्शल वो मौजूद रहेंगे, तरफ जा सकते हैं दिक्कत देने के लिए, जो बिल्कुल अंदर की तरफ गए हैं, थोड़ा सा पैसिव से दिक्कत दिया है, शील्ड लिया जाएगा, एस्मेराल्डा वो शील्ड का फायदा उठा सकती है। कोशिश यहाँ पे यही करनी पड़ेगी किसी भी तरीके से एमएम को मार किया जाए, अगर एमएम यहाँ पे मर जाते हैं तो वापसी हो सकती है यहाँ पे टीम गॉडफादर्स की, और वापसी तो क्या अभी डोमिनेट ही करते हुए जा रहे हैं, और एक ही लेन को फ्रीज कर दिया है काफी खूबसूरती से, वेट कर रहे हैं लॉर्ड का, और लॉर्ड के साथ ही वो लेन जो है वो पुश करते हुए दिखेंगे। स्लो पुश तो स्टार्ट हो गया है, टॉप लेन से लॉर्ड जो है वो मार्च करता हुआ जाएगा, मिड लेन का जो मिनियंस है वहां पे देखेंगे, लेकिन यहाँ पे देखिए बॉटम लेन वहां से भी मिनियन आ रहे हैं, वो भी क्लियर आउट करना पड़ेगा। हम जाते हुए देखेंगे उस लेन को क्लियर आउट करने के लिए, टॉप का जो लेन है वो थोड़ा सा फ्रीज अप करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मिनियन जो है वो आ चुके हैं, दिक्कत में पड़ सकते हैं। लेट्स सी किस तरीके से जाते हुए हमें दिखेंगे, डैमेज में लेन से आता हुआ यहाँ पे फ्रैक्चर लगाते हुए दिखेंगे, बच्चे जरूर फ्रैक्चर लगा है, लेकिन अभी भी सांस लेते हुए जाएंगे, टर्न लेने का प्रयास लेन से फिनिश ऑफ करते हुए जाएंगे। लॉर्ड का आगमन हो चुका है टर्रेट के ऊपर, पर हाँ थोड़ा सा वेट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन बॉटम का जो टर्रेट आएगा मौजूदा है, सेकंड स्किल इस्तेमाल किया है, रोकने का प्रयास, और हायाबुसा में भी शायद पकड़ने का प्रयास कर सकते हैं, टाउंट आएगा पीछे सर्च में लगेगा, गोल्डन आवर का इस्तेमाल किया है, वहां पे मौजूदा रहेंगे मार्शल, मॉन्स्टर के लेते हुए जाएंगे, बेस लॉक इन कर दिया गया है, और उसी के साथ फिनिश ऑफ किया जाएगा द गॉडफादर्स, और वो जीतेंगे इस बेस्ट ऑफ 3 की यहाँ पे जो सीरीज है, उसी के साथ रिवर्स स्वीप आता हुआ कमाल का गेम प्ले अपने नाम करते हुए जाएंगे इस मैच को। बहुत ही अच्छा गेम प्ले था पीछी।
Definitely reverse comeback was definitely not expected यहाँ से, but कैसे तो कैसे कर गया, इवन ऐसा नोलन हीरो के साथ उन्होंने काफी अच्छे से लिए हाइलाइट्स। चलिए देखते लास्ट फ्यू मोमेंट्स, यहाँ पर बीट्रिक्स काफी अच्छी तरह से ट्राई कर रही थी लेने को, बट उनसे नहीं हो पाया, प्लस थोड़े बहुत काफी अच्छा EXP लेनर था, काफी अच्छा टैंक भी था, एंड उसके बावजूद भी यहाँ पर उन्हें सस्टेन नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा गोल्ड देते हैं। देखिए गोल्ड डिफरेंस यहाँ पर देखने मिल सकता है एंड उसी के साथ वो किल डिफरेंस के वजन से भी काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पर डिफरेंस बनाया था।
बिल्कुल, और उसी के साथ एक अच्छा खासा बोल सकते हैं कि जिस तरीके का गेम प्ले हमें देखने को मिला टीम गॉडफादर, वो जीतते हुए तो जरूर जाएगा। टीम हारने का पहला मैच यहाँ पे जीता उन्होंने, लेकिन उसी के साथ बोल सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा दूसरे मैच में ड्राफ्ट गैप था जिसके कारण वो दिक्कत आई उनको। लेकिन ओवरऑल जिस तरीके की जो स्थिति चल रही है यहाँ पे, दूसरी जो टीम्स है ना वो कहीं ना कहीं जो है अच्छे से सीखेंगे इस चीज को, हालेंगे एमएल और ज्यादा इंप्रूवमेंट आएगा उनकी तरफ से भी। जरूर आप सीख के जाएंगे, थोड़े से ड्राफ्ट के ऊपर काम करेंगे तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है वो इंप्रूवमेंट जरूर आती हुई हमें दिखेगी। लेकिन आज की स्थिति यहाँ पे जो है विदा लेना चाहेंगे अभी के लिए हम, और यानी कि पीछे और मैं यहाँ से विदा लेंगे। नेक्स्ट जो है दूसरा मैच उसके लिए रेडी रहिए, और नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए जो है फटाफट से जो टीम से वो भी आने वाली है, तब तक के लिए लेते हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक। मिलते हैं आज सभी से नेक्स्ट मैच में।
Different perspectives expose the same truth.
3, 2.
Nice black and white combo we have, bro.
It's a black.
It is who we are.
Okay. Freya, let's talk about the draft. I don't want to get away from the draft. Freya, Eudora, Marshall. Yesterday, there was a lot of games I casted, 6 kind of games, and my throat got a little bit harsh. But I never seen a Freya ban or a Freya pick. Today, eventually the first game of this match number 3, and we see the first ban out of the Freya. So that means Team Maverick don't want a Freya to come in their way. Now the first pick is open. They have a chance to go for the Belleric. The momentum can be come up with the laying into the hand of Mr. Consistent. What's your thought on this, Ray?
I think considering both of these junglers are very keen on playing the... Obviously, I mean, we are in the assassin meta right now. It's pretty much clear. But some people still, of course, shift to the fighter jungle still here and out because they are not too confident on their assassins yet. But these two, obviously, Kyoshi and Consistent, they have been, funny enough, pun intended, consistently showing that these two teams obviously love their Lings, their Lancelots, and their Nolans. They appear it almost all the time. And Hirara has to be banned out from both of these teams, I believe, which is a good decision from VLG because you cannot give away the Hirara either side. I think giving away Hirara is also going to be like almost an auto-win scenario. But with this right now, Mavericks, they have taken a very strong, like, what do you say? Like the term is, I guess, hefty frontliner with strong mid control already on their side. And VLG, they're also following it up pretty soon.
I need to see the mid trio for sure to know like how much mid control they will have in the early phase of the game. Because if they are going for assassin jungle, definitely they will have the early phase of the game into their hand. But if they are going for utility kind of thing, then it will mark something different. But I don't feel like they're gonna go for a utility here, as a lot of options being there for a chain CC. Gonna go for the Fanny. That's what is really needed from the side of Team Mavericks with a Clint into the hand of G Razy. The most best thing about M6, Ray, it was Kelra onto that goal lane, Aaron Shiki onto that goal lane, TLID going against Onyx PH. And this match is kind of same because I'll say G Razy is totally going against O2 got cooked. Question mark. Not it's a sentence, it's a question mark from him. Are you sure you're going to cook me up or I'm the one going to cook you up? So O2 yesterday immensely played well. But in a time we saw there was a defeat onto the face of Maureen Royals, in which we have seen Maureen Royals posted a reel saying that esports, who said esports doesn't hurt? It hurts a lot. And Kyoshi, he wrote like, you will try hard, but you can't win from us. So definitely this game is a banger here at the Algambo Esports because once again, some prime team are going to play against each other, even though they are underdogs, but they're prime in their own zone. And here we are into the land of dawn for the game number 1. Ray, please take on the mic.
For sure, thank you. And like you mentioned, these two teams have been consistently appearing onto the weekly scrims that Algambo Esports have been hosting. And both of these teams have been proving themselves. They are kind of like, I mean, it sounds a little bit unfair, but it's the truth. They have been proving that they're a little bit better than the other teams. Until recently, I guess 2 weeks ago, we had Team Almost Pros, right? Who were the most dominant team in this mobile warm-up clash. But of course, the team, obviously, they're still students. They had to choose, obviously, their studies over. So it disbanded for a while. Mario Biscuit is still around in the scene, but he's still finding a new team a compatible team to come back against. So for now, Mavericks and Valiant, they have been, clashing with each other quite a bit. But oh my goodness, Fly. I mean, Belleric was babysitting the marksman, so I feel like he should have been a bit more careful.
Not aware of that little bit of poke coming out from this Camilla, so definitely Fly need to play a little bit safe as Curse Soul is right now guarding out G-Razy on the top, and that's another one. Look at it, guys. G-Razy
is onto the EXP. That is Shigeo Kageyama, who is actually playing the, the goal
yeah.
lane here. And he falls down there immediately with a 2-0 start. Valiant goals. Okay, the statement from G-Reezy before the game was, well, going for a clean sweep. Kyoshi said, let's try it, if you can do it or not. But right now, whatever is watching it out, Mounty Shocker, Blood Odd, get out from the mark, but onto the top side. O2 got cooked. He really got cooked there. That was a sweet revenge coming out from Team Mavericks before the turtle.
Yep, quick and precise. But I'm really curious because, G-Razy has been the goal lane for a lot of the times. He has been spamming the Brody quite a bit as well. Fly, he's just really getting overwhelmed on the mid side by the Carmilla and the Lilia combo, but no turtle!
Goes in for the way, retribution onto the mark. Fanny got the turtle there and now gonna go for the slane. Kyoshi goes down, double onto Celestial Twilight. This is G-Razy with the EXP laning. Beautifully being done right now. Can he go for a triple? He goes in with the Blood Odd. Gonna go for some little bit of damage. Poke out of the way. Mr. Consistent goes in for the final blow and get that kill onto the mark. This is what it is. You have the turtle, but you couldn't manage to get it onto the mark. It was Mr. Consistent with the retribution, then with some kills coming out from Team Mavericks to get on the lead.
And with the lead, yeah, we'll take a look into the highlights. Mr. Consistent, I mean, it's the classic Fanny plays, but let's be real, not everybody can do it every time consistently, but he does it. And I believe VLG, of course, it's a BO3, we are not going to be seeing the Fanny onto the next trial, but this was a really, really good dive in, and of course, the cutthroat just came at the right moment, taking away the Lilia, which was a big of an issue. But with this, the score is 4-4-3. Mavericks, of course, do look like to be in the lead, especially after taking the turtle. But I think considering the Clint is not exactly winning his lane, you could see actually, like, he's playing a little bit too safe against the Hanabi, which is something I guess you would not want. But looking at the graph, it's pretty clear the game was pretty much red for a while, but now it's shifting towards the blue side. But now, okay, on the top side, Lilia, the Fanny popping in.
Okay, just a little bit of work going on there. Oh, he goes back with the black suits, but Wrath of Dryad onto the mark. Mr. Consistent gonna get the slane in his hand. Gonna see the Curse of Blood coming in as well, but that will be the Clint getting the kill there. 2-man down with not a single trade given into the hand, and they're gonna go for it. Kyoshi comes in with the Mounted Shocker. Fly falls down immediately there. It's a 1-for-2 trade. At least they got some into their hand before going back for the second turtle. Okay, look at it. 1v1 situation, goes in for a little bit of taunt there. Kyoshi with the immune goes back in the safer zone. We're gonna go for a spit and chew. And that's a beautiful ultimate comes in. He needs to retaliate back with a lot of damage being ditched onto him. That is Slither of HP not gonna survive. Cursol goes down. Beautiful setup coming out from G-Razy. 4-man trap down there. But we're gonna see that G-Razy needs to go back with Fly. He's also leaving out the pit. Here's that steel cable to go into the pit. He got a little bit of a poke there, but no, not a good position for Fly. He needs to go back at this moment. He will eventually go back though. The turtle will get resetted down. What a beautiful ult coming out from Celestial Twilight.
I really love the fact that both these teams are really made equal, and definitely it's not going either side yet. It's going head to head pretty much, but I guess this turtle, that reset was a little bit weird, but regardless of that, Kyoshi is going to be able to get it. Oh, here comes a Mounted Shocker. Fly had to get away with the Crimson Beacon. Okay. He's going to be fine for now.
Nick of health. Yep.
But yeah, 6-5 score. Almost 6 minutes into the game. The goal lead, well, I guess not exactly on either side. Alice, oh, that's interesting. Going in with Antic or a little bit too early, I believe. She could have honestly gotten the... I guess considering you are fighting the YSS and the Bara to dish out a lot of skill damage, you can opt for it. But I guess the Dormice would have also helped, or just prioritizing the Oracle would have helped your cooldown in the region. But regardless of that, Clint has decided to opt for the Endless Battle first item rather than to go for any form of penetration. And that is a very interesting thing.
I mean, I think G-Reezy had a talk with Cursol. Cursol gonna go for the dominant size. He went for it, and this guy is building out that Anticurus. First, he went for the Oracle, though, as you mentioned about the cooldown thing. What just happened on the bot side? That will be Mr. Consistent with a beautiful takedown onto the structure. We're going to see a little bit of a chase down coming in there. Shige
needs to go back, and Shigeo needs to go back, and he went back eventually, but leaving out the whole structure one on the top tier. It might be a thing like the Hanabi will have the structure out from the hand here. Let's see. Follow up.
One of the best things about having the Hanabi in this game is, of course, the fact that Fly cannot pick her up that easily. And if he obviously tries to, he will be wasting his mana regen on her, completely making her vulnerable. One of the things about Dezushin right now, she is not that invincible that she used to be. Right now, she has her weaknesses that can be easily, abused. And that's exactly the Hanabi pick is supposed to address. But now with this, the last turtle of the game going to be spawning at 7 minutes. They have around 1 minute 30 seconds before it transforms into the Lord. So if they delay it, they are not going to get it. But if they want it, they better get it quick. There is a risk, of course, the Fanny sweeping in and taking it away. So they have to get the proper vision. Top side, there's a lot of crowd. That's a pick off. But they don't get it.
Obviously, the immune is working so well, as you mentioned, for the Hanabi, but the fact is, after seeing the clean, they went for the Hanabi, so it's actually a gutsy move from the side of team Valiant Ghouls. We're going to see another beautiful ultimate from Celestial Twilight, but that move, the bomb coming in. Now, Mr. Consistent goes down, Curse Soul falls down as well. Double for the side of Valiant Ghouls. They're extending the team fight here. Look at Fly at a 20% of health, and now that's a not at all a good position for G-Razy to barge in there. He will eventually be taken down by O2 Godfathers, but that will be a sweet revenge instantly coming out with a double into the hand of Shigeo. Nice and tied. Beautiful from Team Mavericks. Even though lost 2 into the battle, managed to equalize with 2 from their side as well.
The Bharat is like, now looking at the highlights, the Bharat has been massive value, honestly. Like, he even survived. And of course, eating down the Fanny was really the cherry on the cake, because they're able to shut down Mr. Consistent, who is the biggest threat right now. But regardless, the fact that Shigeo was just full HP and free hitting, of course, completely backfired for them, and he's now 2 kills ahead, which, guess what, that's a Clint, and he becomes... He's not a marksman who will dish out a lot of damage. He's not a DPS. He's a burst. And burst, in my opinion, is scarier because you don't know who you're dealing with. Suddenly you face him and suddenly you're gone with how much damage he can dish out. He's also going for the Sky Piercer. A ballsy move, because guess what? If he gets taken down, the stacks are going to be wasted and that item slot will go to waste. One of the risks, because look at that. That might happen immediately. Kiyoshi!
Execution. Proper, precise, you can say, counted execution from Ishin Shin. Kiyoshi with that beautiful mono shocker straight away going in. Oh no, that will be the consolation coming out from the side of team Mavericks here. That's a 1-for-1, straight 1-for-1. Goal laner for the goal laner, and both of them were not present in their own lane. Someone was dead during the mid lane invade, and someone died onto the bot side. That too in 9-9. But now the Lord is here. 9-9. The score is, it's an equalizer. Ray and goal lead. Valiant Ghouls slightly having it not more than 2k, but less than 2k. But now a lot of good position for Zyrus to go in there. But look at that, immune from Kiyoshi does have the mono shocker. Both comes in there. Oh, that's a little bit of a taunt with the Lantern Flare. Retaliation happened from the side of Team Valiant Ghouls. And now I believe Maverick do have a chance to go for this slot. But onto the bot side, you're gonna see that beautiful lane pressure being done by the Barats.
Okay, top side. That O2 will get cooked without a question mark. And now the score is 10-9. And Mavericks, considering there's no goal laner, they might be eyeing that Lord, but they still have the risk. Kiyoshi is still present, and they don't want him to be alive when they're taking the Lord, because the steal is very much highly possible. And not to mention Celestial Twilight with the Barats is also a massive lingering threat. So with this, we're gonna be looks like, yeah, they want Celestial Twilight dead. He's the threat to the Fanny. But one of the best things about the Barats, he has crawl control reduction when he's on 10 stacks, basically when he's massive dinosaur form. So that's what really makes him really hard for the Zushin to pick up.
But now, even the Barrage does have a pick-off, so that's the main reason you cannot let the Fanny go in to a fight when the Barrage is present over there. But due to the damage thing, Barrage does have a higher damage. That's why he couldn't manage to sustain much at this moment. Okay, Mr. Consistent, but now on the bot side, top side, we're going to see that beautiful engage coming in, but Kiyoshi, Wrath of Dryad, him still managing to go back, Cyclonize, double kill, but shutdown happened onto Kiyoshi there. And now we're going to see the Fanny comes in with the Silk Cable, going to go for the cutthroat, finds kill onto Celestial Twilight, Slither of HP, Jari is going back, double kill onto the Urdu guy. And now, last one. Will he go for it? Eventually going for it, recalling back to the safer side, triple kill, Retribution popped up. Doesn't have the energy to go in, but he eventually goes in, finds the triple, comes back, but that little damage from the structure gonna take her down. Oh no. Oh no.
I would say that is greedy, Ash, because like that's just a roam, right? Should have given away your life to that, but I guess a kill is a kill.
Anything for the triple.
Anything for the triple. Consistent is consistent regarding that thing. But this was a great outplay by Kiyoshi, but you can only survive for that long on that low HP. And I believe the moment Celestial Twilight fell down, that was a green signal for Mr. Consistent to basically dive in. So it is pretty much clear that they are going to target Celestial Twilight even more, because once the Barat is down, he's the strongest frontliner. Carmilla is more of a support tank, so she's not the tankiest hero. So yeah, they need Barats down, not just for the pick-off, but because he's their frontliner. And once he's down, Defani can just have her own reign. She can dive in. Lilia has no stun. Hanabi has no stun. YSS, he can, I guess, dash around. But let's be real, he can't be killing the Fanny. Or at least the Fanny will just run away. Top side, the Hanabi. O2 got cooked, is right now trying to take down the tier 2. But Clint gets stopped by it. And now the Lord starting in already.
Yoshi onto the mark right now, into the pit. He might gonna go for it, but onto the top side, we're going to see that lane pressure coming in. Easy lot for the Valiant Ghouls. They're gonna go for the 5k Monoshocker release as well. We're going to see that beautiful ultimate coming in as well. Chigio goes down first. We're going to see that Wrath of Dryad with a beautiful amount of CC coming in, but G-Razy falls down eventually as well. But look at it, what the heck is going on to the top side? Backdoor from Mr. Consistent, but he will not be surviving it all. The structure damage are being there. Will he go for the kill before he falls down? He will do it, and that will be the Rose Gold years. Oh. And Kiyoshi gonna take down the Fanny there onto the top side. Okay, Mr. Consistent was about to give a generational trauma to Valiant Ghouls because of that backdoor while you are lingering onto the Lord, or lingering onto the fight. That was a really gutsy move from him though, but he's not got succeeded with it. Right time recalled back into the safer zone. I think her soul could have bought some more time.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Ash. We get a highlight, of course. That backdoor would have definitely, like, lack of a proper word, sucked. Literally. Because I don't think Valiant Ghouls would have wanted that in any sort of scenario. Their base will regenerate their HP. One of the good things about the base is, of course, it will regen. So they just have to buy out some time, maybe 2 minutes, and it will be full HP once again. But Mavericks right now, they have their backs against their wall, because now their inhibitor is also taken down. The advantage that the Fanny beautifully gave, it's gone for a while. But Consistent, he will try to keep doing the backdoor, and the benefit is going to be someone has to keep going back to the base. Consistent doesn't have to worry about that, but oh, topside, Beleric was forced to flicker away. Cursed Soul no longer has a flicker. He cannot go for the flicker out of the Dryad combo anymore. And yeah, going back to the point, Fanny, she can rotate really fast, but whoever is going to recall to defend against the Fanny, they cannot. So that is an advantage that Mavericks can use, and I think they want to. Oh no, he did not get it, right? Hanabi got it.
Yeah. I think he got it. Hanabi got the blue from the, Mavericks jungle, if I'm not wrong. Yes. Now the blue buff is not there. That means it's a Maverick blue buff. So it was actually Consistent who got the blue buff from the side of Team Valiant Ghouls there. You know what, Ray? Just make a situation in which you have G-Razy, you have, Cursed Soul on a Beleric, G-Razy on the Dallas. If Mr. Consistent would have gone for a contest to the Lord, do you think scenes could have been changed here? Like, obviously, you don't have that 2 advantage tiers onto the bot side, though, opening up the Nexus, but you would have been tossed to the Lord.
Yeah, I think that would have been the better scenario for them, but since now what has happened and they could not really get what they wanted, they can't really dwell on it anymore and they have to find a better loophole. Oh, Hanabi with the flank. What just happened? Hanabi trying to take down solo.
They couldn't manage to do it, but G-Razy with a perfect setup goes in there. O2 falls down. That will be the final blow coming out from Curso. We're going to see the Shield Cable comes in. That will be the Cutthroat or the Kyoshi. Kyoshi had a slither of HP. Going to use the Winter Crown, but in a very bad position. Will might be taken out. Immortality popped up. He switched it so frequently there. And now he's going back. Bloodhound is chasing him down there into the death. And he will eventually. Gyrox will be the one going down. Slither of HP for the Barats. Goes back on the safer side. But look at Kyoshi, he managed to go back. Lord with some hefty amounts of minions are going into the base. Fly for the rescue. Trying to deal those minions before they
need everyone.
strike onto the base. Of course they need everyone because right now, I mean, the Lord was so fast, bro. Like, seriously, the Lord was so fast. I don't know. I mean, I thought like Lord would come a little bit late, but no, he was so fast. I think the clearance in the lane, 1v1 situation. Winter Crown this time are Mr. Consistent though.
This item swap, man, really beautiful. Winter Crown, Immortality, gets away, resets his cooldown with one basic attack, and then boom, he's out of trouble. He survives it. He even gets the Rose Gold. 3 item swap. Kyoshi, my man, with the fast fingers. And now with this, he survives it. He also takes away the purple, I believe. Yeah, he takes away. Lilia has the other one. So Fanny, consistent, no purple, gonna be suffering from the lack of energy. And with this, they have basically kind of, paralyzed the Fanny slightly. And the Hanabi is right now dishing out so much damage to G-Razy alone. He might not survive it. He gets taken down.
It was not at all a good position at that point, but okay, they don't have the front liner right now, so there is a chance for Team Valiant Ghouls to go in for the fight. As you can see, Cursol is zoning the mid lane. The Lord is yet to come into the land of dawn, so definitely Valiant Ghouls is making the pressure, but score is equalized till now. 17 for 17 for both the sides, with the slightest amount of goal lead. 4k though from Valiant Ghouls, but doesn't matter because the game is already into the late phase. So now the goal amount, it doesn't even affect much to the side of Team Mavericks, but this pressure, constant pressure coming out from Mr. Consistent, and you need to look after it into the map. You need to have someone onto the bot side. Kyoshi coming in for the fight here. Am I going to go for the Mono Shocker? Yes, he used it. Recalling back to the safer zone. Use the Silk Cable to go back. Both the junglers has used their proper amount of energy, with Fanny still having the Cutthroat.
Side again. O2 got cooked, is right now cooking. Of course, it's a Hanabi we're talking about, and in the late game, her damage is comparable to all the other late game scalers, and she is just a massive threat right now. Looking at the builds, yep, that's a full build Hanabi. She has decided not to sell the boots. I would say it's a good choice considering there are a lot of heroes who want to chase you, so I guess keep it. But if she can go for an item swap, an Immortality or Rose Gold would be pretty great in a team fight because she would need it. Oh, they need to recall. Consistent once again. Wants to go consistently towards the base. He might be able to make it. Who knows? But Lord fight.
Rendering out that Lord fight there. We're going to see O2 falling down with Cursol taking out the Lord there. That was a beautiful seal coming out here. We're going to see another kill. That will be double for Kyoshi. Cursol goes down. He's still fighting in. Now we're going to see the wildcard entry and that Cutthroat. Kyoshi couldn't survive. Shutdown happened there. And that will be a kill on the Celestial Twilight as well. Team of minions on the base and they need to clear it down. Lord marching from the bot side for Team Mavericks this time. They do have a chance to finish up the game. They do have a chance to make some beautiful trades on the macro to open up the map properly from mid and top. That's still from Cursol. Will we remember for ages? Because look at it. Like you have Kyoshi on the Retribution. You have the Curse of Blood into the hand of Zyrus. But still, the Wrath of Dryad is the answer for this Lord still, guys. Look at it. O2 first got killed.
You actually noticed that Kyoshi abandoned the Lord because I think Kyoshi planned that I'll just basically slay all of them and then try to end the game, right? Doesn't really matter if they got the Lord. But I think he miscalculated how tanky G-Razy is. Hanabi has the DHS damage, you know, basically the build to melt HP. Kiyoshi, his build is more of burst build. It is really good against the assassins, but he needs a few more hits to take out a tank. I think he miscalculated how much of a threat G-Razy is to him. Hanabi can melt, but he cannot. So he should have honestly just focused on the Lord, because now the Lord is gone. They handled it because they have really good wave clear with the Lilia and the Hanabi, but now they are losing their turrets. They had so many turrets, but now they're down to their base turrets now, Ash.
You know what happened? The Lilia couldn't manage to come at the perfect time because she was there on the base guarding the crown because of Mr. Consistent. Yeah. But Mr. Consistent, he does have the best thing to cover up the map, that is the steel cables. He eventually comes in so fast before the Lilia can come in, and he managed to shut down Kiyoshi at that perfect moment. So when you are outnumbered during a Lord fight, that too having the main burst, your main damage dealer, that is the Lilia, is not so present in the team fight because she needs to go back, she needs to clear out the lane there, is really hampering a lot for the side of team Valiant Ghouls here. Like, eventually not the best choice from Team Mavericks, but still they're standing onto it. They're doing great with it. Lord into the land of dawn, guys. So let's see who will be taking out this fourth Lord for this game. So far, O2 got cooked. He needs to play safe. Last time he just got cooked from Fly, so he needs to play safe. And Mr. Consistent, he is onto his work. You know, right? Like, Lord is onto the bot, I will go to the top. Lord onto the top, I'll go to the bot. I'll do my work eventually, no matter what. Winter Crown, that will be G-Razy's special, but will be falling down at the hand of Kiyoshi with the final blow coming in as well. Crimson Bacon used by Fly. A lot of damage being dished out here. Look at your soul at a slither of HP. Might get falls down eventually as well. We're going to see the damage coming in. Slain out to Odu got cooked, but that will be a great consolation on the Fly. Immortality being there. Oh, he managed to take down before he goes down. Winter Crown once again. And they're going to take a triple, but before the Mania comes in, he managed to got shut down by Shigo. But Shigo is the only member surviving at this point, going back to the safer side. We're going to see the Barrage Flicker comes in as well. He's still trying on. And he needs to go back because 3 of the members are still alive for Valiant Ghouls. And you need to clear the lane. You don't have the top pressure, but you have the mid pressure. It might get completed this time because there is a Lilia out there. Carmilla also having the front line wave. And there's a heavy resurrection time around other players of Valiant Ghouls. But that's the one amount of one minion going in there. It's a mega one. Oh no! Digo with the defense. Digo with the clutch here. Eventually goes shut down, but no. You need to go back. You need to clear the lane first because that one minion might get take you out. Oh, use the ultimate, and now he needs to clear the top. This is absolute cinema, Ray.
Can't risk anything. that would have been close. But Lilia, a really good job. She died, but she died to make sure that at least Clint was still shut it down. She gets the goal too. But now we get a replay of all the events that occurred. Really great. I mean, Kiyoshi, man, this is his item swap, man. This man. I mean, this boy, he's really young, and it's really nice to see the young talents rising in the scene, of course. And this jungler, man, great item swap, but regardless of that, the Clint was able to survive. And I know they really wanted to push the base, but I feel like they really needed to push it. But I guess since their spells were on cooldown, no ultimate, I guess they just could not dive the Clint. They honestly should have backed off once they realized. But yeah, it was a good effort because only one man standing, right? It's a 3v1. You should be able to win it. And they almost won it. They just needed a little bit more for the Lilia's bombs to blast out. But regardless, the Lord gets taken out. Nobody can contest it because they are just now alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, O2 got cooked does have a lot of damage. So definitely he's trading out the Lord as easy as possible. And you do see the Clint, he managed to give that defense, so I'm not going to doubt him out there. If not Shigo, then the match would have been completed from Valiant Ghouls at that point. But this Lord is actually a big Lord. He does have a lot of sustain, so you need to clear it out as much as possible. And at that perfect timing, you need to defend the base with some maniacs coming in there. Kiyoshi with that Ishinshin playing so efficiently good in this game so far. And he is not even out of the, defense. He's using the defense at the perfect time. Look at it. He on the Sky Piercer, not even onto the Rose Gold Meteor. So definitely, he's totally going for the damage build here. And when he is in problem, he switched it out with the Winter Crown of Immortality. That's what his cause doing.
Okay,
But now, Lord is getting deflected to the top bot side. We're going to see a lot of damage coming out on the Curse Soul. Okay, Lord into the pit. Not a good chance to go in. Fly falls down first. G-Racy into the second one.
It's
Mr.
over.
Consistent goes down as well. He went for the Winter
It's
Crown
over.
there, but that will be a Wrath of Dryad from the Prime
base.
Pepper. And we're going to
Barak.
see Zyra's going down, but no. At a perfect timing, going into the backside of the crown to lock it down for a win. Valiant Ghouls gonna take on the game number 1, but the 2 games are yet to come, so we don't know. We have already seen a reverse sweep tonight in the last match. So who knows? This match will also take you forward to the 3rd game decider. Before we go into a 3rd game decider, before we finalize out into the 2nd game, more, Ray, more 4 minutes to go, and I'll let you say what is coming up in the 4 minutes.
Of course, in the next 4 minutes, one of our registrations will go live on our website that you can access from our own Discord server at Algambo Esports, obviously. And we've been hosting, Algambo Esports, powered by kridox, has been hosting this MOBA Warmup Clash series, Scrims, for a very long time. But now it's time for a tournament. Not, of course, not the biggest yet, because I believe we need to take steps slowly, right? You cannot start running without first walking. So we'll have something special in place for you guys. We'll have a Clash for Starlight tournament registrations opening up at 9 p.m. I almost thought it was going to be 9 p.m. because this game almost went 27 minutes, by the way. It was insane. I lost track of time. But thank you, Ash, for reminding me. And to all the audiences and the teams who are still watching, you can definitely register. The link will go live on our website at algamboesports.com. The registration will also be posted on the announcement channel at Algambo Esports Discord server. So if you're a new viewer, or if you're a new subscriber, make sure you, of course, join our servers. Right, Ash?
Definitely. That's a nice one. Well played from Valiant Goals, as well as you mentioned about the Starlight Clash, guys. Have you heard it? If you want to participate in it and get the Starlight for the next month, obviously, because after the tournament ends, it's not a tournament. It's a small scrims kind of thing, but it does have the effectiveness of a tournament.
You can call it a tournament. It has a prize.
Yeah. It has a prize. It is a tournament, but it's a warm up before the main one. Yeah, I don't want to reveal it, guys, but remember, the main one is yet to come. The main prize is yet to come. So it's just it's like a starter before you go into the cafe. You ask for a starter. Then you went in for the main course. So the main course is yet to come. I don't know what is reserved for the dessert, but this is not the main course, guys. This is just the starter. Main course is yet to come, and in that main course, I believe there will be some amount of iffy meals for the viewers as well. So you can understand what I'm talking about. I'm not a chef though. It's Kronos, bro. But I don't know why I'm talking with a food language. Ray, what do you think? Before we barge into the 2nd game, do you feel like G-Raze's statement has already been taken out because he said he will go for a clean sweep. So clean sweep is not an option right now for Team Mavericks. Do you think there will be a RS river sweep?
Yeah, G-Razy, of course, he really wanted to make it a sweep because VLG has also been a squad that has been consistently, winning against a lot of teams. So yeah, it is going to be really interesting of what really happens this time around. But this is interesting. I believe G-Razy is he joining us or not? He's not confirming, man. Let's see if they're getting a substitute or what. But regardless of that, I believe, considering what they said won't be happening this time around, we'll just have to see what happens.
Definitely. And we'll be entering into game number 2. Before that, guys, I'd love to say that please subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to, share.
Looks like Ash's voice cut off for a while, but What was it again? Considering this is not a sweep, and Mavericks really wanted to make it a sweep, a reverse sweep. Yeah, that is really likely possible. So, with that, I believe we'll be diving on to the second game pretty much soon. I'm also waiting for production's end to give us the confirmation. Ash, are you back with me? Looks like he's not back yet. What was that noise for a second? Anyways, what? 5 minutes? Oh, Ash. You're glitching out. Let's go. Let's go for a short little break, and we'll fix the technical issue that Ash is facing. We'll be right back.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Is it good?
You became a chipmunk again, Ash. I can't help. Sorry. I know I was supposed to commentate, but the voice was hilarious. I sorry. Anyways, technical issue happened on Ash TZ's end, and I was really confused what he was saying, but for a second he became a chipmunk. But with that, we are just waiting for the players' end to be confirming and see what really happens.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure. You just became a chipmunk and I couldn't really control it.
Okay. Sorry. I mean, I think there was some issue from my side. Sorry for that.
Why does it happen, Ash? Why do you become a chipmunk?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's maybe because like I just I don't know. I can't even say what happened. So yeah. I think I got a notification on the Discord that something clipped my voice. I don't know what happened there. Some glitch from Discord, I believe. It's not from my
This is
mic.
the most bizarre glitch I've seen in my whole life, and only you have it. Your pitch becomes high and you start talking in like 3x speed. I don't know why does it happen. But anyways, I'm just... Oh, looks like we'll be getting the poster online pretty soon. I mean, it is almost 9 p.m., isn't it? Yeah, it's almost 9:05. So all the viewers, if you haven't joined our server already, you should, because the slots are very much limited. Because, of course, slots have to be limited. It's not free for all, open to everyone. It is limited first come first serve basis. So make sure you join us pretty soon. I believe the registrations are live right now, and we'll be going into the match itself pretty soon as well. I believe we'll be getting the confirmation pretty soon. I'm just waiting for our production side. Do we
We
go into the
need
game?
2 to 3 minutes though. We need 2 to 3 minutes to actually show the registration link as well
Okay.
as
We continue the match. All right, we're starting the game. Let's dive in because I cannot wait anymore. I just want to dive into the game and see what really happens. Because if it's gonna go into a third game, we are in for a long while. Because this match went 27 minutes, bro. 27 minutes.
27 minutes, of course. I mean, this is the thing. Like when you're playing against those two prime teams of Algambo Esports, this is what happens, bro. Like both the teams, they deny to lose. Every time deny to lose. So definitely they're going to give us the same amount of crazy stuffs you're like now looking at.
So now with this, finally we are back in action, and Valiant Ghouls this time they have the first pick too. Last game they had, of course, second pick because of losing the toss. And let me tell you, Kyoshi does not enjoy being second pick at all in the meta. So now he's gonna get his first pick. And does it mean that getting the first pick might give VLG the opportunity of getting the Hirara, Because right now, being in the first pick, Ash, it really puts you in a good spot because you can either get the Hirara or basically the Atlas or the Belric, which they have banned out. Okay. Interesting. I guess they're like, Mavericks might read their strategy and, either give Atlas or Belric and they will take the other one. So they will just decide not to take the risk anymore, Ash.
That's good, quite good. That's quite good for both these sides, as you mentioned. But respect bans will be there this time. The Ishinjin is actually a big problem for South Team Mavericks. The way Kyoshi rotated out, but Hirara is the option coming out from Team Mavericks. It's a good one because Kyoshi can actually go for the Hirara pick there. Quinny into the ban list as well from Valiant Ghouls. Your last ban from Team Maverick. What it would be? Is it the Ishinjin? Are you going to respect it out for Kyoshi? If you are doing it so, he can go for the Fanny as well. So definitely. Quinny from Valiant Goals, last ban for Mavericks. I think it may be falling into the mage
Different
because
perspectives
last time the
expose the
god
same
was not so
truth.
available.
3, 2,
Oh no, they're gonna
1.
ban the Marshal. The god is now being there. What do you think? Will there be a god pick for Valiant Goals?
Just for a gourd, I don't think so. They go for a Lilia again anyways. That's weird, isn't it? Like the Gwynny ban. I guess I'm not too sure. I feel like there was better options because Pagito is right now left out open with Ling, Fanny, and all of that. And you did defeat the Fanny, but let's be real, the Fanny was a massive headache for you, and it almost caused you to lose the game. So I feel like the Fanny ban would have been way better than the Guinevere, considering you're not even going for the Gourd. You're just going for the Lilia. So Lilia's pretty good, but like it's a bit confusing what the strategy is this time around. Maybe they are like, to confuse the enemy, you must confuse yourself. Sun Tzu, they're following that. And Mavericks, they go with a very classic, like, very standard draft, like Mino and Zatian. Nothing too out of ordinary.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like Team Mavericks, they have the Rome, they got the Minotaur, and then they got the Zetian now. Again, they're gonna go for the Carmilla. That's
Okay.
quite good. Zyrex, he's sticking towards that Carmilla since yesterday. And now the last pick, it might be to the Ishinshin, I'm not sure. Oh no, it's a Alice from Team Valiant Goals. This time Celestial Twilight will be on that Alice. What do you think? G-Razy, was he gonna use a Lapu Lapu or a Dirot Ling from Mr. Consistent?
Void.
Yeah, he's not taking risk. I mean, Fanny is great. Her mobility is way better than Ling. But yeah, she suffers in the late game. And she, obviously, I mean, of course, it is pretty much clear why she suffers. So Ling, on the other hand, he's basically like a ADC. He can become your late game reliance. Someone who can basically burst out anyone in the late game with his crit rate and massive amount of damage, burst damage that he has, and of course the immunity as well. Fanny vulnerable to the Barats, but not a Ling. But considering we don't have the Barats this time around, and instead the Alice, it's going to be interesting what they follow through. But there we go. The Nolan and the Paquito will be banned out. This is what I was talking about. The Paquito and Nolan both were open, but Valiant Goals completely have a different plan this time around, and they also ban out the Marksman.
Need some stitches? I can
Let's see, guys. That's a Melissa into the goal lane for G-Razy. I'm not sure it's G-Razy or Shigo this time again, but against this Alice, you can actually use the Dirot, as I mentioned, because not more people know about the Dirot being into the meta after the Mythic Honor. So definitely, you do have a lot of damage. Okay, Kyoshi onto that Suyu. And we're going to see O2 onto his comfort, that is the Irithel. And against the Melissa, the Irithel actually works so well. Last thing, they did not take the Irithel against the Melissa. They went in for a Brody and they thrashed out on the game number 1 from Maureen Royals. And then we saw O2 picked up that Irithel, got the Maniac, take on the game number 2 for them. And game 3 was so easy for Team Valiant Goals to make the series into their hand. Okay, Ruby. Why not a Tirod? Like, Tirod could have been the best option, I'll say, because you have a Minotaur and a Zetian. Tirod could have been the good option for a lane to lane matchup against the Alice. Maybe the thing is for team fight to take out this Ruby into their hand. Okay, they have. Is it a substitution from Team Maverick? Because
Yeah.
Kryptos is there into the EXP this time.
Yep. Celestial. No, not Celestial. Sorry. Was it Celestial? No.
Hugo.
Yeah. Basically, they swapped out. I was also surprised actually, and for a while they were kind of confused too. Like, who were they trying to like substitute? At first, I thought G-Razy would actually not play, but looks like no. G-Razy wants to shift back to the goal lane again and take control into his hands. And Shigeo is going to be out as Kryptos comes back for the XP lane. But with this, we dive back into the game. But the jungle matchup, it's still the same. It's still going to be, of course, Kiyoshi and Consistent duking it out against each other. Ling and Suyo, it's a weird matchup because both of them get snowball, but like, let's be real, Suyo kind of loses in the late game because of how strong Ling is. But OG Razy, already 3 people.
Okay, definitely. On to the early game, we can see that G-Razy is getting punished down to the bot side. This time, it was a little bit late for a Curse Soul to appear onto the goal lane. Last time it was Fly, this time it is G-Razy. An early start for the side of Team Valiant Goals with the first blood will be equalized, but not now. A little bit later on, Assistant or the blue buff. But you are onto the lane, you are kind of buff dependent. So definitely you need to take out the buff first, and then you will eventually go into the fight. But Suyu, he gets level 3 first, and that's why he can enter into any team fight. Look at it. Already ready to take out a Kryptos. Kryptos used the flicker. Early flicker got baited down there. They go in for the surrounding and trap down happened. That will be another one for the Urdu guy to take on the game for a 2-0 before the first turtle.
I love the way you say Urdu guy. That is the most appropriate description I can give. And O2 got cooked, gets cooked. I mean, honestly, he needs to change his name, man, because I feel like it invites him, invites his opponents to cook him. But to be fair, goal lane is always cooked, man. You know, goal lane, you just gotta be handling these things. But regardless, Valiant Goals, they start off pretty good. They get the turtle, they are 2 kills in, and now they're even going for the invasion. And if, Consistent should get the news. I think he could have invaded the opponent orange, but no, he decides to what? Join? I think he could have taken the orange instead. But looks like he wants kills. Oh my god.
With the Phoenix connected there, Cursor falls down first. They're going to take on the fight from the Ruin comes in as well. Kryptos goes down. Mr. Consistent next as well. Now it might be another one. Flicker baited. Fly goes in for a kill, but he will eventually fall down. Double for Kiyoshi at the jungle area. Before the 5 minutes more, they took out the fight with the risk of 30% more damage onto them, but still managed to thrash out the whole side of Team Maverick to gate on a big difference onto the micro.
Yeah, this time around, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like this was a bad move for Mr. Consistent. You can see on the highlights, obviously. I mean, it's a link. You need farm. You need to scale up. And he went in after his buff got invaded. Okay, looks like they want to pause. Go for a pause. And looks like it has been asked from the side of VLG. Let's give them a 2 minutes pause and hopefully they can reconnect. I believe it might be because of the massive amount of rain there is going to, like, it's happening here. I believe, yeah, they're from... Oh, we have a new animation. Please wait. Really nice.
Okay. Please wait, guys. Please wait, because we'll be coming back soon. That's what the thing is. And having that loading effect is really looking so well as well. But
Nice job.
I think it's from Team Maverick. I think that they are having some connection issues. You can see, you can talk up with that fight onto the jungle area, onto the top side, into that red buff, the red fiend. I feel like right now, having this much lead on the early game for Valiant Goals is really going to help them a lot into the mid phase. They do have a Irithel, O2, and the Suyu is getting the early game spike as well. So did the Lilia. So definitely, I mean, not snowball kind of Ling is actually not a good choice when you're going for a Ling in the jungle.
I think there is definitely, I would say, that is a blunder, and combined with the simple fact that Valiant Ghouls have now such a good amount of lead, they can invade you even more. Melissa is also getting a lot of, like, not exactly like the appropriate term, gap, but it is pretty much that. So with all these things on board, Valiant Ghouls, what is going to be your game plan? I believe, Mavericks, because Valiant Ghouls, they can make it a sweep right now. And if that happens, yep, G-Razy, your plan is not going to be happening, my friend. And we dive back right into the game. We are in the match, resuming it, and Mavericks, what is it going to be for you?
Let's see what will be happening right now. Valiant Ghouls are 1-0 into the first game, and now they're playing their match point game. If they win it, then it's over. But look at it, the way O2 wait before he go into the bush. A really beautiful instinct, LC, from him. And whoa, that's a heavy crossbow. G-Razy couldn't survive. The punish coming out from the side of Team O2. I mean, literally cook it out onto G-Razy on the very first minute of the game, and then we see the same thing happening on the fourth minute as well.
Yep. 7 for 2 Valiant Ghouls. They're just so ahead right now. And 2 kills for Kiyoshi. Wait, hey, bring it back. you turned off the kill interface. Production. It's the button on the far left. Yeah, anyways. O2 got cooked. He got cooked this time. Minotaur 1 HP.
Let's see what will be happening right now. They're gonna go for the fight. Nick of Health goes back on the Seeper zone, but then eventually falls down into the hand of Team Valiant Ghouls. That is what's happening from the very beginning of the game, and they are setting up a beautiful lead in the early game. The statement from G-Razy is actually getting changed here. Again, another fight in the jungle area. Invasion happening on the blue buff. Managed to take it down there. Flicker comes in from Cryptos as well. He goes back to the safer side. Blade Surge onto Cursoul. Nothing gonna happen. They're not gonna get any buddies out from Team Maverick though, but immense amount of pressure is being given onto Team Maverick from the very first of the minute in this second game, and now they're continuing to do it.
Okay. Mavericks, of course, taking down Irithel twice is one of the really good things that they have been able to do, and perhaps the only good thing. And oh my god, the Minotaur Cursoul, he needs to realize he's very squishy because he's a support tank, and him getting repeatedly taken down is not good. I know the kill went to the Carmilla, and you know, the tank getting the kill doesn't really matter much, but still you're giving away substantial amount of lead regardless, and you would not want that at any point, I would say.
Let's see what will be happening at this point, because so far it is oh no, another fight. Killing spree. G-Razy goes down. That's a beautiful escape happen onto the fly as well. He used that Fury of the Phoenix, but at the meantime we're going to see that's a kill onto Gyrex as well. Before going down, G-Razy managed to take it down because of the tier damage. Blade Surge being used again. Yep. They come back with the Evil Quilla. Now again, the second turtle barging into the land of Dawn. 10 for the score is heavy amount of goal lead being set up from the side of Team Valiant Ghouls here. Look at this. This was the fight. First the stun, then the Fury of the Phoenix. But eventually, Fury of the Phoenix managed to give some time to the Carmilla to get not out from the tier. That's why they got the kill. 10-4 is actually not a good one, but consistent. He is actually consistently pushing out. Last time to the top bot, this time to the top. But it's not going to work when you're actually having a deficit on the score, when you're actually having a deficit on the gold.
Yep. That's the thing, isn't it, Ash? And right now, with Valiant Ghouls leading with 4k goal lead, 6 kills ahead, only under 7 minutes. And that too, when they are the ones on the lead of the point of the matchup, you are not at a good point to be really... really good ultimate popping in from the Carmilla. Oh!
First of blood used once again. Demons of Blade coming in at the way. Oh, now that's a G-Razy special. He managed to take down Celestial Twilight at a perfect timing. that would be a little bit, breathtaking for the side of Team Maverick after all those fuss happened from the very first minute of the game. Now they're eventually coming back. Little bit of baby steps, baby foot to get onto the mark, but Crypto is not in a very good position. Will get trapped down, got down by Kyoshi there. They're going to extend the team fight. Heavy crossbow comes in. Oh, he goes in for the Soul Saber. Blade Surge. He's trying to go into the tier. I feel he might not going to come. Oh, he comes back easily. I don't know why they did not go for Kyoshi in that vulnerable position. Maybe because of the blink he does have. But now, the wall being extended, we're going to see another Tempest of Blade coming out from Mr. Consistent, getting his mark onto Kyoshi. Shutdown happened there. Gonna take his blue buff back into his hand, but no, it's G-Razy. Will steal it out from Mr. Consistent's eyes.
Ooh. Mavericks are there responding back. This time, we have Archie instead of Celestial Twilight on the XP lane. And he's been doing pretty good on the Alice as well, putting in the Throne of Ruin really accurately onto a team fights. I believe Cryptos is having really hard time with the Ruby, and I'm not really exactly sure what the Ruby is supposed to give you in this game, because you need a really good frontliner this match, and Ruby is not anymore. She's not the lifesteal queen she used to be. She's more of a damage XP laner, and I guess she can make the setup with the hook, but like, there's not many people you can hook. I guess, yeah, you are able to take down O2, got cooked twice, but after that, it's not been there. Okay, Zetian uses her ultimate, I feel like a little bit early, Ash, because you can combine it with the Minotaur for way better setup potential. And your cooldown is pretty high too, so should have saved it. Because now, the Lord, they don't need to worry about Fear of the Phoenix anymore. It's just gonna be an easy. Lord Ling is not even contesting it.
Definitely. And like Valiant Ghouls are actually cooking it out with the O2 going for that Irithel comfort pick. This time you do have the range into your hand, and if the Irithel 2 to 3 shots will eventually get onto that Kyoshi, I mean not Kyoshi, Mr. Consistent, he might not survive. Look at it! Look at it! That's what happened. Final blow from O2. Now he got the damage. Even if we are using the Tempest of Blade, you can't even survive. Valiant Ghouls, they're way out of the league from Team Mavericks at this particular moment. I believe G-Razy's statement will get eventually blocked, and Kyoshi will be the one taking on a laugh this time on G-Razy. This banter will go on probably, but another structure secured. Cross up blob, beautiful. What a throw of right. Two-man caught in the way, and we're going to see the Fury of the Phoenix coming in from the backline. O2 goes in there with the damage. Zyrix goes down. Cryptos will be the consolation here. Flies to the HP, goes back. O2 at the inch of health as well. I don't gonna see a Mr. Consistent chasing down O2 at this particular moment, having no damage onto his hand. And this is a right call for him, a right decision from him to not go into the way, because if you go in, you might get fault as well.
Exactly, Ash. You don't want that to be happening at all to you. Ling has now lost his purple buffs, doesn't have enough energy, the farm is not enough. Oh, double Queen's Wings, so expect bunch of damage reduction. Oh, that's a good secure from the Ling. Oh, can they make the play?
Okay, they're gonna go for the fight again at the same jungle area. We're going to see the Zone of the Wind used as well. Cursoul goes in for the Minnow and Fury. Cryptos goes down first. And now, look at it. It's a very bad position for Cursoul. Soul Saver used. Minnow and Fury comes in. 3 members knock on. Kyoshi falls down. Lane happened there. Slither of HP. Curse of Blood being used as well. We can see the melee with the ultimate. Okay, look at Mr. Consistent. Inch of health. Not gonna go back to the safer side. We're gonna see Onu chasing down there. Get a kill onto Cursoul. That will be another one. He was recalling. He was recalling despite of knowing that everybody is looking at him. Fly couldn't survive, and that will be a 4-for-none trade for the side of Valiant Ghouls, and Cryptos in this match is getting cooked with that Ruby from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for the side of Team Mavericks, as they are just playing with their back against the wall each time. But a kill onto the Kyoshi was pretty good as we look back into the highlights, and the Carmel almost caught them out, but regardless the fact that Consistent has been consistently taken down, and O2, that Irithel now scaling up, the G-Razy just, I mean, if he was equal form, G-Razy could have done something, but he's not able to do it. And now Hey, why do they look so flat? What? Okay, it didn't render properly. See, this angle, she looks flat.
Yep. Ruby. Okay. Curso waiting for the perfect moment. They're gonna take the Lord out from the hand of Valiant Ghouls. Just like the last time, Valiant Ghouls were taking away the Lord. This time it will be Team Maverick. I think the overextension literally got into the mark of Valiant Ghouls' win. That's why I say, I mean, make your step, but not so heavy that you fall down.
Yep, you have to be careful with setup tanks, especially something as vulnerable as the Minotaur, because he cannot exactly sustain that much as you expect him to. So that's something they really need to keep on. Oh, consistent, taking down the Irthel, and the Lord also in their hands. That really puts them in a good position to finally make a comeback. Mavericks, can they push this to a game 3 tonight?
Let's see what will be happening. Team Mavericks, Cryptos going in for the little bit of poke coming onto him, and that's a Tesla turret got destroyed out with the help of the Lord. Okay, Kyoshi goes in there onto the 4 members, dance around, comes back safely, recalling back to the safer side right now. Now he's got picked there. Soul Saver used, getting consistently chased by Mr. Consistent. Tempest Blade comes in, that might be a kill, but he managed to go back. But no, Fly will get eventually that final blow into the hand onto Mr. Kyoshi. Curse of Blood used. Minnow and Fury comes in. Fury the Phoenix as well onto the follow-up. We're going to see the trap down coming in as well from Team Mavericks here, and that will be a killing spree for G-Razy. Take down Gyrix. We're going to see O2 got comeback, comes into the heavy crossbow, but doesn't manage to take any bodies out from Team Mavericks here. The engage was so fine, but it will eventually lurking around Team Mavericks with the gold heavy deficit, equalizing with Valiant Ghouls. Nice one, nice comeback for Mavericks with that single Lord approach.
I agree with you on that, Ash. And now we get the replay. Of course, the setup with the Minotaur and the Zaytian's Fury of the Phoenix. Alice did go with the Throne of Ruin, but G-Razy was able to free hit. You do not want the Melissa to ever free hit, and of course, she can maintain that distance without Irthel needing to get like close. But what just happened as we come back to the game? G-Razy take it down, but so do O2.
Okay, another engage coming out there, went onto the wall, but got stunned there as well. But we'll look at it, Cryptos. He might not survive here. Chase is happening onto him. It will be the Alice going in, not Celestial Twilight, but the new one, Archie. Oh, what was that?
Oh
That was a bullseye. And inside the tier, that was really a bullseye from Kyoshi with that Evil Quiller. Shut it down. None other than Mr. Consistent. And now they retaliate back to the base. The minions will march in soon. The game is literally going in for the late phase, but Valiant Ghouls still have their hand onto the game. Still have their, mind onto the game. And now this time, the Lord. I don't feel Team Mavericks going to contest it out. If they are coming in, the gamble will be really heavier one. Either it will be Maverick finishing up with a win, or they will eventually getting wiped out with a Lord into the hand of Valiant Ghouls. 2 ways, guys.
I agree with you on that, Ash, actually, because now, I mean, even though Mavericks has been making a little bit of those outplays, it is still pretty clear that they are behind due to the simple fact their base has been cracked open. And once your base is cracked open, I mean, they literally run into the same issue that Valiant Ghouls was running into the last game. They ultimately made a comeback by doing the same thing on the top side, but this time Mavericks has not been able to do it. And that's pretty much what's separating from that game to this one, from Mavericks to Valiant Ghouls. And now, with the Lord marching in from the bot side, lane sync on really top lane pretty good. They're going to be able to defend it, but bottom lane, how well do they clear? They have to pull the Lord towards the mid side and sacrifice it if they don't want their base to be hit. But let's see. Carmilla, looking for a set.
Lord marching out of the bot and entering into the Nemesis, got defended down from the side of Team Mavericks here. They managed to defend it up, but now the heavier minions are coming in. The sync was not so proper onto the bot offside. We're going to see the minions marching in with the help of O2 got cooked. Tempest Blade inside the jungle area. O2 is not present. We're going to see a heavier fight coming in. O2 guy falls down first, and they are trapping down with the blood on at a perfect timing. What? Is that a net issue? O2?
I guess so, but no pause was requested from their end,
Is he
so
a sneak after him?
I guess so. I guess he just lagged out on the last moment. Spike, I guess. And that spike might be causing them to lose the game, Ash. But consistent. Oh.
He managed to go back with the help of the Fury. The Phoenix, he eventually bought that immortality out. Right now, it's Archie with Zyrex coming in. The minions are not so enough to take down the inhibitor tier here, but O2, what just happened to him? I don't know. I mean, they did not ask for the pause, so O2, he literally went into the base, to the fountain.
I think he could not ask for a pause because, like, sometimes, you know, your net just spikes and it goes back to normal, but you're already dead. Yeah, I guess that could be a possible scenario, Ash.
Yeah,
Okay, looks like they finally did ask for a pause. That came a little bit late.
That's what happened to O2. Like, I was seeing O2, I thought like O2 is taking away the minion waves into the tier, but then suddenly I see O2 is going inside the base. He falls down there.
Unfortunate, honestly, for
of network issue, and it really hampers a lot into the match.
Yeah.
As you can see, that straight away goes in for the tiers in the mid, and was about to take down the inhibitor unless the minions goes off from the mark.
Oh, looks like they are facing internal issues.
G-Razy must be saying it's just mere excuses. I don't know, like maybe you know, maybe it's team Maverick who went on for the picks but doesn't work so properly in the early game, but now they at least getting the spike, so they do have a chance to make their comeback. And this comeback won't let Valiant Ghosts lose the series. So yeah, it not hamper them a lot, but obviously it hampered the statement from Kiyoshi that he will eventually give a clean sweep. Odu back onto the map, back onto the game, reconnected. Curso trying to give the zone before the Lord. GTC Mr. Consistent giving out some pressure on the lane for the bot side. With the Phoenix first, zoning it out, giving up an info on the map.
It makes sense. Half of their teammates are from Guwahati, and right now we're having a massive thunderstorm in Guwahati. So yeah, it makes sense why they are lagging. I mean, even my stream is lagging, but yeah, whatever. Anyways, Lord has spawned in, and Valiant Ghouls, they still have most of the map control in their hand. They still are technically in control of the match, but Mavericks, they're slowly making a bit of a comeback. O2 got cooked. You gotta make sure you avoid getting spotted out, or you will get punished out. Lord, dance has begun. G-Razy dishing out quite a bit of damage. Carmilla looking for the angle to dive in with the Curse of Blood. They have to watch out for the Carmilla.
Okay, let's see the Lord. Oh, G-Razy, Zyrex score. Kyoshi over there, the fly, but that moved the Greek constellation. Urdu guy not going to survive Cryptos. Finds a kill there. G-Razy still surviving, giving out a lot of damage onto Archie. But on the bot side, the minions waves are going in. Doesn't matter. They will eventually trap down Archie there. He does use the blood out to escape it out, but he is getting chased down. Tempest Blade comes in, collecting the sword. Gonna get the killing spree out of the hand. Archie falls down there. O2 got comeback. O2 got cooked. Is still arising there and gets shut down on it. Mr. Consistent. The game is not over. O2, he's still there. His name was before O2 got comeback, and he is trying to do so. Optus then is trying to get the comeback. Let's see if he can actually do it, or it will be the G-Razy's game to get on the mark for the night. Lord, onto the top side. It's not a Infernal Lord, it's a Luminous one. This time having a lot of, sustain.
Yep.
And they do have a chance to make sure the game will complete it with a 1-on-1 note, not a 2-on-1 not note. That's what Team Maverick is trying to do. They want to stretch the game towards the third decider. Lord marching on the top. A tier got destroyed onto the bot side. We might gonna see an inhibitor falling down as well. They're trying to defend the Lord before it can reach it on. Fear the Phoenix used as well. Archie on the top side. Oh, that's a Curse of Blood comes in to the people, but look at the damage as well. The ring man connected on with. Comes in for the bar. Fly goes down there, back up so well at this moment. He's gonna go for a double. Look at the damage coming in. Crypto's falling down at the hand of Kyoshi's lane. Happened on the G-Razy. Suddenly everyone is falling down there. Cursol goes in for the Mina and Fury. Immortality pop out there. Mr. Consistent, he would go for a tier, but that will be a kill onto Mr. Cursol. And the Consistent doesn't have the Tempest of Blade, doesn't have the skill 1. Immortality popped up. Now it's a time to... Oh, he used the Winter Crown as well, giving him a time to get the cooldown. And that will be the wipeout. All hopes, all dream Mavericks saw is getting erased with that single gank from the side of Team Valiant Ghouls with a proper amount of damage. Throw up the rain, Curse of Blood. Then we saw the heavy crossbow and the soul saber for the final finish. Ray, it's over.
Yep, it is over. A bit anticlimactic, but of course there were definitely those few blunders that built up to this loss. And with this, right now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Valiant Ghouls, they will get the sweep that they so aspire. Even through the internet issues and everything, they will take the victory, and Zyrix, he gets the MVP as well.
Let's see, guys, what will be happening this time, because this game goes in for a 2-0 into the hand of Team Valiant Ghouls. They managed to win yesterday from none other than Team Maureen Royals, and tonight they managed to thrash out Mystic, that is Mavericks, Team Mavericks. So now, who else are there to get slaughtered, to get thrashed out by the side of Team Valiant Ghouls? But guys, exciting news. We have 6 starlights in our bucket, but how we want to get it, that's the question. And you will get it by playing MOBA 5v5. Yep. We're having a small tournament, 4 days of tournament, in which we'll be giving the winners 6 starlights. So are you guys excited for it? Because the winner is not going to get some money, some diamonds. We'll get the starlight, we'll get the skin. So register your team for the Scrim, for the tournament. 16 teams are awaited for it. The registration link is already on to the panel. So you can go and scan it out, register your team, and come in for the tournament. It will be next week. So be ready for it. All the best, guys, whoever is registering right now. The time is not so over. So yeah, get it onto the mark. I don't know. I mean, Ray, just think of Maverick and Team Valiant Ghouls are playing Scrim. And suddenly the registration option was out. And if they miss it out, they will be... they will be thinking, what the heck happened? We couldn't manage to register it because we are playing. I think they will have something from Algambo. I'm not sure.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the posters are out on our social media as well as our Discord server. So make sure you visit the server. Of course, you have to register it. We have 6 starlights available, and the winning team gets all of it. So why are you waiting? Join our server. The links are in the description itself, and we will see you at this clash for a starlight. The posters are out. The registration link is on, and you can start registering immediately. And yeah, you better quick, because most likely Valiant Ghouls, they are ready along with Mavericks as well. So we'll see you guys on to the Land of Dawn. And with that, we'll close for tonight. But make sure you register, because we do want to cast and we do want to voice your matches. And we would love to see someone, perhaps who is not that interested in scrims, but you are salivating at the thought of a starlight card. Because let's be real, we all want the starlights. Maybe you dislike the starlight. Let's be real. Sometimes the starlight is not for your favorite role. Like this month is Allers, next month is going to be a different character. Maybe you're a mage player, right? But you don't exactly want the starlight. But you know why starlight is good? You can get Crystal of Aurora, and if you save up enough, you can get collector. So in a way, you're saving for a collector. But jokes aside, just make sure you register, okay? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we bid you farewell for tonight. But do not worry, we'll be back once again with MOBA Warmup Clash Series right here at Algambo Esports, powered by kridox. And with that, even the poster is right now on screen in front of you. 16 slots. It's entry for anyone who registers. So make sure you do it soon, because first come, first serve basis. And with that, good night, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow at another round of scrims, another round of BO3 against teams who are competitive. And with that, good night.